Hello and welcome back to the Big East 2020 League of Legends regular season here for Collegiate League. I am excited to be back once again. After a few weeks of awesome play, these teams have battled it out, and we still don't have a clear idea of who is going to end up on top. I'm Inverum, joined by a new face, or I should say, an old face on the desk here. It's Degon. Welcome back, bud.
Yeah, man. It's great to be back here in the collegiate scene. I'm very excited to kick off the 2020 season here in the Big East. And we have a lot of returning teams. And so far this season, it's just been a huge jumble on who's going to be on top.
Absolutely. I had so many, preconceived notions coming into this. Like, this team's looking pretty good, and that team did okay, but they have thrown it all out the window. It is anybody's game to win. Let's take a look at the standings to see exactly what I am talking about. St. John's up at the top.
St. John's!
Dethroning Seton Hall, who came in looking on fire.
Yeah. Again, St. John's, their first ever season having an esports organization last year, acquitted themselves well, didn't quite make it into playoffs, but had a great playoff push. Now find themselves on top. Seton Hall, a bunch of returning members, Butler and good old Renegade Mac leading the way there, and of course, our two top returning champs, Villanova, back-to-back, leading the way in 4-2-1. So all these teams have kind of beaten each other. I think the big surprise for me is Marquette at 2-2. A lot of the times the words that I would associate with the Golden Eagles were listless, but right now they're listing themselves trying to be in the top half of the rankings right now.
I mean, they're getting there. They're doing some work. I think they still have a few of these other top teams to go through still. We'll check that out. And let's take a look at our lineup for today. Exactly what matches we're going to be seeing. Starting things off with Seton Hall taking on DePaul. And this, to me, is one of our matchups of the day. I think a lot of questions that I had coming into this are going to be answered with this game.
Yeah, I mean, DePaul, so much veteran leadership on that roster. So much so that we've got some breaking news here.
Oh, we do.
This team. We'll get to that when we get to the breakdown. Georgetown, Villanova, DePaul again bouncing back against Providence. You can see the rest of the games on the schedule.
And this third match, too, is going to be interesting because, of course, that was technically supposed to be our first matchup of the first day. Unfortunately, Providence had to forfeit that. And they are facing each other now. Again, it's their second match in the double round robin, but this is the first time we'll actually see how they do going toe-to-toe there because, as I mentioned before, it is a double round robin format. We've switched things up this time around. So luckily, we have this little video to break it all down for you.
The ESL Collegiate 2020 spring season presents the opportunity for players to showcase their skills and strategies heading into this new CLOL season. Players will go head-to-head against rivals and see their games brought to life on the big screen. The Big East League of Legends regular season starts with a double round-robin stage. Each team will play all other teams twice during this stage, and all matches best of one. Each team's record during the round-robin stage will determine who qualifies for the playoffs. The top 4 teams in the conference will meet in a single elimination bracket in the playoffs. The top 2 teams will play a best-of-5 grand finals for the chance to compete in the CLOL 2020 postseason tournament.
So you see it there. That's what's on the line for these teams, a spot in the CLOL playoffs. And again, we've seen these teams now multiple times over the last year, whether it be in the regular season of last year, whether it be in the preseason invitational. I think we've gotten to know them fairly well, and it's fortunate for us because, as you mentioned before, we have a lot of returning members. We sort of have some expectations. But what's cool is that these expectations are being exceeded in a lot of situations.
Yeah, again, I think when you look at Seton Hall on top, they've constantly been just kind of pecking at that pecking order as the number 3, number 4 seed, and now finding their ways on top. They moved on from good old Brady Hayes, Seton Hall, the player, Seton Hall, and moved in with I've earned this rank, and he's done a fantastic job sliding around into that roster, and they look like a team to beat.
They do indeed, and DePaul's going to have the work cut out for them in our first match of the day, and for good reason, because as you mentioned before, we have some breaking news. One of the players, I would say, that has sort of put DePaul on the map, at least last season, was Brown Mandarius, who's now not on the roster.
Yeah, so the team got together, made a decision to move on for Brown Mandarius. The synergy wasn't quite there, the teamwork wasn't there, and so they're filling in that roster with another player that we got to see in the preseason invitational, because while Brown Man roster, one of the best players in North America, had the invitation to Scouting Grounds, they had to play with somebody else. So in the top lane will be Toxic filling on in. He's got big shoes to fill, and we'll see how this roster now operates with a new 5. Once you stick a new face in there, especially a dominant force being removed, how does this team respond? We'll get to find out here.
And this is going back to the roster, I believe, that they had during that preseason invitational. So they have some experience playing together. Haven't had a chance to upgrade this graphic yet, because when we say it was breaking news, literally like 5 minutes before we were going to go live. So making some adaptations on the fly, able to have that substitute come on in, and as you mentioned, filling those shoes. But at the same time, I often felt like in the case of DePaul, sometimes they were sort of baited into playing through the top lane, maybe more than they were meant to, because right now it's very focused on bot lane. You want to play through bottom in a lot of situations, especially if you look towards pro play. So it's going to be interesting to see how this roster flexes. Again, if it was up against any other team, maybe other than Villanova, I would say, yeah, DePaul probably still has a pretty good chance, but Seton Hall's just been looking so good. King Amazing down in the bot lane. This is who I have to talk about. Talking about playing through the bot lane, this is one of the players we have to look at.
Yeah, you know, when you lose a challenger in the top lane, it's pretty good when you have a challenger in the bot lane as well. King Amazing has come on in. We got to see him in the preseason invitational. He's filling in for Boris, I believe, played the AD carry role or the bot lane role last season. And again, with Kamcha, with Reaper on this roster, these guys have experience and know what it's like to have a dominant regular season, make it to the finals, and just haven't had that oomph to get over the top. Maybe it's the teamwork that's missing, and now they have an opportunity to work at that against Seton Hall.
And what's interesting, too, is, again, I mentioned before, their only win so far this season has been off of a forfeit. So they haven't actually gotten a W yet here in the regular season. This is their opportunity to do that right now, but they're going up against the Pirates, and that is going to be no easy feat. Maybe an easy peg leg. I have no idea. Please be patient in the top lane. He has been profoundly unpatient when it comes to getting early kills. They've been prioritizing him in terms of jungle rotations, and he's been getting solo kills all by himself. This roster overall has been looking incredibly solid, but please be patient. Definitely a player to watch.
Yeah, again, I've earned this rank, I think, is the other one that can really facilitate that battle here. But I think, again, please be patient if he's able to now take advantage of this substitute. Before, up against Brown Man Darius, you're just hoping you hold lane, you contain his impact within the first 10 to 15 minutes so it doesn't snowball out of control like we've seen Brown Man Darius be able to do before. Now with the substitute coming on in, please be patient. Now's the opportunity to go from defensive to aggressive and dominate this lane.
And the thing is, we know he's shown his patience. He's still a TSM fan in 2020. So to be fair, this guy, it's got it all in the name. And I'm excited to see what he can do. This is going to be a banger of a match. What a way to start off the day here. Date number 3 of the 2020 season. Players are getting ready. They're discussing strategy in the back, which gives us a little bit of time to sort of talk about the history of these two teams, because DePaul has been one of those squads. If you talked to me a year ago, I would have said never bet against them. Never bet against them, that they were so dominant. Yeah, they had stumbling blocks always at the very end, but season longs, they would go undefeated in seasons.
Yeah, they've always had the individual power to get there. I think now with this move in the beginning of the season, it's going to be fascinating to see if they can go from being an individual focused team that wins lane, wins game, to now losing that main win condition that they've been built upon for at least a whole year now. So will they be able to bounce back from that? On the opposite side, Seton Hall moving on from their junglers, slotting right on in. I think I've earned this rank really has earned that position as well, and earned the title as one of the best junglers in the Big East, and hoping that the Pirates will be able to win the Big East, get one of the bursts, and have an opportunity to defend that claim in the CLL Championship.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned, I think honestly, we just go down the list of the Seton Hall roster. If you talk about the top laner, talk about the jungle, I want to talk about the mid laner as well, because Mianhe has been incredible. I'm taking a look at his stats right now. His Silas play is absolutely scary on a champ that we haven't seen have as much prevalence in professional play right now, but I think was one of those sort of sleeper picks, or you got so comfortable playing it for that amount of time that you can just bring it out, and he's actually not in a bad spot right now, but having some of the top KDAs I'm seeing here, had a 21 KDA in one of their last matches.
Yeah, Mianhe, I think, currently has the second highest KDA in all of the league, and so he's definitely someone that they can play through as well. So when you have multiple win conditions in these solo lanes, and that's where a lot of the power is right now, especially mid and jungle.
And it's interesting that you're saying that. It's interesting they're saying it, because I'm getting word in my ear they're actually having some substitutions, and potentially, never mind. I'm getting debated by our producer right now. I've earned this rank is here. I was told for a second he might be subbed out. There was going to be a lane swap. Everything we just said for the last 5 minutes was going to be wrong. But no, Ivern this rank is back. He is here. He is ready to rumble in the jungle. And we did actually get to see his Ivern, which is pretty fun. And we asked him why he plays Ivern. Why is it? He had 106 games on Ivern as of last weekend, just this last season. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Do you want to know why?
I don't think so, but sure.
No, it's actually a really good answer. It's because he says nobody knows how to play against it. He loves to pull it out because even other top, like challenger level junglers, don't know just what his kit does, and people don't really know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
And when you can pull out that sort of surprise, because it's like, 146 champions, 147 champions in League of Legends right now, even if you play this game every single day, there's going to be some situations where you're like, wait, what does he do again?
Yeah, I guess, one of the ways that you can achieve higher rank is if you one-trick your way on up, and you learn the position along the way. So It's not that he's a bad jungler. He's definitely learned how to jungle.
No, he's a good jungler.
Does he know how to do it on the meta champions that are easier to execute on? You're so used to playing on a Gragas, on a Sejuani, on a J4. If you're early game, you're Xin Zhao, you're Lee Sin. But if you can do all those basic things and then get in there with a champion that people are uncomfortable against matchups that they're not used to, I think it gives you an edge. So that does make sense, and we'll get to see if it pinches the pool a little bit during Champ Select.
Ooh, I like it. Let's find out, because Champ Select is ready to rock. Let's get things going. And our very first match of the day is DePaul is taking on Seton Hall. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I am, again, DePaul now, back to the roster, I believe, that we saw back in the preseason invitational.
Yeah.
Had some success. Seton Hall, the new and improved, they have shown consistent improvement over the last year. I would say Seton Hall is the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, let's see the draft first. I mean, I think especially with the change in the top lane, how much has DePaul practiced with this roster? How much have they been able to rotate in Brown Mandarius or not? Because when you have a player like Brown Mandarius getting invited to scouting grounds, being
and then winning scouting grounds,
being the 13th ranked player in North America, it feels like there's not just a small gap that you're plugging in. It feels like a whole crater that you have to fill. But maybe they've already prepped for that type of stuff. They've done their crater preparation as they did in the preseason, and they won't miss too much of a beat. Will it be the same team? Definitely not. But can it be better? Yes, it theoretically can be.
League of Legends, the moon landing, crater preparation. I'm just saying. only two crossovers right there.
It's game number 1 of a long season, Paul. We got a long season.
Ready, my man. It's been too long. It's been too long. Let's take a look at this draft. No real surprises in some of these denials coming out. Ornn, what? The champion with 100% win rate in this league so far? 7-0. It's banned. You don't say. I actually am, deny that. If you're on the if you're not having first pick, definitely don't let that through.
Yeah, the Senna obviously nerfed a little bit in terms of the drop rate when you play it at the 80 carry role. So the way that people have been playing it recently is that you pick it for your bot laner, but then you don't CS. And when you don't CS, your support then all of a sudden becomes a true tank, not a pseudo tank. So you have a Tom Kench that has been coming in a lot. You have Braum that has been played a lot. And so when that support is now CSing, you get just a second beefy frontliner that isn't just like, hey, look, I'm kind of beefy, but I have to play in the middle. No. You get a true tank in the mid in those team fights. Once you remove that, it really opens things up here. And it tells me that DePaul isn't comfortable on playing that type of champion, or that King Amazin's like, yeah, let's play 80 carry straight up.
Yeah, I mean, and that's totally fine, too. There are still enough decent 80 carries in the pool right now. I'm curious to see how the team's prioritizes Misfortune, who we've been seeing a lot of, though she has fallen off in priority just a touch. But we'll see where they opt to go in that direction. Set and J4 picking up, so a lot of initiation, decent pick potential, good amount of tankiness so far for DePaul, but this is also a very safe opening bet into a couple of more wild picks from Seton Hall.
Yeah, Pantheon has been played a little bit more and more as bans have kind of gone the way towards the meta rather than the OP picks. At the very beginning of the season, along with Akali, Pantheon was banned a ton. In preseason play, it was banned a ton because of his ability to immediately engage, have a semi-global, have an invulnerability shield. So with all those things, Pantheon was definitely difficult to work through, but people are now realizing, hey, actually, they don't know how to play Pantheon. So maybe it's not as easy. So please be patient. We'll be able to get his hands on that. And Talia has seen a little bit more priority as well because you have player in the mid lane. You can player in jungle. Again, semi-global. But also, we've seen it in the bot lane as well in Korean solo queue where you just kind of spam it. No one really knows how to play. Again, like the Ivern pick, as a bot laner, you're not used to laning against a Taliyah. So when you're constantly getting smacked in the face with, rocks, throw another
The
rock,
threaded volley.
it doesn't feel very good.
It does not. And I want to make a note now that Seton Hall has locked in their support. Numgums is one actually who has ended up being subbed out. It is going to be Disco subbed in that support role.
Okay.
So they did have a substitution come on in, but it is in the support position instead. So make a note of that here for our graph.
Yeah, so Numgums, formerly known as Nummy Warrior, again, one of the 4 returning members from last year's roster, one of 3 returning members of last year's roster, now getting subbed out. So the experience is going to be on the top side of the map. You expect Please Be Patient and Ivern to this rank to facilitate this game and let the young talents in Burbler, Fluber, and Mianhe to kind of lead the way. And Disco just like, hey man, keep me safe. Eat me up when I'm about to die. That's it.
Somebody call Captain Flowers. We have a Skarner in the game.
Yeah, Ivern this rank. Not
Okay.
going with the Ivern. Ivern was unbanned. We'll go with the Skarner to counter-initiate a lot of these engages. I think it's a little tough because now you're picking into the
Yeah.
Silas, and Silas now has like, all right,
now
that's the one I want.
Hey, I have this ability called Hijack.
Yeah.
You know your ult? It's my ult now.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. And yeah, that's going to be a little rough to deal with. If they don't have the timing on that down, if they don't get the pick. Okay.
Yes.
Kaizayumi.
Yeah, so Kaizayumi, so with the Tom Kench, you just want to poke down Tom Kench.
Yep.
Let your other challenger player, King Amazing, achieve the challenger rank last season, do his thing. And so put the extra speed buff there, the Parasite, onto the Void Seeker, and let her do her thing. And so, yes, there it is. So Kassadin is going probably in the mid lane, and it will be
Taliyah jungle.
a Taliyah bot lane. It'll be Taliyah bot lane Skarner. There it is.
Oh, right. Yes, of course, as you mentioned before. Right, they have a
Call
Skarner.
me 1 for 1, baby. Rest
When you start
in peace.
talking about Korean solo queue, I'm going to go, yeah, I'm just going to say yes. I'm just going to nod. I'm just going to smile and nod. But bring it out on the bottom. So this is interesting here because DePaul is not going to be used to playing against this. This is not something they'll probably have much experience. But I look at the draft of DePaul and I go, this is about as standard as you can get right now.
Yeah.
You've got a nice tanky top laner. You've got a J4 in the jungle. You've got a Silas mid. You've got a solid ADC support combo. Really good poke. Good initiation. Butter them up. Go on in. Try and delete them. DePaul's draft makes sense. But at the same time, Seton Hall, I don't
Yeah.
know, but they've got some swaps going on both sides. Okay, wait. Now I'm not 100% sure. Now I'm not 100% sure.
What are we doing right now?
I have to pick a
Okay, there you
team.
go.
That's what we're doing. We're making predictions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just started predicting without letting people know what was happening, Paul. You left me hanging.
We're doing predictions. I have to start because the graphic goes that way. Crap. I don't know. Honestly, I was originally going to lean towards Seton Hall just because of the last-minute shuffles that DePaul was making, but I like DePaul's draft a little bit better. And then there's also shuffles on the other side. Oh no, I'm just going to go Seton Hall. They've been looking pretty good right now. This is a wonky draft. They're not drafting it without a reason. Let's go Seton Hall.
Yeah, I think with this last-minute change to a more integral part of the team, Toxic Q, yes, has played with the team before because it's too big of a change. I'm going to go with Seton Hall as well. I think, yes, we're seeing Disco on the bot side of the map, but he's playing Tom Kench. It's a lot easier to execute Tom Kench and plays as Tom Kench than it is as Set and how game-changing Set's plays can be.
That's one of those champions. That's one of those champions. When it came out, everyone was like, oh, this is going to be real bad. This is going to be real scary. And it kind of was. And it kind of wasn't. As team, people realized how to deal with it and how to work around it. So we'll see. The game is ready. So are we. Degon, 2020, Big East, Collegiate League of Legends season. Woo! I am ready to rumble. Let's get on into it. Seton Hall taking on DePaul. What a way to start the day. Okay, hello.
Yeah, that was a little
Hello there.
spicy to kick things off.
A little spicy. There's a lot of pings already. This makes me happy. All right, here we go. Up and ready to rock. All right. So, Yuumi. Yuumi's interesting. I was at LCS a couple weeks ago, and all of a sudden, teams
Flex.
started. Yeah. Well, okay. Just it's like a 45-minute drive. It's like not far. You were there too the day before.
Yeah, but I didn't brag about how I was there to tell my anecdotes. But go ahead, Paul.
Okay, you're
Let
welcome.
everyone that doesn't get to live in LA know how much you enjoyed it.
If you ever get a chance to go to the LCS, I'd highly recommend it. The arena is really nice. Anyway, and they have really good nachos. Oh my goodness, the best $5.75 nachos you will find in the greater Los Angeles area. I'm sticking to it. Probably not right, but we'll go with that. And the fact that Yuumi was just being brought out over and over again. And teams really weren't comfortable with dealing with it. And Yumi's one of these champions that, if played really, I think in that situation, over 30k healing done in a single game. And she's one of these champions that, while at first may seem like she's not doing a whole lot, it's kind of deceptive, you know, like the shot comes out and, yeah, it doesn't do a ton. Over the course of a game, her impact would not be understated.
Oh, wait.
That's a top.
What
that's
is
a top,
happening with
Disco's,
Tom Kench in the top side of the map? What is
going on?
Soloed out. Here comes the Ignite going down the last auto, and he's able to use the punch there at the last second to get the shield. All right, so these lanes aren't correct at all.
So wait, where's Pantheon? Wait, is it? I don't understand.
It's Talia Pantheon bot lane.
Okay.
But here comes
First
the kill.
blood. Flash flag and drag from Reaper. Oh, okay. Maybe we should have gone with the Paul.
I don't know.
What? What are
just
these lanes?
Out of the meta. Is this me?
Is it me? No, it's the kids. It's the kids who are wrong.
The kids are wrong. This is boomer thinking right there.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't know. Yeah, question mark pings in the bot lane for good reason. We're right there with you, DePaul. We have no idea what's happening in this game right now. I mean, we do. We have a very good sense of what's happening, but at the same time, we're confused by it.
Yeah, that was a little crazy. All right, let's get these lanes in order then.
All right. So it's Tom Kench at the top. That's Talia carry.
Yeah.
Pantheon support.
Yeah. Okay.
Just judging by the CS.
That makes a little bit more sense. Thank you for a standard draft there, DePaul. I think Seton Hall trying to flex their muscles just a little bit. So Disco's coming in as the carry, and please be patient, who has a lot more experience on Pantheon going on the bottom side of the map. So the reason why you do this with the Pantheon is that if you kill one, you get two against a Yuumi. So anytime that there's an opportunity to jump on to Kaisa, who only has a speed up, a movement speed ability, not quite a dash, not a flash, not a relocation. You can go aggressive here and possibly all in at some point, pick up an early kill with jungler help.
And speaking of jungler assistance, looking towards the mid, Reaper is back in, and that is very likely going to be our second kill of the game, taking on down, giving it over to the mid laner of Kamcha. And that is two successful ganks from Reaper in the jungle, and that's what you want to see from your J4. Where are these J4s in my games?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't exist. But Reaper...
he's an anomaly.
Yeah, good pathing early on. Went to the top side of the map, able to get the first kill there. A cleanup kill that Burbler Fluber... Oh, I'm going to get it right one time. I think I got it right. Overreached. And I think that's where the issue came from.
Interesting stats being flown on our screen right now about Set in the Big East so far.
Set not so good in the Big East.
No, he's 1-4. So let's see if the top laner for DePaul, Toxic, will be able to do something about that here. As we are seeing some more movement down towards the bottom. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when Quinton Nee, by the way, who isn't in the jungle. So there was many substitutions now. Ivor in this rank was subbed out. Everything was right and wrong. I'm going to have a new rule, which is that we'll figure out who's playing when we get into the game. That's about it. That's about what we got.
Yep. Well, at least Kamcha, King Amazing, and Hunky Hank's photos were correct on the DePaul side.
That's what matters, guys.
Yep.
By the way, if you're playing in the Big East and you haven't sent us your photos yet, I mean, please do that. If you want to have your photos on the broadcast, we'd love to have them. So do that. Thank you. Cassidy and Silas, this is like not a mid matchup we see too often.
No, that's not a hijack fun ult to have. You do a riff walk and then it's all right. There are a lot of those. Elise is another one. You steal Elise's and it's like, all right, I'm a spider. That's it. But I think you have impactful ones with the Skarner, with Talia, and then I think relocation ones with Talia, Tom Kench, and Pantheon. So I think the only one that you're probably going to be stealing in team fights is Skarners.
Yeah, I think that's what you're really looking for. That is the key ult they want to lock down. Reaper here on the flank. Kamcha trying to bait it out, but I think this positioning is probably giving a little bit away. Yeah, ping's coming out. They are aware of the J4. Fool me once, shame on me. So not going to allow another kill to go over the way of DePaul, trying to stabilize things here.
Yeah, I mean, also you have Rift Walk now. You're level 6, so you're a lot safer in that mid lane. I think Mianhe, because he burned his flash earlier, wasn't able to flash away. Tried to do the fancy feat and ended up getting ignited down by Kamcha. one of the leaders in KDA and impact for his team so far. So DePaul, again, as you touched on earlier, only have a forfeit win to their name. They don't have an actual match win that they played quite yet, but looking good to kick things off. And high expectations for this roster. Again, surprising move here at the beginning of the day. The big news for the Big East, which is booting the highest rated player probably in all of Collegiate, rank 13 from the team, because he just didn't fit. We asked why, and he was like, hey, look, not the greatest attitude, and we don't want to work with someone like that. That's not going to be a part of the team. And, we'll see how it does as the season moves on, but that is a collegiate shaping move, and I think you have to applaud a team that makes that difficult decision.
Well, I also want to make a note of looking at the top matchup right now, and yes, this is a matchup that Set should win, but almost a 20 CS differential already, forcing back the Tom Kent early. Obviously, that's not a great Tom Kent matchup, but playing the Set already looking pretty well. Down towards the bottom as well, pings are coming out. Skarner's trying to get involved on the action. Quentin E is here, but hasn't been able to make anything happen quite yet.
Yeah, Quentin E is a legacy player on this team, played mid lane and tops right on top of J4, and now Reaper said just flagging and dragging on accident, now getting the stinger is Reaper, but the damage hasn't come through yet. Disco turned a little bit late, and now Disco is at the wrong dance right now, dancing with the wrong team. The TP comes in, and it's another kill for DePaul.
That was not the play from Seton Hall, committing onto that once the TP was there.
Oh, Quentin.
Oh, Quentin, no, this is not your jungle anymore, dear sir. As they're just bringing it on back in, that is another simple kill. Going to be going over the way of Reaper, who's starting off this game on fire. This jungler making his presence felt. A couple more turret plates going over that way as well. This is going to give a little bit of free push over to the side of Seton Hall up in the top lane, but the damage is done, and that's not the trade you want to make.
Yeah, that was a greedy play by Quentin to stay there, try to finish Gromp, knowing that your team has lost complete control of bot lane. Talia wasn't able to get there. The TP the ult by, I guess, Please Be Patient was down there and wasn't able to do anything and hold the lane. So if you have no pressure in lane, they have no reason just to stay in lane. They can invade the jungle. Quentin E gets invaded upon and gets punished for that. And although this is a DePaul that has this roster change, it looks like the same DePaul. Early game lead, snowball the game out of control. We'll see if this happens here, but at 4-0, looking good so far.
Yeah, now going for a full reset. They've done the damage. Want to get back, buy up, and get back in the lanes. We had a little bit of a swap there, just sort of where everybody was lining up, but I will expect them to pretty much keep things the way they were, given how these lanes are starting out, and already a 2.3k gold lead for them, both looking towards the CS as well as these early kills. So like you mentioned, it seems like DePaul of old, the form is here. The few substitutions coming in for Seton Hall seem to be costing them a little bit in this early game.
Yeah, Seton Hall got cute in draft, and you could see how it worked. But now with your support being a support, right? Your AD damage as a support might be in a little bit of trouble. Nice little roam there by Please Be Patient, but not going to have enough damage. And that's my point. That's your support. He doesn't have enough items to kill anything. Everyone else is magic damage, so you can build MR, and it's going to be difficult to kill.
And also, here's the thing. I'm looking at it in terms of raw CC coming out from Seton Hall. They just don't have a lot. Yeah, you've got the Skarner ult, but there's so many more options, with the Set, with the J4 that DePaul are going to do to look to actually initiate this fight. How do you go in? You've got to split it. Maybe you can Pantheon ult in the back to try and split things up, but we'll see what happens here. I mean, there's a lot of options for DePaul on how they want to make these fights happen, and especially looking towards the top.
Mianhe in a little bit of trouble in the mid lane. It just gets chunked. Right there. Here comes Quentin E to try and get some payback. Hijack was used by Kamcha earlier. Quentin E trying to get him under the turret. No, and Kamcha's able to dash away before the turret damage comes on in. And it's just a straight up 1v1 kill for Kamcha.
Oh man, hopefully we get a chance to watch that one back. Kamcha going off right now. I have fond memories of watching him play in the mid. Consistent name of the game for DePaul in previous seasons. Let's see if they can start to get back to that, because really, we only have one game that we've seen from them. I don't think it was the best representation of what the team looks like, and I feel like, for me, already, while it's still early, this is a bit of a return to form.
Yeah, a bit of return to form against a draft where you couldn't fall behind if you're Seton Hall. So now the road here is difficult. It's not impossible, but it's definitely harder. Where like, hey, look, you don't have your constant AD carry that can do damage to these neutral objectives. So you really aren't there for neutral objectives. You're there to scale and dish out more damage. As here comes the ult onto Myeonhae. Myeonhae needs to walk himself out of that one. Does Rift walk the right way? Quentin E there to support.
Oh,
no! Myeonhae! Oh, we got our first clencher.
Oh boy.
The 2020 season.
There we go.
1150.
Doesn't get a lot closer than that. And yeah, I have to say I agree. I mean, when you have a Talia as your carry, you're maybe off to a bit of a rocky start with that one. Let's take a look at that mid lane gank again. Before, this was the solo kill. This is where Kamcha went off, and the lifesteal that Silas has. Don't underestimate it, folks.
Yeah, it looks like there's no reason to step that close when you're in the minion wave, and then Kamcha's like, actually, there's a small little window right there. I'm going to take advantage, dish that damage. And Quinny wanted to get his autos off. You see that just right there, the little bit of couple of steps that Kamcha was able to make away while Quinton was still getting his autos off. I think made a slight difference. But either way, a just straight up opportunity created by the one of the best mid laners in the Big East.
Yeah, really solid job there. Just not looking for somebody else to set up the plays, making the plays themselves. And the bot has been quiet. That is, unless you've been looking at the CS of this Kai'Sa right now, up pretty significantly over the counterpart there in the bottom lane. Just starting to stack. And it'd be interesting to see how the game shifts once this Kai'Sa Yuumi gets into the fray as well, because right now, really, it's just been, you know, the top side of the map. That's what's going off right now. But it's been creating so much space for this Kai'Sa to just farm.
Yep. Kai'Sa's just able to continue to scale up and do the job of a normal AD carry bot laner. Yuumi able to help support that as well. And now it looks like we're trying to set something up here on opposite sides of the map. Skarner on the top side, and here we go. Send Me Feet does go on in, and now getting caught up. There it is. Come on and slam. It's time for the Space Jam, but he's about to get jammed backwards because the Stinger comes on in by Quinton Nee. Fluber takes a bite out of Crime, and Set gets taken down.
Oh, a swift ending for the boss there. Not able to make it happen in the top. But in the bottom, while all that is going on, his team is still walking away with plates. Shelly making a presence felt on the Rift. Going to be trying to trade that one out if they can do so off the back of the kill. Oh, I was going to say, 14 minutes rolls around, missing the plates. A few seconds actually made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, and it's a good trade. You get the plates on the bottom side as Myeonhae gets engaged upon by Kamcha. Also, the Dragon getting taken over, and Reaper able to steal that one away again with Smite. So a lot of solid things here happening for DePaul on the bottom side. Yes, it was trade of turrets. Yes, it was finally Seton Hall on the board, but you get more objectives.
You do, and now we're probably going to look to see the top and bottom lane switch here in just a second. I wouldn't be surprised to see that in this case. Now that bottom turret has gone down. And I would like to see a little bit more prioritization up towards the top here with the second Rift Herald spawning in a bit, but it looks like that's not actually going to be the decision they're going to go with here. Oftentimes we've seen teams do the 8-minute swap. You've seen them go up towards that initial Rift Herald. Didn't see that happen here. But all in all, just going to continue to farm. Kai'Sa, she's just chilling. She's got her kill. She's going to look to get 2, 3 items potentially, fight around Baron. I mean, there's a very clear order of operations for DePaul in this game.
Yeah, there definitely is, and DePaul will be able to do it at their leisure. I'll say that Kassadin, insanely scaly. Pantheon falls off pretty hard. Skarner gets less useful as the game gets later. So it's going to be a lot on this Kassadin's hands, and you're going to have poke from Talia, but because it's all MR, you just get to stack the MR, and DePaul really just has themselves a lot easier road to victory here.
Yeah, they have different initiators. They've got good damage sources. Silas is going to be a threat. Kai'Sa is going to be a threat. Set, you know, for the next 20 minutes or 15 minutes or so is going to be a threat, I should say. So keep an eye on that. Look at the turret plate graphic at the bottom of your screen. That's a pretty significant difference in terms of gold, which would go a long way to explaining this, albeit only 2K difference right now. Good job on Seton Hall for bringing that back just a little bit.
Yeah, stabilizing just a bit, but the Dragon coming up very soon, expecting an explosive fight down here. Sometimes teams will give that one a
Well, that was, wow. When can you miss it? That is a series of kills, and that's the initiation that I'm talking about. That right there, going on in, trying to find the ult in the Yuumi. Not able to get the stun, but still walking away with that double kill. And this is just DePaul feeling confident right now, walking on in with impunity. With 3 seconds left on the Drake, you could not have more perfect timing than that. They get Prio in the mid. They get the kills. They get the objective. They are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, that was just not on the same page by Please Be Patient, Disco, and everybody else. Please Be Patient wanted to get Vision down for this Dragon fight. No one else was around. Disco gets hit by the Kaisa Void Seeker, so she's able to use the ultimate there and get the solo kill. But now Myeonhae stepping up in a bit of trouble. Oh, very low. Quinny gets the pincer down. See you later, Hunky Hank. Here comes Pantheon in the fight. This is what they wanted. King Amazing now in a little bit of trouble. He'll get taken down second. Burbler picking up that kill. Comtra trying to do what he can as Reaper now getting stunned up by the Tom Kench. Comtra
Here we go.
About to go on in, gets his first kill, uses the ultimate, but does get taken down by the Tom Kench. And now Toxic coming on in, trying to punch everybody.
Comcha!
Slam! And now Burbler trying to get the kill. Comcha's still alive, and he's gonna get a pentakill throughout the whole fight. And there it is, DePaul asserting their dominance over the game.
What looked like it should have been an amazing fight for Seton Hall fell apart as the Silas went off. We saw the set rotate in through the river, and it was the distraction, it was the damage, it was the CC DePaul needed to make that fight happen. Let's take a look at this one again. The Yuumi went in, took the ult. It was like, okay, this is all right. Our carry's going to stay alive, but the Pantheon entered. It looked so bad for them. And when the Kaisa goes down, I was a little bit concerned, but Reaper and Comcha turned it around.
Yeah, the focus here, no one could really hit Comcha. Talia hitting minions there. Comcha doing a great job splitting up, and then everybody focused onto the J4, and Comcha's just able to pop off here, and look at that from Toxic Q. Right at the right second, using the Haymaker, hitting all 4 members that were still alive, 2 of them in the true damage portion of it, and Comcha's able to clean up and get the pentakill for the season.
I believe that is our first pentakill, at least here on broadcast, in the Big East Collegiate 2020 regular season. And that's putting DePaul in a solid position. They've got the Rift Herald, they've got the kills, they've got 2 Drakes to their name. The mid-central turret is down. Our first tier turret is gone, which means that this Rift is open. The jungle for Seton Hall is ripe for the picking.
Yeah, again, what a start, what a way to go here for DePaul. And now Reaper actually a little aggressive, gets knocked backwards. That's what you're looking for. Talia trying to get himself out, but Comcha says, no, sir, you do not. Yuumi also helping out, getting King Amazing another kill. Comcha stealing the Kassadin Rift Walk to get himself back to safety, but overall a 2-for-1 on the initiation that Seton Hall committed.
Uh-oh, set. Don't be cautious there. Nicely done from the Tom Kench to get Myeonhae out of trouble, but not for too long. Trying to dive in underneath the turret might be a little bit of a mistake. Has to shield keep him alive a little bit longer, but Comcha and crew are still here underneath the turret. Myeonhae is trying to do what damage they can. Going on in. Comcha is going off underneath the turret. He does not care. Tom Kench can do nothing against this damage. Please Be Patient is just gone. Another double kill for DePaul going off in the top lane. The pressure does not stop, D-Gon.
Yeah, there were clamors and clamoring during the offseason about how Silas is ruined, they changed the power, the way that it works is no longer good, and then Skara popped off and I think got himself like a triple or a quadra or something, and now we're seeing the power's just been adjusted for Silas. Still can steal people's ult, you still have impactful plays there whenever you're able to land your chains, and right there, just not getting focused at all by Seton Hall. They're like, all right, let's just get kills. We know that we can't kill Comcha, but we'll be able to get a couple if we focus the other guys. And just here, again, Reaper is the target here. You're going to use the ultimate right there by Quinny. Like, that's not the target you want to ult. You want to ult the one guy that's killing you all. So 1-for-1 there, and then 2-for-1 because someone got assassinated. That's what happens when Comcha hops on you. Great play here by Burbler, and they stall out very well. The damage is being hit onto the set, so set all of a sudden becomes a prio target. Burbler is able to take down King Amazing just based off of auto attacks, but then you used everything on everybody else. There's nothing that Please Be Patient can do. There's nothing that Burbler can do, trying to get that last kill onto Toxic, and just it's a nice little cleanup again for the most fed player in the game.
Here's the thing. In order to kill the Silas, you have to CC him to death. You just have to CC him. You have to get the damage on him. You cannot let him sustain in these fights. If you do, that's what happens. The problem is, as you mentioned, they don't have a ton of CC, and what they do have, they're not using it on the right targets. And here's the thing. We know Quinny has the experience. We know Seton Hall can do this. It's just, I think in this moment, they're feeling a little bit flustered, not quite able to get it together. Hopefully they can take a second, take a breath, communicate with each other, identify what they need to do to win these fights. The question is DePaul going to give them time to find that reset, or are they just going to keep pushing?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think we have to take a step back and take a look at the guy that we were hyping up earlier in Myeonhae. Myeonhae had one of the highest KDAs coming into the tournament as well, or coming into this week as well. Had some very good things, was part of this Seton Hall changed roster that I think was propelling them forward. And on a champion like Cassidy, you don't have as much playmaking, artistic ability. You just get there and scale. Whereas on Silas, you get a little bit of both.
Yeah, you definitely. I like the artistic flair. He's just moving around, getting all over the place, stealing those clutch ultimates to make those sick plays. And there's definitely a lot more decision making, I think, is involved with playing with Silas, especially at this level.
Yeah. So a little rough start here for Myeonhae. And again, roster swaps abound by both these teams.
Yes.
More than what we expected for Seton Hall. I think it really shows the importance to I've earned this rank to this team. I think Quintney is serviceable. He was a starter on this team in the mid lane last year, along with Brady Hayes, Seton Hall, and was a staple point in there. He was flexible, was able to play on the bot lane for a little bit, played in the jungle. He played all over the place for this squad, but I think there's a difference between having him in the roster and having Ivern to this rank, and it's starting to show here a little bit for Seton Hall as Quintney will be able to get onto that front line, see who he grabs. He grabs Reaper, and again, maybe not the best target. J4 able to get the ultimate down, but on the back line, Toxic just taking down the tank, so it's all day for Kamcha in just a second. Myeonhae is able to pick up that one kill, though.
Myeonhae is going in, able to get the double kill in the backline. That's absolutely massive. The shutdown onto the Silas. He gets picked off 4, but still getting that gold into the coffers of Seton Hall is huge. But here we go. King Amazing finally making his presence felt. And a massive ult, the double kill going in from the set. Absolutely huge. The triple kill. Pile driving them in underneath the turret. They do not care. Berber Flurpler is actually going off, not doing too bad, trying to stay alive for his team, but you cannot deal with this right now. Underneath the turret, out on an island. It is no man's land. Pantheon, though, he's living up to his name. Oh no, just don't feed the kill. Don't do it though. No, team. Don't do it though.
Yeah, that's the shield. Buying a little bit of time, but lots of fun counterplay with Yumi, just healing you on up and Toxic able to pop off a little bit there. I'm surprised. I forget how quickly you can auto attack as Tom Kent when you build Wit's End. So you're constantly just whacking people in the face. You have the MR, but MR doesn't help too much against Set because Set's all about the physical damage. He likes to pop you in the face, and there's no magic in getting popped in the face with your fists.
Well, they could be magic fists.
It could be magic.
Could be magic fists. This play itself, I think, was pretty solid overall. Not maybe magical per se, but I'm looking at Myeonhae here. What looked like it could have been a bad start to this fight for Seton Hall, able to recover a little bit. I was really concerned here. I thought they were baited by Reaper, but able to go in, pick up that first kill, and this second kill, this is the important part, picking off the Silas, who is such a critical component of this team's damage.
Yeah, Kamcha didn't dish out as much damage on the front end as I thought he would have. When Quintney grabbed Reaper instead of Kamcha, I thought, it's over. Fight's over. You focused the wrong target. But Kamcha wasn't able to land his chains. And so I think that is one change that did happen to Silas. Like, you can't just smack the ground anymore, deal damage. You got to make sure you abduct and abscond. And right now, Burbler's in the circle of pain.
Well, he's not the only one. Disco caught out here. This Talia not having, I don't even think, have we seen a Weaver's Wall this game?
We have not, but what we definitely know now is Disco's dead.
Ouch. Feels bad, man. Looking at this Baron now, I don't think there's a whole lot of, Quinn.
That was a little early,
No, I don't think that was him. That was Kamcha. I'm pretty sure I don't know, somebody put him in. Put him on into the pit. Gladiatorial arena. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Not a good situation. 23 kills to 9. Baron empowering is about Baron empowered minions about to be coming out from DePaul.
Yeah.
That's how we'll grammatically put that.
I liked how once he popped in the pit, he knew he was dead. He's just like, he walked around a little bit. Was like, I'll punch Baron. Sure.
Helping. Thank you for leash. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Not a good situation for Seton Hall right now. It seems like DePaul coming in with a clear focus with this roster, feeling comfortable. The communication is there. 5-1-12. Pretty good debut here for Toxic up in the top lane, saying, look, I got big shoes to fill. It's a crater. I don't care. I am a mountain, and I will be felt in this top lane. Up, well, over 10K at this point. Another inhib about to go down. Baron-empowered minions, this is the recipe for defeat for Seton Hall. This is probably their last stand.
Yep. Gotta find a fight here. It does look like with Baron, DePaul will take the prudent choice. Quidney just trying to slow him down.
I love the oh, they want Soul.
Yeah.
All right.
They're going to go get Soul. We're not talking about Aurelian. We're going to go get the Ocean Soul.
That'll help. That'd be nice. I mean, I honestly think they probably could have just ended the game, but you know, they want to do it in style, completionist mentality. Let's give them no opportunity to take this back. Let's give us no opportunity to throw.
Yeah, that's the other one, right? You're not only fighting against the other team, you're fighting against yourself. Uh-oh. King amazing.
We're fine. There is vision of this. Seton Hall is aware of how they rotate into the jungle. Soul is here. Baron still up for a little bit longer, pushing in these minions. They're going to look to take down this bottom lane as well. Get all 3 inhibs while they're at it. Again, completionist mentality coming in here for Seton Hall, leaving nothing to chance in this game. They want to walk away with the win. Is DePaul. They want to get their first real win on the board.
Yeah, final stand here at the turret. Goes down immediately, as you'd expect. Not a lot of ways back. Reaper able to get the ultimate down onto Myeonhae, but Myeonhae getting the chains, and there it is. Hunky Hank able to cash on in, finally on a kill. Kamcha under the turret, still healing up, finally gets taken down. Set able to answer back, though, as Kassadin still up, so an opportunity for Myeonhae to pop off here. He does go on in, and the Rift Walk means he's walking right back to the base. Has to go golden for a little bit, but the fish has been fried. Tom Kench taken down.
Oh,
Skarner finished off as well. Thanks for filling in, Quentin. But Myeonhae back to the base. Does not matter. DePaul take the victory in the battle of these teams on the ascendancy.
Beautiful play there from DePaul. Started off with a gank in the top and then a gank in the mid, and they just did not look back. Really solid all in all from them. I said I had questions, and I don't think they can fully be answered after this game. With a couple of substitutions for Seton Hall,
right,
and some changes for DePaul, I want to see the 2 full rosters go toe-to-toe again. And keep in mind, this is a double round robin. We will see that again. We will have an opportunity, but I think DePaul is going to be even stronger for it, though, the next time they meet.
Yeah, and I think that's the question now. What is the full roster of Seton Hall? What is the full roster of DePaul? Are they going to move forward with this? You know, it's kind of like, hey, look, this game matters, right? But it's mostly for these teams that kind of know they're in the top half of the bracket. Like, let's just get to playoffs. Let's get to playoffs, and then we'll really see how everything pans out. Because in this league specifically, we know that playoff form can be different than regular season form.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with a team like DePaul.
Oh, yeah. No, we've seen this before where teams who've looked solid all season long stumble, or teams who we didn't give much credence to suddenly step up. You know, teams, again, that's the idea of clutch or kick. When your back is against the wall and the pressure is on, how do you respond? And we've seen some players absolutely rise to the occasion, and we've seen some crumble a little bit here. So I think while the regular season is going to be really important to getting those top 4 teams, it's really the battle for that top 4 because I feel like it's almost a bit of a reset at that point. Everybody goes in those playoffs kind of with a fresh start. And while it is only a single elimination bracket, you've got to put it all on the line.
Yep. Big pentakill there in the mid lane for Kamcha. So he definitely put it on the line. Finishes with a solid 14-2-6 scoreline, but the highest KDA on the team. It's actually in the top lane. Our debutante filling in for the 13th ranked player in North America. It's Toxic that finished with a 19 KDA, 6 kills, only 1 death. Saw that death on the top side. It was the first kill that Seton Hall picked up.
Yep.
But then since then, flattened out and ended up being a solid rock in the top lane.
Yeah, really solid play all in all. Was there to support the team when they needed to be. Had the CC in line, but also could make some plays in his own right. So great debut here on the broadcast. And that's our first game. Before we jump on a break, I need to remind you, ESL Collegiate on Twitter. If you want to keep up to date with all the good ESL Collegiate stuff, if you want to keep up to date with League of Legends and more awesome stuff we're doing later on in the year, be sure to go check that out on Twitter. We're going to hop on to our first break. When we come back, we have 5 more amazing matches, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Big East 2020 regular season here for Collegiate League of Legends. We just had our first game of the day where DePaul came out of the gates swinging. Seton Hall just couldn't get it together. I'm gonna put it that way. Just could not seem to get it together. The early game aggression, the ganks paid off, and wow, DePaul just looked stellar as always. I'm in Verum. That's Deacon. We're back again. It's excellent. It's 2020. I'm happy.
Yeah, me too. Glad to be back. I'm glad that we have some wacky drafts and teams are willing to try to change things up here. And I think that's what happened with Seton Hall. They got a little cute, tried to put the Talia in the bot lane, have Pantheon at support. And I think it would have made sense with the Tom Kent Talia.
Yeah.
Not as much as the Pantheon Talia. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. You get the stun with Pantheon, and then you knock him backwards with Talia, and maybe there's like burst damage there. Maybe that's like what they were thinking, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Either way, it didn't quite end up working. The top side of the map for DePaul looked amazing. The bottom side was able to help carry in the late game. Let's take a look at our updated standings now after that matchup. St. John's now more secured in the lead, having taken down Seton Hall themselves. And hey, this is DePaul, 2-1. Now starting to make their run up the scoreboards, but Butler, Villanova, St. John's still have a lot to say about that. And even Marquette coming in at 2-2. That'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them on the broadcast, as well as see if my boys from the DMV area, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area, if you're not hip to it, in Georgetown, the Hoyas can get themselves their first win.
Personally, not a big fan of the Department of Motor Vehicles, so I prefer that it's that one. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. Remind you all what games you will get to witness up next. Georgetown taking on Villanova. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Villanova have looked strong, albeit a little inconsistent. Georgetown, of course, the newest team to be joining us here in the Big East, off to a bit of a rocky start, still looking to get their feet under them here. But Villanova, I think, is going to be a really strong test for them here, and then going up against Seton Hall later in the day. This is definitely going to be a day of learning experiences and to sort of work on and develop those skills.
Yeah, Villanova is a team where like they don't always look unstoppable, but they've won the last two Big East collegiate seasons, and I think there's something to be said about them being able to turn on their killer instinct when it matters, and they have players that can do that. And so, as you said, big test here for Georgetown as we move further into the season.
Yeah, further into this season here in 2020. If you were around in 2019, you had a chance to hear me talk about something, which hopefully all of you in chat are familiar with. Of course, I'm talking about the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge and Any Key, of course, an amazing organization helping to support diversity and inclusion in gaming and esports, helping to take a stand against toxicity. That's really what the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge is all about. We have over 400,000 people who've taken a stand, who've signed the pledge. Our goal is to get 1 million signatures by the end of 2020. If you want more information on that, you can hit !GLHF in the chat. And last year, I was fortunate enough to sit down with a bunch of folks in the world of gaming and esports and talk to them a little bit about Any Key.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face-to-face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
So if you don't take it from me, take it from all of those fine folks. And as I said, !GLHF in the chat. We'll get you more info on that one.
Yeah, there's definitely been a really cool movement on Twitch to see those people that have the little badge, the little icon on there.
Yeah.
And there's more and more people starting to rock it, including myself. Yes,
Yes.
I have mine in there.
Good.
So,
It's a global Twitch badge. It's one of the few global Twitch badges that exist on Twitch. So thank you so much, Twitch, for working with us on that one. Let's talk about our next match, though. Let's get back into the action in the world of League of Legends. Georgetown taking on Villanova. Georgetown off to, again, a bit of a rocky start, 0-3. Villanova looking pretty solid so far this season, but I think one of the difference makers here is it seems like Georgetown is super committed to getting better, to grinding, to really putting in the practice, whereas Villanova have sort of admittedly not done that and are sort of riding off of their pure mechanical skill and just sort of the history they have as a roster. No, by Native's own admission, he's like, yeah, I hadn't played in a while, and I came back, and it's fine.
Well, it's one of those things where Villanova is an established team, an established property, established organization, and been the face of the Big East. Like, this is the Big East champion compared to a team that's just starting it up now. And no matter like how great you guys might be individually, without having the organization behind you, the scheduling, getting rid of all those distractions outside of the game and figuring out what your process to learning and getting better is, it's very difficult. So Georgetown hasn't had a lot of success so far, but that's okay. Baby steps, and here's an opportunity to really test yourself against some of the class of the Big East.
And what's really cool about this Georgetown roster is they have like 10 members on the roster. They're still figuring out what that final squad is. They've got a lot of abilities to experiment, try different combinations, different lines up. Actually, we even have a substitution today. Big Boy subbing in for Sonia in the bottom position. So we'll take a look at that. Hyunmong Kim Pateb's Vanilla Ice Cream Seeker as well. The coach actually subbing in the support position today. So as I said, they've got a lot of different players. Obviously, these are still students.
Yeah.
They still have to balance work life and all that kind of stuff. But taking a look at Minboy there in the bot lane, biochemistry. Look, if you can figure out biochemistry, I'm pretty sure you can figure out how to play ADC.
Yeah. Biochemistry. I will say, though, that I think it is interesting that this is one of the few teams, because they're a younger team organization, a little bit tougher. They have a 10-man roster so that people can fit in their own schedule, and it's I would say I think 6 or 7 of their players are freshmen or sophomores, and then they have 2 grad students and 1 senior. So you have a really young roster that you can build around, and so you're going to take your lumps here early on as a team, but that's how teams like, I think, Seton Hall have made the charge on up, where, okay, we have all these players in place. A team like DePaul now have all these players in place, and now your new freshman that's coming on in is King Amazing, who's a challenger player, so the highest rated player. So it takes like a bit of time to build that establishment and then grow from there.
Well, you're reaping the rewards, of the team that has put in the work before you. They have put the work in together, and now you walk in this organization, you're like, wait, there's so much structure around me, which is fantastic. And Villanova, again, are in part, they do have that. They've got, Whimsical Melody, Pixel Drum, Native, all these players who have been staples of this roster. Obviously, Native has done a lot of role swapping. I expect to do even more role swapping. But when you have Whimsical Melody and Pixel Drum on the top, you just don't have to worry about it. You just let it go. You're like, this is fine. Pixel Drum's going to show up when we need him. Whimsical Melody's really pretty much never going to lose. But it is Pixel Drum who has been so consistent, whether it be as Zach, whether it be as Kha'Zix. Terrifying, comes out of nowhere and you die.
Yeah, his Gragas play, pretty scary. Gragas play, pretty scary. Zach, known for it, pocket pick-esque, and I think that's one of the great things about Collegiate. We got to talk about a little bit with I've earned this rank, but we've had an example here from Pixel Drum. He's already played Zach once this season. He always is willing to go back to it, and the engage ranges, the way that it changes how your team has to play is when there's value in your one trick. If you one trick like something that's based like, I'm one tricking a Zed, you know how to basically play against an assassin in the mid lane. But when you one trick a specific jungler, it really messes up and tests your team coordination against that type of a player. So I think it's always cool to see that in the collegiate space. teams have their personalities based off of their unique champion pools.
And here's the thing, too. If you're a top-level jungler, you have a pretty good idea of what clear times look like. You generally know, all right, if I'm here, they're probably going to be here. If I'm rotating there, they're probably going to be around here. There's the jungle handshake that often happens. Oh, I'm going to steal your buff, you steal mine. A lot of these things happen.
Yeah.
When you're going up against a champion that you're not used to playing against, clear times are slightly different. Routes are slightly different. Zach potentially being one of those characters.
Yeah.
It does make it a little bit tougher because normally your jungler is the one not only shot calling for themselves, but for the other jungler to warn people. That goes out the window.
Yeah, and Zach has a slower clear.
Yeah.
But he also has that cell division early on. So when you play against someone that has a slow clear, it's like, hey, we'll pick something aggressive into it.
Yep.
Let's just punish him early. But if you get rid of his cell division, it's like, all right, well, we got his cell division, but now their whole team collapsed, and I actually died.
We witnessed that actually last weekend.
There's always that difficulty going into these weird one tricks, specifically Zach. But again, what makes Pixel Drum one of the class of the Big East is that he's shown proficiency in other tanks as well. He is a tank jungler. He's not necessarily your Kha'Zix. He's not necessarily your Lee Sin, but he's more than capable on those champs, and he excels on the tank champs that are in the meta right now.
Well, we'll see if that's what they end up picking up here. One of those tanky junglers, tanky top laners. A lot of tanks in the meta right now as a whole as we get into our draft for game number 2.
Look at those photos. I love it. Look at this. It's all over the place. All right.
Send us your photos, schools. Please. You'll all get these really neat portraits in the draft. How nice is that? Please send us those. You've received emails about it.
I know Villanova. You guys know better.
Yeah.
You guys know better.
There
Georgetown
we
gets
go.
right in there, though.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Kha'Zix, first ban. Kel Surprise. No real surprise there at all. Reverend as well being denied, as well as the Zaya for Minboy. Actually saw favorite champion in that little bio we showed.
That's
Zaya.
right.
So Villanova as well.
Doing their research,
homework.
Villanova.
OPGG, guys, good times. Just especially at this level, too. If you can deny a couple of those comfort picks, it makes a big difference. Even at diamond level play, it's like you get to a certain point, and I think we get spoiled because we watch so much pro play between LCS and LEC. We're like, oh, they can play anything.
Yeah.
But at this level, you have to balance school. You can't play League for 8 hours a day.
Who plays 8 hours a day if you're not a professional?
Yep. Wouldn't know about that. I really wouldn't.
I'm really busy most of the time.
Huh?
I'm really busy.
Yeah, you
most
are.
Of the time.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing stuff like this.
I'm doing research.
Yeah. Bard and Diana can be. Oh, Bard. First nerfs. First nerfs.
Bard, yeah. Bard is.
Everybody remembers their first nerfs.
Bard is sneaky strong. He's sneaky strong right now. You know, you've got multiple forms of CC. You have sustain in the lane. You're far enough away and fast enough that you don't necessarily get hard engaged on without a flash. So Bard is not a bad pick here.
Well, you know what is a good pick here? Also not a bad pick here.
Ornn.
100% win rate so far in the Big East.
Well, this is going to be a test of that win rate, I would say there, Paul.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, absolutely, because Georgetown are not the favorites in this game. Villanova are certainly the favorites. They're probably going to go once again with this Yasuo-Gragas combo. We've seen it multiple times. Native actually ran it last week in the bottom lane. We know him as a mid laner last season, but he said he's an ADC. He plays everything, including this, pulling a little G2 in the bottom down there. Going to be pulling that out. I would not be surprised to see it down there in the bottom as well. Arf could pull it out in the mid, but we'll see.
Oh, that's a Kindred. So, yeah, I guess Arf could play it in the mid lane. We've seen Gragas play around. Maybe it could be Gragas support. Gragas can honestly play everywhere right now.
Right now.
The AP numbers aren't quite high enough, I think, to be necessarily a straight-up burst mage without snowballing, which you can if you're able to unlock some of the other positions. But if you have a Kindred, you're probably playing through that Kindred. Kindred wants to get those stacks, wants to get the kills on those marked opponents so that the range gets higher, the damage gets higher, all those things where it makes another snowbally type champ here. So I hope Villanova starts building pieces around to help these snowballs. You don't want 5 snowballs and then all of them melt because it takes too long for one of them.
You want the biggest snowball ever, but not Nunu. You don't want that.
No.
Just the snowball.
All right, so we have blocked it out. It's not going to be a Gragas support because Thresh only does Thresh things in the bot lane.
So Pixel Drum on a different role, look at the quotes, role in the jungle.
Yeah.
Not having that sort of tank or I mean, I guess you kind of, it's a marksman jungler.
Yeah, it's a marksman jungler, so not really used to seeing that from him. I think this is a really cool look at maybe how a team is evolving, right?
Yeah.
This has been the bar of the Big East. When you are the top dog, when you are the lead, the leader of a whole team, how do you grow? How do you expand? Well, it's when you push your boundaries, and what better way to attempt those things against a perceived weaker team? It's like, hey, look, does this work against a competitive team? And then we can work our way up. Okay, does this work against a midfield team? Okay, does this work against a DePaul, against a Seton Hall?
I love this decision for Villanova because it feels like, look, this is a champ that I've been playing maybe a little bit in solo queue. I want to try out in a game. This is a game, again, they feel confident they can walk away with the W, so it's a perfect opportunity to do that. But it also takes some guts to pull this out in a competitive match. This isn't a scrim.
Right.
This is for points. This is for on the line. You're playing to make it into C-Law.
Yeah.
That's the goal here. So I give props to Villanova for pulling this one out. We'll see how it looks. But now looking at these last few bans, denying the bot lane pickups here for Georgetown. There's still quite a few options here on the board when it comes to this bot and support position. Thresh already being locked in for Villanova, so they don't have to worry about that. And a Vel'Koz. Okay. So this looks like it will be likely a bot native 192 Yasuo.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a bot Vel'Koz as well. We've seen that mage go down there in both positions at support and at bot lane. Georgetown is quietly put together, and quietly is our fault, but like a solid draft here. You get Echo, which has risen up in the priority in the jungle role just because of how much playmaking ability it is on that champion at the jungle position. You've got Ornn, which is one of the premier top laners, and then Zoe always is impactful. You land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble into a Padlin. That's always a combo that's relevant.
She's always impactful if you can hit your skill shots. And there's the Braum. I wonder if we're going to see Lucian Braum. That was sort of it's a classic. It's a tried and true down there in the bottom. This is a good draft from Georgetown.
Yeah.
This checks all its boxes. It's got decent poke. It's got decent initiation, decent gank potential. It can sustain. It's going to fall off a little bit later. Ornn's going to help with that a touch. Lucian's not going to scale super late.
Yeah.
But their mid game is going to be scary.
So the issue I have is that this bot lane, if it falls behind, it's not very useful.
Yes.
You have the stun with concussive blows, the passive from Braum, but the focus here for Georgetown needs to make sure that Min Boy has something to play into and play with, because otherwise Lucian doesn't have the same type of consistent damage, right? It's very bursty. It's very upfront. And if you fall behind, you don't have light slingers anymore. You got pea shooters, and that's not what you're looking for there from the Lucian.
No, you really want to get those first two items and then hit that spike and then really go to town. That's your goal with this Lucian.
Final pick was Aatrox. There's been a lot of talk lately in the pro circles about, does Aatrox counter Ornn? Aatrox matchup, is it worth it? Aatrox is supposed to win it early, but then fall off later because Ornn just is able to build armor and has a lot more impact in team fights. So there's a big debate about it. I think I side on the fact that, like, once you get past the laning phase, yes, Aatrox can pop off, but Ornn is much more impactful. Plus, it provides all of the different
the ornaments,
extra gold. Yes, the ornaments in the Living Forge.
Yes, and I think that Ornn is just going to be more consistent. You can have a good player on an Ornn and a great player on an Aatrox, but at the end of the day, the good Ornn pickup, just the state of Ornn right now, may end up contributing more overall in the game. But I am still a big proponent of Aatrox. I love his kit. I love the CC. I love the survivability. I have seen Ornn's go off. Sorry, both, but I've seen Aatrox's go off, take over games. So this is a time where we do our predictions. I want to vote for Georgetown. I like the draft from Georgetown, but I cannot vote against Villanova here. They've just looked too strong coming into this season so far. They've got a lot of comfort pickups here. I'm really excited to see Pixel Drum on a Kindred. I am going to go with Villanova.
I'm not as excited to see Pixel Drum on Kindred. Give me the boys from the DMV. I'm going with the Hoyas.
Do it!
I'm picking Georgetown every time that they play.
All right.
But one of those times we're going to be right. We're going to celebrate.
Absolutely. I will too. I mean, maybe I'll pick them with you. Look, this is a great opportunity for Georgetown to step up and say, look, we are here. We are improving week over week. The coach is in the game with them now. Hopefully he can help with some shot calling.
Yeah.
Not over the shoulder today, in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's like, hey, look, you want to test something out? Not on us. Not today. So I'm excited to see how this one pans out.
Absolutely. Yeah. Georgetown, again, got their work cut out for them in this game. game, but we'll see if they can get it done as we jump into game number 2 here for the regular season of the Big East Collegiate League of Legends 2020. 2020?
When did this happen?
I know, right? Yesterday it was like 2013.
It's almost March.
It's almost March. Wait, if it would be March if it wasn't a leap year.
It's a leap year.
Yeah, right today. You didn't know that? It's February 29th. I can't tell if you're joking. Okay, right. Orn! 100% pick ban, 7-0. Incredible statistics. Only 8 deaths across 7 games. That's a number for you. List a little bit too tanky. Just does a little bit too much damage. Has got way too much CC. I don't know if you saw that. I think it was... Who did the breakdown on LCS of like the Orn combo?
That was Azael.
Azael. That was
literally a world champion, Azael.
Literally a world
Isaac
champion.
Azael Cummings Bentley. Good friend. Azael's a good guy.
That's a great name as well.
That is him.
That is he.
That is he.
As we have not a totally wonky draft this time around, I'm much happier to see things go a little bit more standard.
Sorry, yeah, he broke down the 3 combos.
Okay, right.
Yeah, my bad. I interrupted you. He broke down the 3 combos and showed how to get the perfect timing on the Bellows Breath headbutt onto the pillar.
Yep.
Popping it off. And then the full Bellows Breath auto attack.
Flash ignite.
Pillar, flash, ult. It's disgusting.
It's a lot of buttons you've got to press in a very specific order, and good luck to me ever doing that. Long and short that I picked up from it is you can cancel your Q animation with your W if you smash it real hard. The harder you press the key, everybody knows, the more damage you do. That's just science.
Yep. And does even more if you have a mechanical keyboard. Because
of course you do.
The click-clack feedback.
I mean, I have Browns, so they don't do that. They're not loud. But
That's why you're not getting enough damage.
Is that why I'm not a pro?
Yep. You need that click-clack feedback.
MX Cherry just letting me down. Anyway, the Reds are obnoxious, though. Let's be real.
Reds are obnoxious.
They are. I like the look of this so far. Pretty even. I love the fact that when I look at the bottom of the screen, they're in the right order. Oh. But there's a pause. Starting things off, want to make sure everything is looking good for these players, making sure all the technology is correct. So,
someone critted his internet. Not so good.
Yeah. So let's hopefully resolve that real quick. Got our admins on the job. And yeah, better to have the pause now at the start of the game before things get too crazy. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Before, like, in the middle of the team fight, and all of a sudden, got to pause, Chief. It's like, wait, what? We have seen that. Sometimes it doesn't go so well.
Yeah, hopefully Villanova will be able to get that internet back up. Let's see, Villanova's in Philadelphia. Which internet company owns Philadelphia? Comcast! That's Comcast owns basically all of the Philadelphia area.
They own Philadelphia.
Basically.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
East Coast provider. That's what we have back home, Comcast.
Yeah.
So, not so much here in the West Coast.
I had 2 internet options growing up in Canada. We had Rogers and Bell.
Yeah, those are the 2 that I knew. Yeah. Rogers Center and Bell.
They do speed sports stuff.
They're the Vancouver-based team, right?
They sponsor mostly they do Toronto stuff. They have like CDL and OWL in Toronto and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I thought, what is the name of the stadium in Vancouver for the Vancouver Whitecaps? It's the Bell Center, I believe.
Probably. Traditional sports.
Traditional sports.
He
doesn't know them.
I don't. I don't at all. Look, there are too many esports to follow. Just esports. You can't add sports with regular people in them as well.
Yeah.
That gets too complicated. It's too many. How many players are on a football team? Like 20? That's a lot.
It's 50. It's 53. It's 53-man roster. 46, I think, dress on game day. Yeah. For college, or for high school, you can have as many as you want. But in the NFL, it's 53-man roster.
That's too many.
Also, these 2 basketball teams from their collegiate, in their collegiate space are really good. Actually, Villanova's really good. Georgetown has a former alumni now coaching in Patrick Ewing.
Ooh.
Patrick Ewing used to play for the New York Knicks.
Nice.
Captain, one of the greatest around the same era as Michael Jordan, except
wow.
he played at the same time as Michael Jordan, which made it a little tough for him to shine as much as he did. But he was always on the national team, now coaching the guys over there at Georgetown over at, what stadium do they play? Well, they play in D.C., so there you go.
There you go.
All right, we did it.
Yay, we made it through the break. We had a player disconnect, and that was the problem. Please crit down at the bottom. The support player for Villanova is back now, so don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure we also saw Please Crit play in the mid as well, and the Mags is in the mid, and now ARF is in the mid. Look, it's the first few weeks. They're going to figure out these rosters. They're all busy. They're all students. Education comes first. I can't hate it.
We have a lot of kind boys. We got please crit, please be patient, and right now, uh-oh.
Please don't kill me in the bottom lane if you're Hyungmung Kim. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
We got Min Kim and
There we
Min
go.
Boy.
Oh, yeah.
We got the Mins trying to maximize their potential.
Oh, I see what you did there.
All right, we're getting into mid-season form here.
We are. We needed one game to get warmed up. We're getting back into
That's it. One game, and now we're here. Who's ready for puns, ladies and gentlemen?
So many puns. I'm very excited about it. And yeah, I'm actually interested to see how this top lane goes, because traditionally I would never vote against Whimsical Melody. He's just an absolute beast. Time and time again we've seen it, but that's also an Ornn. And that's the only qualifier I need.
Okay. I mean, me too, because I voted for Georgetown. But I think, to be fair to Whimsical Melody, like, he's had to go up against Brown Man Darius. He's had to go up against Please Be Patient, and he's always come out on top. So, like, Whimsical Melody, yes, there's been help from Pixel Drum in some of these fights, but, like, this is just really cool to see a consistent player like this in the collegiate space.
Yeah, and I think consistency at this level is honestly one of the most important things. Yeah, flashy players are great, and flashy players will sometimes win you the game, but it is the consistent time and again play that really makes a difference. When you don't have lanes down in your river, sometimes things happen. But this isn't the standard jungle gank we're looking for here. This is a Kindred, and things are going to look a little bit different.
Yeah, you get the slow from the auto attack, able to get himself away. So nice little read there by Shifty Crescent. There was no ward up. It was just like, hey, look, I did my job. I shoved the minion wave into the turret. I got to get out of here because I might get ganked. And that Spidey sense paying off well for Shifty Crescent.
Yeah, and this is the difference of having this marksman jungler like we're talking about. If that was a Zac, if that was a J4, if that was a Kha'Zix, things look very different in that top lane gank. But Pixel Drum, it seems... Look, I know I have my pathing down. I know what I want to do, but maybe not necessarily on the champion to do it quite like that.
Right. You know, give him anything else that he normally uses.
Just farm.
Gragas.
Oh, Gragas, that was a kill.
Zac.
It's a kill.
I've seen him do J4. Hey, those are kills. If not a flash, that's definitely a kill.
Oh, yeah. You're at least going to burn the sum at that point. Oh, Sleepy Shovel Bubble connecting there in the mid.
No mana.
Oh, feels bad. Oh, it misses. Oh, misses the cannon.
No mana for the spanking. Misses the cannon. NA cannon.
-1. Oh, here we go again. Now he wants the flash.
Yeah. Now we
he
get
wants
that
the flash. Oh, call the Forge God, though, coming on in. Got the chains as well. Only
finds
one, and that was huge.
Drum! This is what we talk about. Just small, smart plays there. Shifty Crescent panics in the face of pressure, and Whimsical Melody just walks to the side, dodges out the call, says your call cannot be completed, but you can go back to the fountain and think about what you've done.
Operator, yes, things are just not connecting. And again, this is huge. We talked about Pixel Drum. You know, he's got the routes, he knows what he wants to do, not necessarily on the champion to get it done, and he says, that's fine. We put the groundwork in once, and now I'm going to execute it this time around. We baited him out, and we get the kill. That was absolutely massive. Death sentence, though, not connecting the Tri-Brush here on the side of Georgetown. Please crit landed that one. That was probably a dead echo.
Yeah, that was greedy by Seeker. I know you want to clear that ward and waste the ward that Thresh would have just put down, and it would open up the opportunity to return gank later. But your team was backing. Your team was clearly backing, and their team has kill potential. And now with that little bit of wasted time, you're getting caught out here.
Uh-oh.
And this might not be good here for Seeker. Oh my goodness, look at the damage. And that's a stack there for Pixel Drum.
They do have the Sleepy Shovel Bubble and the Paddle Storm. My goodness, flash for flash. Oh, they want to go in Lantern to get him on out. Please crit there, but my goodness, that does so much damage early. Pixel Drum is made out of like just a sheet of paper. That is all the HP you have.
Yeah, Pixel Drum almost got blown out there. That was pretty scary. However, does get 2 stacks there. One on the kill on Seeker, the other one onto the Scuttle Crab, and Kindred's on the way to becoming quite the nuisance.
Already 150 gold bounty on the head, not even 10 minutes into this game. So we'll see if Villanova can carry over this early game momentum. Arf as well on the Vel'Koz is going to scale and become pretty darn annoying to deal with later on. But it is really going to be the native and crew, Whimsical Melody, to carry this mid game here for this squad and allow that mid and jungler to scale heavily into that late game.
So Min Boy and Min Kim. Oh, separating. Please crit, please crit. I think Panic thought he was in the ward.
Wow.
Or on a ward, and Min Boy says, thank you very much. Not exactly sure what you're doing.
I mean, it literally doesn't get any either than that. You just like press like 3 buttons. You use the culling, you use your Q, and it's dead.
Yep.
I think he did. He did burn his flash for it. That's fine.
Sorry, they did place the ward. I don't know what I was thinking. They placed the ward, so he had to move.
Yes.
That's what happened. All right,
Yes.
all right. I got it.
No, I mean, it wasn't the wrong decision. I think it might have been the native leaving him there.
Yeah.
May have been the incorrect call in that point. No, just give me. Yeah, what's the point of the support? I mean, there's a chance I could potentially turn that around.
I don't think so because Minboy went back and bought items. So you had items against the Yasuo that had nothing.
Ah, this is true.
So I was like,
this is true. No, you're correct.
You die or we both die. Those are the only two outcomes.
And the support would much rather have that outcome happen than have your carry go down. At this point, the native just wants to farm, is doing a solid job in doing so, trading exactly even here with the Lucian in the bottom. But that was the little kill. That was the kill that Georgetown needed. Goes over to their carry, the key member, but in the mid now, Patebs is the one in trouble. Pixel Drum will pick that one up as well. Another kill for the jungler of Villanova, going off in this game so far, up in the top. Shifty Crescent having a little bit of trouble, but the Ornn holds his own.
Yep. I will say for the successful junglers so far, Reaper got the win in game 1, and now Pixel Drum doing well here. These paths have been relatively straightforward. Like everything, it doesn't feel like they're necessarily manufacturing these kills out of nothing. It's these laners do their job, they shove in the wave, they dive. Or these laners do their job, they pull the wave, and then it's an easy gank. So I want to see Georgetown make it a little bit harder here on Villanova and on Pixel Drum before it gets too late. Because every time you get a stack of the Mark of Kindred, the range for your abilities gets further, higher up, and plus there's passives on each specific ability. But here we go. From downtown, the call is completed.
Burns the flash out there, and it still connects. Echo just not quite there in time. The ward spotted that out, allowed Whimsical Melody to get on out of there. And this is the Echo that I was just about to mention, who I feel like we need to see more of in this game. Looking for it, trying to find the gank, but the smart ward placement of Villanova shuts that down. Don't get me wrong, that was a beautiful call that Forge got, though. You still burn the Summoner, and you're not even on the same screen!
Yeah, but now it might be another death here for Zoe. Tries to get the Power Star, decent damage, but it's another stack heading over to Pixel Drum.
Oh my.
Would love to know how many stacks he has right now because it's getting scarier and scarier as he continually calls out his target and then just gets stronger and scales.
4-0 to start this game, 11 minutes in. I mean, at the very least, if you're a fan of Georgetown here, they haven't really lost, too much in terms of the turret plating. That's something that's going to help, and they are going to have these masterwork items start to make an impact as that Living Forge does take effect. So we'll keep an eye on that as the game goes on. Despite the fact there is about a 3K gold lead, it will be mitigated somewhat by that Ornn.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, it's only about 2,000 gold lead now, if you take that into account.
I think for Georgetown, though, they just need to stabilize. It's only been 10 minutes here. And so Seeker needs to start being at the right place at the right time. But Minboy now in a bit of trouble. The final breath will lead to Minboy's final breath. Min Kim trying to pick up the kill, but has to back off because Pixel Drum, again, they're first. And the siege on the bottom lane turret. We're talking about the plates. The plates are about to be broken here.
Oh,
now Seeker now trying to hop on to Pixel Drum, forced to flash away, uses the ultimate, will not get the shield of parallel convergence, and it's all going wrong for the Hoyas. And Min Kim gets taken down. Nice dark passage, and Pixel Drum lives with a pixel of health. Will heal up, and they get everything to the Wildcats.
Beautiful play from Villanova, getting underneath the turret, juggling the aggro beautifully. All started off of a Flay ult combo coming in with that Thresh, with that Yasuo. That's going to be the first turret going down here. I have no doubt about it. Oh, man, that was just a beautiful series of plays, and they're not done, D-Gon!
Yeah, but Minboy back for round 2. Nice little flay there by Please Crit, and Pixel Drum picks up another one. And it's donation time in DC because Minboy gives away another one.
Pixel Drum was about to back. He was like, oh, we got enough here. No, here's the cherry on top. We do not stop. The hype train has left the station for Villanova. Native 192 styling on him a little bit here with one of his absolute comfort picks. But really, Please Crit, the support, the Thresh, has to be the call-out member, the one that we highlight over that series of plays. That was beautiful from start to finish.
Yeah, and you see this a lot from young teams. It's the I think I can mentality where there's no way that you feel like Villanova should be able to stay that long on the bottom side of the map, but you already committed 3 there. All 3 died, so you're like, nah, I can make this play. They've stayed for such a long time. I love that interaction. And you end up like feeding over kills that you wouldn't normally. So it makes it feel a little tough. But now here comes dive time. It's been calculated.
It has indeed. Call the Forge God connects again. Whimsical Melody, of course, has popped the World Ender, baiting it down. He's trying to keep him in range. This is calculated right now as Patebs is trying to come on in and finds it with a splash damage. It's a paddle star. Oh my! Underestimating the damage. Goes back into the knockup. This is now 3 members up here. Picks it up against the World. Forces at the flash. Trying to get the first kill. There's the one. Going for 2.
No.
The double kill. Can he get this one done? Up against Secret. Forced to pop the ult to get back. Pixel Drum will not stop.
Yeah, but here comes the Thresh, and he still does have ult,
Oh, no!
And he's going legendary. 14 minutes in the game. The plates go down, but so does all of Georgetown.
What did I say before this game, Degon? I said I was excited to see Pixel Drum play Kindred. I wanted to see something different. I wanted to see him on a carry, and carry he does.
You know, it's fantastic to watch. The evolution of one of the league's best players now going from, you know, being a two-trick to now showing off that he's growing, he's evolving. Be afraid. Be afraid, all of Big East. Be afraid, DePaul. Be afraid, because it's no longer just the natives team anymore. Pixel Drum leading the way here this time and playing the lead role to perfection.
In the background, I hear the Pixel Drums of War. It is just terrifying to go up against this, and you're not safe under your T1. You're not safe under your T2. You're just gone. And that should not happen. Teams should not be walking this far forward. Teams should not be this aggressive at this stage in the game without the first turret done. But Villanova doesn't care. They know where their power spikes are. They know how strong they are compared to their opponent. They're getting it done. Finally, catching somebody out in the bottom here. It's going to be another kill going over the way of the Lucian. This is what you need if you're Georgetown, but it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, it's still very early. I'll give him that. It's still very early as another kill just happened.
Another kill does happen. Rift Herald is being summoned in the mid. That's going to be terrifying. Just want to use that up. Create some space, actually. Establish Prio so that Pixel can solo the second Drake of the game. And is that not a single plate going the way of Georgetown? That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the back foot, and once your jungler falls behind like that, and you have a snowball jungler like Kindred, it makes it tough. And here we go, more in the mid lane. Will they be able to defend this turret? Probably not. Oh, very low, and there's Please Crit now getting taken down. It is a 1v4 here. Will they be able to get the Aatrox? Aatrox on the run. Whimsical Melody might be singing his last song. No, he's able to get away. Nope, Seeker's going to continue going.
Not
the native thinking about going over the wall here, gets the knockup, but it's only on the Braum. So they will back off here. Whimsical Melody holding his own in a 1v4. That's nuts.
Nice situation there. Please Crit was able to get his team out of there. And able to have them walk away alive. Patebs, though, not realizing, I don't know what that positioning was quite there. I think not appreciating just how close Villanova was in the jungle, establishing this vision. Pixel Drum on the flank, so terrifying. I mean, the Lucian, though, 3-2.
Yeah.
Decent CS. So the Lucian does have the potential to hit this mid-game spike if he can get the items going, but you need to not be picked up and put down through it all. The Vel'Koz ult as well. So much damage in such a finite space. The double kill for the Kindred. Keep feeding the wolf.
Yeah, Kindred, I think, has as many kills as minutes right now. It's pretty nuts to see how much he's taken over this game, how quickly it happened. And Georgetown doesn't have an answer, but I don't think too many teams would have an answer at this blistering pace that the Wildcats are playing at.
I think that's so important to note. We talk about tempo in a game like this. We are at first tempo right now for Villanova. They have not stopped this entire game. Constant invades, constant pressure, rotating top, rotating bottom, through the jungle, and setting up this vision every time they do, converting into objectives, utilizing the Rift Herald as best they can as well. This is really solid macro play based on good fundamental mechanics.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to one of the things we were talking about when we set up this match in the first place. This is the class of the Big East. This is a team that has been here since the very beginning against a team that's just now starting their journey. And because you've had so many players play together for so long on Villanova, they've gone through the ups, they've gone through the downs, they've gone to the CLOL championships, right? They made it to the play-in stage. I think that really gives you so much more poise and so much more, so many more opportunities to learn from. Whereas Georgetown's like, yep, we're learning right now.
But look, here's the thing. Villanova is one of these teams that's going to test all of your weaknesses. They are going to poke and probe, and they're going to find out where you're soft. And if you're Georgetown, that's exactly the kind of team that you want to play against right now. You want to play against the best. You want to learn from the best. And right now, I mean, you can wear a vest while you're at it, but playing against the best, and Villanova is vying for that spot in the Big East right now. This is a great opportunity, and hey, if they can find Pixel Drum right here, that's 700 gold potentially going on into the pocket, but Lamb's Respite, the Dark Passage as well, that's really hard to take down.
Yeah, Pixel Drum stays
Nice
alive.
dodge.
Nice little sidestep there. Sleepy Trouble Bubble in the mid lane, but Pixel Drum now in trouble. There it is. And Seeker, the coach, able to pick up his kill. Hyungmin Kim trying to work his way away, but just one down doesn't really answer all of the issues, all of the questions being asked of Georgetown quite yet.
I mean, hey, you're 0-5 as the jungler, getting over that 700 boost of gold, definitely pretty helpful to help stabilize and bring it back. But at the same time, you almost kind of wish it had gone over into the coffers of that Lucian, who you need to have step up at this point in the game, as we do have one hit and Hib already down, and a second one being threatened here in the top lane.
Yep, there we go. Sleepy Trouble Bubble gets
Wall.
blocked off there by the native, and there it is, Villanova. They're able to take what they want. Georgetown, I think, doing the right thing. Find picks, bite hard on one of them and see if you can get a kill, and then work your way one kill at a time. Please crit might be the next one, but here comes Whimsical Melody swinging the big sword, and there it is, the vaporizing laser over the wall. Hyungmin Kim not able to disintegrate anybody with the Death Ray. And so a bit of a counter engage here for 4v5 by Villanova. They're able to walk away and now have priority on Baron.
They do indeed, and they're able to do enough damage, force back at Georgetown to put themselves in a great position to pick that one up. Yeah, they blew a lot of cooldowns to make it happen, but they did the work. And now, with Baron buff going into the pocket of Villanova, this game is all but secured. They only have a couple of turrets left to push, so they're going to back, they're going to reset, and they're going to continue to keep up this pressure. Georgetown have shown some signs of life. They've almost gotten a couple pickoffs, or have gotten some pickoffs in this game. It's not a blowout, per se, by any means here. They've gotten 5 kills. They just haven't been able to string them together.
Yeah, it's interesting to try and recap this one, because it wasn't like, hey, look, they were never in it. It's just the game blew up very quickly, right? In each lane where they were competitive, where there was a mistake made, all the kills went to Pixel Drum. Pixel Drum had the first five kills on marked champions. So this Kindred just accelerated out of control, and it makes it nearly impossible to play against, right? Shifty Crescent did a great job early on dealing with the pressure, but then on the second gank attempt, Pixel Drum was able to pick up a kill. On the opposite side, you got to ask where Seeker was in those fights, and now Seeker might be the next one to die here.
Oh no, chains go in, forced to pop the ult early, but there's still so much CC available. Pixel Drum coming in on the flank. Not having the vision in their own jungle was really the downfall right here. They haven't been able to push it out enough to reestablish that control, and now it's a 3-1-1 situation, and Villanova is pushing in on all fronts. There's just not enough resources for Georgetown to deal with this. Villanova is just too fed. They need a miracle at this point if you are a fan of Georgetown, and that's almost finding the kill onto the Yasuo, almost getting it done, but the ult to try and seal the deal. Vel'Koz is going to get in there and get it done, but Native is going to drop the shutdown going to the Lucian. This is going to be huge, but here comes Pixel Drum forcing the flash, trying to get the kill underneath the turret. It's going to be the first one, but the knock at the counter is there, and actually taking down Pixel Drum. That was massive, so holding strong underneath the turrets are Georgetown. Can they live just a little bit longer? Need to survive. Whimsical Melody can't find the kill, and that's huge. Blades Crit's going to go down as well. Georgetown with the defense.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little silly here. Shifty Crescent trying to clean things up.
There you go.
There's a knockup, but no turret assistance because he didn't take any damage. Arf trying to kill things off here. Will be able to finish off the mid inhib, but with all these super minions here, Seeker and Shifty Crescent will get a decent amount of gold back in their coffers, but a sloppy closeout does get denied by Georgetown.
And I got to give props to Georgetown for holding their composure, never say die. Again, this is Villanova's game to lose. They can walk back in. One decent team fight will turn this around. It all started with Native just getting a little too high feet, to say the least.
Yeah, Native wanted to make his own play there. And, you know, Sure, Ulta one-man Braum with shield up. Makes sense. Nice little culling there. And you can see the health from Triumph come right on back at the very last second for Minboy. It causes the flash there for Pixel Drum, who dies with his ult up. I think that kind of changes the complexion of this fight. And then great stuff here by Seeker, using his flash to stay alive, dodge out a couple of the skills, and the turret shots continue powering up. Every time it hits a champion, it hits harder and harder. And so big assist there to the sixth man right Nexus turret.
Yeah, doing a lot of work, but this is probably going to be the final stand here from Georgetown. Villanova pushing in, Sleepy Shovel Bubbles, Paddle Stars not connecting, and that's the hook onto a key target, trying to take down Patebs, forcing the flash early. The damage from the Vel'Koz, burning them down one after another. Shifty Crescent trying to be the tank for his squad, but the damage just isn't there at this point. The first kill already goes through, making a second one, and this is Villanova diving with impunity. All 5 members alive, the minions are pushing in, and this is going to be all she wrote. That's going to be GG. Georgetown trying to hold on in the end, but the damage done early was just too much to overcome. With that, Villanova picking up a couple of swag kills in the fountain, but it's not going to be, oh man, they're just being sassy at this point. It's not going to be enough to stop. Villanova walks away with the win.
Yeah, Villanova improving to catch the table leaders here at 3-1, and this is where we expect this team to be, right? This is one of the more veteran teams in the league. This has so many returning members on it. There's so much there, I think, to build upon for Villanova. This is where we expect them to be. For Georgetown, it was a tough test going into it in the first place. I think a solid draft, but the Aatrox matchup got so much more assistance. 2 ganks before Echo even made it to the top side of the map, and I think that really shifted the game in the favor for Villanova.
I love the fact that Pixel Drum, as much as I sort of was surprised at the beginning, he played the Kindred like he played any other jungle. He just came in, he got kills, knew he had the damage, knew he had the rotations. The pathing was gorgeous, dodged around any vision that was being established for Georgetown.
Yeah.
And he snowballed that to 13 plus kills. 13 the last time I checked. When you said as many kills as minutes, that was pretty much a correct statement, which is terrifying in any situation, but it's more terrifying on a jungle marksman who is designed to scale, who stacks as well. All the mechanics, all of the kit, just beneficial, so conducive to getting those early kills. And Pixel Drum, it's just another champ you have to think about banning.
Yeah, again, one of the best in the jungle role here for the Big East, and I think it was really cool, again, for Villanova to take the opportunity to grow and test themselves. Like, hey, look, this is a little bit of a harder composition to execute, but let's see how it goes. We'll keep ourselves buoyed with one of our carries on a champion they're comfortable with. In this case, it was Yasuo down for the native on the bottom side of the map, and they were able to take care of business and move themselves up the ladder against an opponent they were expected to beat.
And they still did this with the sub, which I think is critical. I mean, please crit down, though, in the bottom is Thresh, I think was actually, again, another point I want to touch on here because, we talk about Native a lot. We talk about Whimsical and Pixel, but that Thresh play was solid. The Dark Passage was exactly where it needed to be. The Flay ult combos are picking up. A lot of nice death sentences as well, locking them down over to the wall, like at the Kindred the kill on the river, like little things like that just make you feel good as a support player watching the playmaking ability of that champion. So I got to give a lot of props there as well. Overall, about the result we expected, the performance we expected from Villanova, I think taken up a degree from Pixel Drum.
Yeah. I wanted to see more out of Whimsical Melody, but he, Pixel Drum. This was Pixel Drum.
This was his game.
Right? So, that's how we're going to remember this.
That's fine. You mentioned before, you're talking about basketball, when you're playing in the same era as Michael Jordan, sometimes you just got to talk about Michael Jordan.
Yes, the Michael Jordan of the Big East on Villanova, Pixel Drum. Whimsical Melody is Patrick Ewing, yes.
Then I wonder who Native 192 is, because we have him on the line right now.
Oh,
we'll have to figure out the basketball
I don't want to talk
equivalent.
to this guy anymore. We talk to this guy all the time. How's it going, dude?
It's because he keeps winning.
I'm doing well.
It's because he keeps winning, D-Gon. That's why we keep talking to him.
Why don't you ever send us one of your other guys? I'm sure they all could talk too.
I honestly, I always say if anyone wants to do it, they can. But, some people just don't.
Look,
if you're listening, guys, you can't.
I'm just giving you a hard time, man.
Yes.
You know, we always enjoy having you on here. We love your spicy takes. We love you saying, I was only playing mid lane because we needed it. I'm actually a bot laner, and then you play a mid lane in the bot lane. I
was a mid lane main, but mid lane is just a terrible role. Not in competitive, but like in solo queue.
queue.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Like I was playing it when the scuttle meta was a thing, and you were just your jungler's mid laner basically, like you're a support.
Yeah.
So it was terrible, and I was like, I gotta leave this lane forever. Like,
All right. Well, you brought your champion pool with you, and that's fine. And that's fine. Talk to us about this combo. We saw it executed a couple times at the bottom with Thresh and Yasuo, because we've seen it, people playing around your Yasuo a decent amount. Walk us through how that bottom lane plays, especially into something as kind of quintessential as a Lucian Braum.
yeah, so like Lucian Braum's like a really good lane, especially versus Yasuo. But actually Thresh was like DC'd half the game, so he was having some trouble. So we couldn't kill them as many times as we wanted to. But I feel like it's definitely a good matchup. I know in our last game when we lost with it, I hope people stop banning it, so we'll have the opportunity to play it more.
Yeah,
strategic loss. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Oh, that's it. See, this is spoken like the true native 192 that interviews that I'm expecting. Like, yeah, you know what? Regular season doesn't matter. We just turn it on in the playoffs, and hopefully they'll look back at our week 2 loss and like give us what we want in playoff time.
All right, Native, I got to ask you about the Big East right now, because things have sort of been all over the place. We've got teams up at the top who we didn't necessarily expect to be there. We've got Seton Hall doing well, and then not DePaul doing well, and then not. A lot of roster swaps going on right now. What is your take on the state of the Big East right now?
Yeah, good question. So definitely, you gotta remember, like right now is a lot of people's spring break, so like a lot of people weren't actually there for rosters, like to be able to play. Like Seton Hall versus DePaul, that game was like a stomp for DePaul, but that wasn't because they were just much better than Seton Hall. It was because they were missing like their 2 best players. So like, obviously things will change when they play the second time and they have their full lineup. And I also think that like we had a really rough Sunday in which we played DePaul and Seton Hall at the same time. So our minds were kind of out of it and we weren't really prepared. So I think that when we play people second time, we'll see a lot of big differences. And I don't even know, has St. John's played Seton Hall with their main lineup? I don't know. I know Seton Hall lost, but I didn't know to who until recently. I think it was St. John's, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Other than the DePaul. And I think they used their back lineup. So that would make sense in terms of like, obviously if you're playing a gold player over a Masters player, there's going to be a big difference, right? Like, no flame.
Yeah, no.
Those are fighting words,
all
man.
Right,
I'll
right.
take you on the
line.
Good luck, have fun. I swear.
There you go. You signed the pledge. I love it. No, this is great. I love to hear your input, because obviously you guys all talk together. You guys know what's going on. You've got sort of a finger on the pulse of the scene, and it's obviously congrats on the win today. This is sort of the Villanova that we expected to see from you guys. So I'm just excited. I think there's a lot of great talent in the Big East right now. I think you guys are going to have your work cut out for you this season, and I'm excited to see some teams give you a little bit of a run for your money. And I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Well, I don't think we'll lose another game.
All right, there it is. That's
now that DePaul lost Brown Darius, I mean, like, oh god, that's hilarious.
All right,
no flame.
No flame. Only love here. No, thank you so much, Native, for sitting down and chatting with us. I'm excited. I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, we're playing Butler, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Renegade Mac might have something to say about that.
Right.
GG's, brother.
All right, GG. All right, we'll see you. Okay.
Oh man, I love talking with the Native.
There we go.
I think yes. As much as I'd love to talk to Pixel Drum about this, I would rather hear about Pixel Drum's day through the Native than probably through Pixel Drum himself.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I've ever spoken to Pixel Drum. We don't know. Guys. No, that's great. I love the fact that Native still has the confidence there. No, I was sort of a little worried last week. I talked to them. They had gone 1-on-1 on the day or 1-on-1 on that weekend. There's we haven't practiced a whole lot. No, I don't know. And now it's like, no, we're good. We're never going to lose. So I was like, okay, that's more what I was coming to expect. So already the day is starting off strong, and we still have 4 more matches to come your way. Before we jump on to break, I need to remind you, boom, there we go. Hit us up on Twitter at ESL Collegiate. Will you weigh in? Let us know what you think about the Spice. Who do you think the best team in the Big East is? I'll read them. I'll respond. I'm curious because I don't know.
Yeah, good question.
I don't know. Who do you think, Deacon?
I don't know.
All right, we're going to find out, I guess. We'll learn together. We're going to jump on to a break. When we come back, we'll have our 3rd match of the day. Don't want to miss it.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the Big East Collegiate League of Legends 2020 regular season. Today's been off to a great start, I have to say. We have seen 2 stellar matches, and I only expect that trend to continue. I'm Inverum, joined by Degon here on the desk, bringing you all the amazing Collegiate League of Legends action.
Yeah, we've had 2 explosive games, but it's been mostly one-sided games so far. A lot of roster swapping, changes abound, and so we'll get to see how things roll out here with our next match.
We will indeed. We'll get to see I want to call it a rematch, but it's not quite a rematch of Day 1, DePaul taking on Providence. That'll be super interesting for sure. Before we jump into that, though, I need to remind everybody where we're at in the standings, because not only do we have matches taking place on stream, we have a couple taking place off stream, which will be affecting these standings as well, hence why Georgetown is now 2-0-5. St. John's, Villanova, and Butler all now vying for that first place spot, tied at 3-1. DePaul will be hot on their heels, though, potentially here if they can claim a victory over Providence.
Yeah, Providence still looking for their first win and changing their identity a little bit as they have had their roster kind of change up just a bit.
Yeah, we have seen that roster shift. We've seen a lot of these rosters shift so far. But as I mentioned, that will be our next game. But then Georgetown taking on Seton Hall. They have a little time to reset, rest a little bit here after their matchup up against Villanova, and then see if they can take it to Seton Hall, who we saw earlier did not look as strong, had to make some roster swaps. So this might be the opportunity that Georgetown needs to get their first win on the board.
Yeah, we'll get to take a look at that one. But of course, we've got the matchup that we have first between Providence and DePaul.
Yes, indeed. Providence was unfortunately unable to field the roster week number 1 when these 2 teams faced, but they're here now and they are ready to rumble. DePaul, we just saw them earlier. They looked strong. They looked convincing. Literally today, parting ways with their pretty renowned top laner, Brown Man Darius, just not quite finding the synergy there that they needed, saying, look, we understand you're one of the best players in the league in North America, but just not worth it in this situation. And instead opting to bring in a new player. We're going to call him Toxic on the stream. We hope he's not that. But he had a super solid game number 1. His set looks scary. Truly the boss in the top lane.
Yeah, and Reaper was just facilitating all the way around, able to get the first blood on the top side of the map. And then when mid lane got a kill, and once you get your solo laners rolling, it doesn't matter. It makes it much easier anyways as we take a look at this roster. Toxic Q coming on the top side of the map. Reaper, Kamcha, King Amazin, and Hunky Hank, the 4 remaining members. And this is actually the same roster we saw during the preseason invitational. So there's already some built-in synergy here, but Toxic Q now getting thrown into the starting role for this 2020 collegiate season.
Yeah, and we talked about King Amazin before going into that last match. I want to talk about him again. I want to profile him one more time because I actually feel like he was a little bit quiet. He CS'd like a champ in the bottom lane, looked super solid, but when the team fights actually came around, he was prioritized quite a bit, and his positioning on the Kai'Sa was okay. But really, it was about the mid laner. It was about the top laner that helped the team go to kind of get the victories they found in those. And I mean, hey, a pentakill for your mid laner is always kind of nice. But I want to see him step up in this game. We know he has a strong laning phase. You give him a Yuumi at his back, it's really tough to take down. So, yeah, I want to see that translate into some mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, I think also it's hard to shine as an ADK when your mid laner has 13 kills. You know, your job is to deal damage, stay alive, CS as much as you can. But if there's a lane that's already snowballing, well then, you know, you're a passenger along for the ride. Make sure you don't mess up.
I mean, I know the team that doesn't want to be a passenger in this game. They want to be in the driver's seat. It's Providence. We have to take a look at this Providence roster and see what they can do. We've got a couple returning members here on the squad, but really it's going to come down to, I think, sort of the top half of this map right here. I need to look towards Tubby Lord, Beatty Buttkiss. These are the ones that I need to see step up.
Yeah, Beatty and Tubby.
Beatty and Tubby.
Beatty and Tubby go hand in hand, obviously. Trevor and Calhorn on the bottom side of the map. Look at Tubby. Tubby is a bot lane main who's playing top lane. And I think that's kind of indicative of what this Providence squad is. They sneakily made the playoffs in the fall of 2018 through their mid laner Honor Lord. And Honor Lord graduated this season. I guess last season. So now they have needed to find a new identity and figure out what that is, and have to do it very quickly, right? Compared again to a lot of these teams that are established, DePaul being one of them. We've already hit on it. DePaul, Villanova, and Seton Hall have all been in the space for quite some time. And we've seen teams double down on, okay, this is who we are, this is how we're going to grow, like St. John's, and have the opportunity to grow. Providence is in the same bucket as Georgetown in deciding what that is and then being thrown right into the Lions' Den right away.
Yeah, these are the two squads you talked about at Georgetown and Providence who are yet to find a win here this season. They're looking to get that first W on the board. They want to step up, change their fortunes, and start to climb the mountain that is the Big East, because we have a lot of strong schools here. And yeah, there's some shenanigans. We see the roster swaps and everything like that. But at the end of the day, when you get these starting rosters, when we put them up against each other in big best-of-5 situations, we've witnessed it. We get some great League of Legends. There are some serious competitors in this league.
Yeah, there definitely are. And again, two teams made it to the play-ins last season. I guess Villanova actually had a difficult time. DePaul made it almost into the group stages where you had the top 8 teams play on through. They were in the playoff, I think, they're in the playoff for that spot, and they weren't quite able to get over the hump. And so it kind of shows the class of the Big East to try and work their way on through. It's always something to be the best in your conference, but then it's something else to be amongst the best across the whole North American region. And with that type of experience, those big schools bring that to the rest of these smaller schools. And it's like, hey, look, yes, we're kind of stomping you, but that's because we got stomped on the big stage. And so if you're able to extrapolate these learning lessons and grow from it, you too can find yourself amongst the greats later on.
Just trickle down economics, guys. Yes, that's exactly how it works. Yes. Let's get into this draft, though, for our third game of the day. We'll see if DePaul can maintain the momentum from earlier on, and we'll see if Providence can shake the streak that they have been on so far here in the 2020 regular season. And I'm glad you're talking about CLAW, because we have seen players from the collegiate space be elevated into academy, be elevated into LCS. We've seen it happen. It really is the breeding ground for, I mean, you want it to be the breeding ground for some future NA pros.
Yeah.
EU just chills a little bit, but that's the hope. And that's what some of these players are truly playing for. They have some aspirations to go pro. And yeah, well, obviously their education is super important, and that always would come first. At the same time, everybody, if you're playing at this level, if you're a, challenger level player, you have some aspirations to maybe turn this into a career.
Yeah, that's the idea. And I think even if it's not, you want to represent your school and represent your conference, your friends, all those things. And I think there's a lot of loyalty and pageantry within that. We had the opportunity to talk to Georgetown earlier, and the coach there was basically saying, hey, look, I've always wanted to be a part of the Collegiate League of Legends scene. And that in itself was enough of a driving force to even enter. And so when you're going through a tough patch, you got to remember, hey, look, we're doing this because we love to do this. We love to play. We love to represent our organization. And Providence has an opportunity to grow here. But again, have another opportunity to represent their college in this opportunity against DePaul.
Yeah, this is going to be the shot here for Providence as we're seeing the first bans coming out. Nobody likes supports is the lesson that I'm getting from this. We see Tom Kench and Leona ban. We're seeing the Thresh Tarek. Yeah, no real surprise here. Trying to see. Oh, that's that Orn. Yeah, God, he's got the darkest pore. I can't see that for just his little eyes. That's all I can see.
Yep.
There it is.
The portrait is
so dark. Oh, my goodness.
Aurelia getting first picked here by DePaul. This is very uncommon.
Because the set was the first pickup previously.
Yes. Interesting lock-in here. So there's the set. So you get Yumi's set here, and Yumi and the healing. We've seen how much healing Yumi does within a game if it gets beyond like the early game here. And so taking that one away from Hunky Hank and saying, look, Hunky Hank, play something different. Like, we took away your Thresh. We're taking Yumi, so now you just play something different.
He's fine. Hunky Hank, no, another one of these truly top-tier support players, locking in the Nautilus. So another one of these top-tier picks. We see it all the time in top pro play. You have the dredge line, you've got the mobility, you've got the ult, you've got the CC. It's just a perfect support kit, having that tankiness as well. It takes a little bit to get online, but once it does, it's just another wall you've got to get through.
Yeah, and we're waiting to see this pick because we have seen Aurelia in the bottom side of the map before. So now with Kled is traditionally a top laner.
Yep.
So now you've got Kled in the top lane, Aurelia kind of floating. Maybe probably in the mid lane.
Yeah.
but can be played on the bottom side of the map. And if DePaul's taken this as an opportunity to learn and challenge themselves and pick something unique, then they can, they can flex around any of these picks. Like Nautilus could actually go anywhere as well, except the bot lane role. So it's a pretty flexible draft, and that's just been a huge change in League of Legends overall in the last, I would say, like 2 years, where flexibility of pick is just as important as power pick and locking in just a specific role.
Well, because I feel like this really, it sort of came into the time of win lane, win game. Was really the name of it for a while.
Yeah.
And having the favorable lane matchup was so important. So keeping these flexible picks, allowing yourself to get these counter picks was so crucial these draft phases, because not only is it the mind game, you're holding on to it and you're going, well, oh, you think we've got X position locked in, so you draft a counter. Well, then I'll draft a counter your counter, and that's where the mind games go back and forth. I think it's sort of settled down a little bit now, and especially, again, at this level of play, comfort picks have to be a factor, a stronger factor even, I would say, than in pro play. But it's still... The draft phase is super, I think, undervalued from a lot of people. That, I'm not saying always in every case that the team with the better draft wins, but in Collegiate, it definitely makes a difference.
Yep. Well, Aphelios with a Yumi.
It's a lot of poke.
Yeah, there's a lot of pokes. Healing. You got some power picks here for Providence. You get the three solid picks here in the first draft phase. Bans coming out, Misfortune and Alistair. So going deeper into the bot lane pool here. So if this is a bot lane Aurelia, DePaul just got themselves a free ban. On the opposite side, Pantheon and Rumble taken away. So now Beatty has to figure out what he's going to use, and Eagle are you probably going to figure out. So I figure you pick your jungle here and then leave the counter pick for your mid laner if you're Providence.
Yeah, I would agree on that position. I think there's enough good jungle pickups still here. You've got the J4, you've got the Lee Sin, a lot of these really standard pickups that we see come out. Beatty Butt Kiss, all the options said, going with the Syndra. All right.
Shyvana,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's close. Shyvana.
Well, I'm also thinking about the mid lane pickup here as well. I was like, wait a second, they can go in that. All right. Look.
This is true. So Shyvana, farming jungler, and with the changes to the jungle in patch 10.4, where the experience kind of gets shared around a little bit more, you're able to see not just the aggressive early game junglers. Now you're able to see the opposite side of where it's like, hey, look, I'm going to play for me. I'm going to be not really existent early on, maybe there for a counter gank or two, but if it takes more than 20 seconds, it's not worth it. And so on the opposite side, Graves gets locked in, probably in the jungle position. So Aurelia bot.
It looks like it. Yeah, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm questioning the last two bans of Providence. Banning Alistair when you have a Nautilus already locked in, and then banning... Again, it could have run Aurelia in the bot position, which makes the MF ban seem even stranger. Xerath.
Yeah. It could be Xerath bot. It could be Aurelia bot.
Yep.
But I assume it's good. Well, I guess it's
Xerath mid.
You take the matchup. So
Kled top.
What we're trying to figure out right now,
yes.
Providence has like 20 seconds to figure out.
Yes.
Like they literally have to be like, all right, well,
or
what kind of matchup? What is a safe matchup we're going to play around? So if you draft Poppy here.
To deal with the Aurelia, you've got the steadfast presence.
Yes. So now you could theoretically have Aphelios go mid and just farm safe, and then Poppy just follow where Aurelia goes. But no, Aphelios is just going to be forced bot because you already locked in the Yumi.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see DePaul finish moving before I say anything
set
more.
in the mid lane? Okay, no, they're not.
No.
DePaul has not moved their picks yet. All right, there we go. Reaper's playing Graves.
Yes, that we kind of glossed over that, but yeah. All right, so it is okay. Potentially Xerath bot. Okay.
All right. There we go. This seems correct.
Nope. There we go. Xerath mid, Aurelia bot. Okay, that makes more sense. That's more what we were leading towards.
You're getting trolled. In other professional competitions, you're not allowed to change past 20 seconds.
We let them go down to the wire.
All right. Well, King Amazing going to the bottom side of the map, so Aurelia locked on in.
Okay.
People need to recognize in draft where these weird picks are coming in. If someone is picking Aurelia early, it's not because they think Aurelia is broken, because Aurelia is not broken. They think that they can confuse you, and so you just know it's not going probably where you think it's going. We got to figure this out.
It's magic, all right? It's jazz hands, all right? It's sleight of hand. That's the right hand. It's look somewhere else, and we're going to pull a fast one on you. In this case, I imagine, just have the Poppy follow the Aurelia around, and she is pretty solid into that matchup. And then again, The set, though, that'll be interesting. I have to go with DePaul still in this matchup, despite all of the crazy shenanigans. Just how they look today, really, really solid, really impressive. Providence, again, yet to find a win. I don't dislike the draft from Providence, though. I think it's a little bit more high execution to get it off, which concerns me a touch. So, yeah, I'm going to go with DePaul.
Yeah, DePaul for me as well. I'm excited to see King Amazin's flexibility in the bottom side of the map. That is now so valuable in terms of a champion pool in that role, for where traditionally you didn't have to play that many things. You had to play what was meta, and that was it.
Yeah, really solid. And I want to make note, I'll call Degon and myself out earlier. We did pick Seton Hall in that matchup with DePaul, and we were proven wrong. And, I think this is definitely a bit of a learning lesson for us as well, and everybody else watching at home.
I didn't know they were subbing out multiple players on their team for Seton Hall. So I'm going to give myself a pass. Like,
okay.
I get a pass here. You could take the L, but I'll take the pass. Most of the time, I hold myself accountable to terrible picks without caveating it. That one, we didn't know.
That's true. That's true.
know.
There were a lot of changes made there, but this time, no change being made from the roster we saw earlier from DePaul. We know exactly what we are getting ourselves into.
Yeah.
Again, this is Providence's chance to step up. I need to see more from them here today. They have yet to find a win in this season. Let's see if they can get it done as we get into our third game of the day. Degon, let's get this underway.
All right. Providence still looking for their first win, still looking for an identity. After playing through mid for such a long time. And I really want them to find some success, and then we can at least say, oh, this is how they want to play. This is the Friar way. But until then, we're still trying to see if they just play power picks. I think this one, the jungle Shyvana, sticks out because you had the opportunity to pick any jungler. Instead, you go for one that isn't played quite as much. It can scale. You can play AP Shyvana and just really wreck people's face like solo queue. You can kind of be a tanky mess. Like there are ways to play Shyvana, but it takes so many resources to get to that point that in competitive play, you don't really get to do that. And you look at the two successful junglers in our first two matches, Reaper being one of them earlier in game one, they facilitated across the map. They took their pressure, their jungle pressure, their leads through the jungle, and then just, shared it with everybody else in the lane. So picking the opposite of that seems a little bit counterintuitive.
Yes, it does indeed. We have a pause as well, if you just noticed, to start that off.
Yeah, sorry, I was ranting with my eyes closed. I had no idea there was a pause.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm just kidding.
No, you knew.
Paul's
no,
professional. I was impassionate.
I want you. Talk to me about your jungle picks, man. Tell me why you think they're going to succeed or not. Because here's the thing: we can theory craft until the cows come home, but it comes down to how these players execute on the day. You never heard that expression before?
No.
Till the cows come home. If you never heard that.
No. Till the cows come home? Twitch chat.
Twitch chat.
Help us out.
Help us out. Hang on,
This is a Canadian.
I got to open Twitch chat. Hang on.
This is a Canadian thing.
Look, no, it's totally, it might, is it?
We're going to discuss jungle picks until the calluses of the cows fall off their cuffs.
No, thank you. Our producer's telling me it's not a Canada thing.
What?
There you go. See, the DMV is not great. Apparently not good with cows.
No, there's no cows in Virginia.
There you go. I rest my case.
Northern Virginia. The Shenandoah. They're actually cows.
All right. We can talk about cows later, Degon. The game is ready.
Shenandoah, I long to see you. Something, something, rolling river.
Oh, I know that one.
Oh, Shenandoah, away.
Everybody tell Degon how beautiful his voice is.
Across the wide Missouri. I think it's Missouri. All right.
Missouri or Missouri?
Missouri.
Oh, okay.
That's how Missourians say it. Missouri.
Gotcha. I don't think I've ever been to Missouri. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not missing too much.
That's kind of what I was asking. We're seeing a little bit of initiation, starting things off at the bottom.
No.
The Canadian is showing. Trevor, already taking a lot of damage. First dredge line of the game is going to find success, and that might be indicative of how things are going. We've talked about great supports, and Hunky Hank is definitely a name that comes to mind in that situation. Trying to find the trap there in the mid is the Kled, already pushing things down. Tubby Lord is going to have a bit of a time here. Some role swaps are coming in now. Eagle in the mid. Tubby Lord now playing that position, but still on the set. One of these champions that players have now had enough time to play around with it. I really feel like people have sort of gotten comfortable with him because he had a bit of, not that this kid's wonky, it just has some very specific things you need to execute correctly.
Yeah, and if you miss, you look a little silly.
You do.
You have the extra life that Scarl brings whenever you're able to mount Scarl and prevents you from getting bursted down in the late game. So I think that's always fun to watch. But
oh, there you go.
There you go, like that.
Like that.
So you trade it off, but then you need to chunk down this HP. If you don't chunk down this HP, then, nothing really, you don't really lose too much.
Speaking of chunking HP, Hunky Tank. Hunky Tank, yes.
Hunky Tank!
The Hunky Tank in the bottom. Taking a little bit of damage there, though, but the Aurelius just continue to farm up. No problem here. Aphelios, one of those champions they had to release. You basically have to have a PhD to play it correctly. Ooh, forcing the flash in the mid, though. Tubby Lord doing well on his dissertation with this one so far. Still 0-0. No crazy rotations already, but we've had some battles in these lanes regardless.
Punch him once. He gets off of Scarl.
Just punch him.
Pow.
Chapow.
Nice.
There you go. I think he's hoping to bring him back underneath the turret.
Yeah, he also didn't want to mess up his minions. So actually, I think that's
totally
the right
fine.
call.
That's totally fine. Up in the top here, though, we do see the Xerath Poppy matchup, which doesn't happen a whole lot, I'm going to be honest. Kamcha, though, pentakills, 1. I love that that's now a stat you get on your stat line. You get the first pentakill of the league, so you get to add that to your score sheet. 4.33 KDA, pretty darn solid. But of course, now the mid laner moving up to the top here, so we're seeing a lot of swaps right now, and it just harkens back to the mind games that I mentioned in the draft.
Yeah, you wanted the matchup, not necessarily the lane positioning. And so now Trevor needs to be careful because, yeah, this is a terrible matchup. Hard engage against a Yuumi user.
Oh, we see the flash heal being committed. Oh. That's our second clutch moment of the day. Trevor walks away. The Yuumi healing, able to get him on out of there. The Aphelios don't have a lot of options at that point to get away from that, but there was actually the flash burned for the opposing jungler as well. So that's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, good play there by Trevor to get himself back to safety, but flash burned. So King Amazin, in a lane where there isn't range, it's Hunky Hank and King Amazin doing the pressure in for DePaul on the bottom side of the map. Can't be like that. And these are the small skill discrepancies that you really see in teams in the collegiate level. You give them a good matchup, and they'll get through the lane. You give them a bad matchup, and it makes it very difficult to get ahead. When you have a good matchup, you need to abuse that matchup to the CS lead and possibly kills through it. Like right now, Providence has a good matchup, and they're in a lot of trouble. And here we go, right back into the lane. Reaper hangs around. They get 1. Now it's a 2-for-1. Will Cowhorn be able to get away? Yes, he will. But DePaul are able to capitalize on a lane that Providence prioritized in the champs line.
They did indeed, and I like this decision-making to go back to that lane once again. But now the response from the jungler of Providence looking to go on in, and no. We're seeing the Cled just get on out of there. Toxic in the mid, doing just fine. And now we see another kill going on through in the bottom.
Yeah, 1-for-1. They did try to dive the Yuumi. Yuumi was able to get King Amazin, and Amazing blew his flash. So not all was lost there on the bottom side of the map, but
support for carry. Do that all day.
Successful dive by Reaper earlier. Yeah, and Reaper wasn't even there. Never mind. So Reaper got that first kill. Then it was King Amazin and Hunky Hank trying to get more aggressive, capitalize on the Yuumi. Weren't quite able to.
Yeah,
this is greedy.
Uh-oh. Are we going to see a thank you for leash situation? Reaper going over the wall.
Reaper's going to go back in.
He's going to try.
Okay.
He's going to not succeed.
Hit him with the thumbs up. Yeah,
that's a fun show. Thank you for leash. All right. That's actually pretty solid for Providence. That'll help out a lot. Let's take a look at that again as we just see how that went down in the bottom lane. The attempted dive. Going on in. Finds the hook. There's the root. But at this point, King Amazin only has so much in the tank, and that Aurelia is just not tanky enough. Oh, burns the flash for it, too.
So that's the power of the turret. When it hits a champion, it powers up. And you can see how 3 turret shots there. When the first one, it made it look like, hey, look, he could probably tank like 4 or 5 shots. But each time, it powers up more and more damage. And just a misplay there by King Amazin. Also, no heal for King Amazin.
Yes, not having that there. Instead going for the more aggressive build, and instead didn't even necessarily need it in the situation.
Yeah, has Ignite to deal with the healing of Yuumi when they decide to all in. Because that's how you play against the Aphelios Yumi, any Yumi lane, you really are just all in and you hope you burst them down. Bringing Ignite helps with that, and you don't have to worry about as much poke if they're not poking you. So, like, Trevor and Cowhorn need to do a better job of abusing this lane range, the range discrepancy here. You don't quite have the items to do it right now anymore, and there's healing on the Tiamat, so I think that opportunity is lost. And when they look back at this game, this is something that I hope that they take stock. It's like, hey, look, yep, we put priority there. We weren't able to get that result. Why not? And then reverse engineer it from there.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that one. There's, again, so much learning to be had from these games. Again, we're still early days in this league. Nice dodge in the dredge line in the bottom lanes to say all this. Trevor going to be the target, trying to heal, trying to keep him alive. Shyvana is coming in from the jungle, trying to pick up a couple kills. The damage from the turret might be enough. King Amazing and the crew might have overstepped, forcing it. The TP is being committed from the mid as well. Can they bring it in with the help of the set? Trying to get this. Hunky Hank is still committing. He's going back in as the rest of the team is here. The charge from the mid, and that might have been an overstep from Providence as DePaul collapses on in. Everybody is coming on down. It's a party in the bot lane, Degon.
Yep, here comes the TP back on in. Trevor brought that summoner spell. Tubby Lord still moving on through. But overall, a solid macro play there by Providence to get counter-aggressive on the dive. Shyvana, right place, right time. And we're talking about it in the successful junglers class I was teaching earlier.
Yeah.
The junglers that are able to get there first in an engagement usually have the burst damage to blow it down here. Because I think at the collegiate level, you're not always thinking about where the jungler is. You're thinking, hey, can I kill this other team? And that's exactly what DePaul was thinking. Hunky Hank's like, yep, this looks free. Oh, I missed. No worries. Get the auto, get the root. But then here's BD at the right place at the right time. Trevor does go down, but then King Amazing left on the table has nowhere to go because Kled rotates first, TP used, and look at this ult by Tubby to get to the right place at the right time. Flashes backwards to get himself to safety after the punch lands, and that's just a very smart play to only lose 2 there.
Yeah, nice little trade coming in the bottom, but Reaper is going to look to make his presence felt, and BD's in a terrible position. Who watches the Watchman in this situation? Jungle on jungle action down on the bottom as everybody is trying to survive, diving underneath the turret, trying to pick up more kills. 4 members of DePaul looking to get this done, and Trevor is in a rough spot.
Yeah, put down the turret and see how much damage you can do. Cowhorn's next. He's going to fall. Turret will keep everybody. Oh, no, Hunky Hank! Oh, he almost got betrayed by the minions. But the shield pops up for Nautilus, and that's why Nautilus is meta, boys and girls. You're just such a tanky boy.
Such a tanky boy, the hunky tank in the bottom. And able to make it work. DePaul diving with impunity this point. Great job juggling that turret aggro. And trying to get this bottom lane turret down, open up those future Drakes as well. Now that, of course, we are past that 8-minute mark, I'll expect to see some more priority also focused up here on the top with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, again, the jungler that is there first will find success, and Reaper was there first. BD walks right into Graves and double barrel shotgun, and made it a little difficult for him to make it back to the turret before he ended up getting chunked out. Now Eagle, no mana. Big problems here. Toxic just gonna auto attack down. Bear on a rope trap, caught himself a little bit of a troll, and now it's BD getting some payback, saying, hey, look, I'm here first. I'm going to breathe on you. No! It's Kled time, and the turnaround! And Toxic able to pick up another kill.
I mean, who needs Brown Mandaris? I'm just saying. When this is your top lane, when this is how this goes.
That's a little... That's not very GeoLake, Chef.
What? Hang on. I got to give props when I see them. You
so then give props to him.
I am giving props to him. He did a fantastic job. You talk about how he has big shoes to fill, and I think he's doing a great job of doing it.
All right. Well, that's a more positive way to say that. Cowhorn's caught him.
Oh, no.
King Amazing's got him.
That's unfortunate. Just a little bit too confident in the play. I don't know why you'd be confident in your placement under that turret, considering you've already dove there twice.
Yeah,
a little bit unfortunate.
That's really frustrating. So if I'm a bot laner, I'm like, yo, all the action's been down here. What's happening top? Oh, you got solo killed. Oh, it's actually 1v2 that you lost. That stinks.
That's unfortunate at this point, because the problem is right now is it's really hard to get ahead at this point when you're just losing your individual mechanical battles.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Like, you can have the best team play in the world, you can have solid rotations, but if you're just getting behind in the interim, in between those team fights, in between those skirmishes, because of the individual play, it's just really tough to deal with. Oh, it was the flawless duet. That was flawless indeed. Did get the root off the back of the Yumi ult. I actually thought that would have been the dodge there.
Goodness.
Oh, and the heal came through from the kill. Oh my, that was solid. That was on a knife's edge. No pun intended, Aurelia.
Yeah, I think King Amazing just playing aggressive, and that's the lead. That's the lead that they have right now.
It was, and now up 11 kills to 3 for DePaul. This is, at this point, I want to say their game to lose because they do have the scaling with this composition. You are going to have the Graves coming out of the jungle, making more of an impact. You do have the Xerath, who's just going to continue to hit harder and harder as this game goes on. And then Aurelia to sort of fill in the gaps there, adding that damage and utility. And when you have an Infernal Rift, damage becomes a little bit less of a problem.
Yeah, Infernal Rift will definitely be useful to either team here, but at a 7,000 gold lead at 13 minutes, 6,000 gold lead. Yeah, basically 7,000. Dragons will help, but they're not exposing anything that isn't already there.
This is true. This is true. And in this case, the person who's already there is the Poppy in the mid lane, who finds a beautiful ultimate to stay alive, dropping the hammer to keep the team in. Loses the mid T1 turret, though, which is not ideal.
Hey.
Nice Aphelios ult coming in, though, trying to sustain, doing a lot of damage. If the team can catch up here, this might be an opportunity to get some kills, but the Kled is up. There's the stun going down to the Shyvana. Follow-up is there, forced to flash back, but this Kled is going out. Nice stun back into the wall, though. Getting 1 kill for 1, but this is giving DePaul the chance to potentially need to turn this one around.
You can take the Thresh away from Hunky Hank, but you can never take away the hook from Hunky Hank. This time he throws the anchor, is able to pick up a kill. Beatty biting off a little bit more than he could chew. This turret's not long for this world either. Just cough on it and it'll die. Here we go. And there it is. And now, for whatever reason, they're a little bit too far
No, Tubby Lord forced to flash out. The Yumi ult trying to turn this one around. Wait a second, might have baited them in. The Nautilus goes down. Hello! The final chapter in this book is being written right now. Providence is trying to put their stamp on it, trying to chase down Reaper and crew. They're going to look to dive underneath. They got the missile. Can they make it happen? Body slam underneath the turret, but has Tubby Lord gone too far? He's got the shield. There's the stun, and oh, you baited yourself.
Yeah, but Trevor able to get there. Will he have the range? No, he doesn't. He does not have the calibrum, so he's forced to back on off. But a nice turnaround there by Providence. Big play there by Tubby Lord, able to get the massive, what was it, jawbreaker, haymaker. There it is, haymaker. See this here. Final chapter holds everyone in position, so it's easy to line up. Pow, 1-2 there for set. And now is DePaul just getting a little too hyphy.
Haymaker, playmaker. I love to see it. Tubby Lord taking advantage. This set Yumi combo, deceptively excellent. We saw it a little bit actually brought in from DePaul in their last game as well, and now to see it being used against them is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think if this early game goes different, this Providence team just would look a little different right now, just because that last fight, Trevor was just fighting with a Caulfield's Warhammer. Like, it's 25 damage and 10% CDR. You don't have damage on this Aphelios yet, but if you can continue to scale, you just saw right there, you have the ability to lock people down. You have the ability to prevent the dive with the Poppy, and you can buy enough time where, 200 years of character development experience comes together and you pop off. So.
Yeah, but the CS is going to need to improve a little bit here. Trevor down 50 CS at this point. Needs to just sit in the lane. Nada. None. Oof. Unfortunate. Okay. Look, this is an opportunity, though. Only up from here. So
an opportunity for graphics team to test out the letters and colors of our font.
Actually, I like it. All right, here we go. Going in the mid, Shyvana being popped, trying to make it happen, but King Amazing is just too strong at this point. Are going to see some counter kills going in, but Xerath making his presence felt from the jungle as well. So trading out 1 for 1 in the mid, not bad if you're on the side of Providence.
Yeah, but it was the support.
It's true.
And it was Beatty that died. Like, you need the Shyvana to be the one that's getting kills. You need the Shyvana to be the one that's, like, at least scaling up. So, yes, you got an assist, but the kill would be nicer. As Cowhorn.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That is not ideal. Not having any vision in the jungle is Providence right now. Not really having many wards in the map, period, at this stage. Basically, DePaul is just taken over at this stage. I think there's sort of this false sense of security because they still have this tier 1 up top. But the crew is just diving in underneath, no problem. Eagle, unfortunate there, does have the steadfast presence, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, and I absolutely do know it's not going to be enough.
Now you do.
Well, now I do, because he died.
Yep, DePaul just starting to take control of the top side of the map now, and Providence, it's so... There are opportunities here for them to take, but they just need to execute it a little bit cleaner, and all this is a result of how quickly this early game pressure from DePaul on the bottom side of the map broke the game open. It required TPs from Providence. Both Tubby and Eagle had to make their way down to the bottom side of the map. BD got killed twice on one of those engagements down there. So it's all like, hey, look, this is how this game has been written so far, and Providence need to continue to find these plucky picks to work their way back into it.
Absolutely agree. I feel like it's those individual little fights where they've been able to find an edge. They need to catch somebody from DePaul out of position, but part of the problem is DePaul is moving with so much precision, I want to say, at this point. They have a plan. They know what they want to do next, and they're executing on it right now. And in fact, it's often them catching members of Providence out of position, just like that.
Yep, just like that. Couple of ults there from Xerath. Land the shots, and there's no response. Can't really contest for your blue, can't contest for the bottom side. You have vision down. Decent job there by Cowhorn to make it happen, but you can't do anything with his vision.
I gotta give props to Tubby Lord though. 4-1-1. He has been sort of the shining light for Providence in this game thus far. Him with the combo of the Yuumi have been doing work, and fortunately now he's getting caught out, but the set does live. Belios though does not have the HP to work with at this point. Flashing on over the wall. Reaper wants to get that kill. The Reaper of Death indeed. Diving in under the tier 3 here. Going for that inhib turret, trying to take down Eagle, able to stay alive just a little bit longer. No, finally going down. Reaper gets the shot. Long range, gets the snipe. Kobe from downtown. Hunky Hank. No, nope. Hunky Hank, please.
Yeah, Hunky Hank just stuck on the wrong side of the map there. He'll trade a 2-for-1. You got the Aphelios. Hunky Hank was a big part of that. Eagle goes down as well with the ultimate there from Reaper. And it's just still smooth sailing for this DePaul roster.
It is indeed 20 kills to 8. Providence, again, I'm sort of reminisce to this, Villanova-Georgetown matchup earlier, just because Villanova does seem to be in control, they are in the lead. It's not the cleanest game of all time. They are still taking some blows, albeit not enough to really make the difference. And I love just the gumption there. There's no hesitation from DePaul. They get the stun. They see the squishy target, the carry. No hesitation. Take him on down. That is the kind of proactive play I need to see from them to continue to step up over the course of this league, because they're one of those contenders for that first place spot, and they need to keep stacking up these wins to get it done.
I think when you, again, right, when you're one of these older teams, you're all about Hunky Hank, not tanky, very hanky.
He's somewhat tanky.
You're really refining things. You're working on your teamwork, your coordination, making sure you cross all the T's, dot all the I's. Do you know that one?
Yes.
Okay. And
crossing your I's and dotting your T's? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I was just double checking.
Yeah.
And
I didn't grow up in like the frozen north. I didn't live in an igloo.
Yeah, but you used a cow simile. What is it? Phrase.
It wasn't a simile. It might have been a simile.
It's not.
It's not. No, it's just an
You
expression.
said a cow.
It's an idiom. Idiom.
Yeah. What other cow idioms are
there? The cash cow.
Yeah.
The golden goose. No.
The golden cow. The cash cow.
The cash cow. Cash cow. Cashing on in some kills here in the top. It looks to be side of Providence trying to make something happen. There we go. Set. Yes, please. Set your team up for success. That's what you need to do. And we're seeing a little bit of it now. The problem is split push from DePaul is very real. No inhibs down. This is massive for Providence at this point. They need to just survive a little longer. Just get Trevor some farm.
Yeah.
They just need to make this a reality. He's only level 10. that's kind of an issue at this point in the game.
Yeah, also massive props to the graphics team knowing that the kill was coming to show off how not tanky Hunky Hanky was.
Thank you. Much hanky. Hanky very much. I had to. It's in my contract.
All right, Dad.
You're welcome. 20 kills to 9. Not the strongest blowout, maybe not even the blowout I was expecting here from DePaul. Providence is really holding on. Yes, there's a chance they lose Baron here. I actually think that this is maybe the fight they look to take. Unfortunately, Set's pretty far off this. He does have TP, so he can back and potentially TP in for this. This could be it, but they need to not lose their Poppy here. Eagle needs to not go down to start off this fight. Hunky Hank is taking a lot of damage. How they collapse on this is going to make a huge difference. Can't sidestep the dredge line, and this is massive because now Clyde is in the back, and this is a disaster for Providence, just getting ripped apart one after the other. The double kill for the Aurelia, and never mind. That was the moment that DePaul needed, and that's the stun. The lineup, Tubby Lord and crew are just getting absolutely chunked, being dove underneath the turret with absolutely no hesitation. DePaul is looking for the win. They're going for the jugular.
Yeah, what a great play by DePaul to ask the question of Providence, hey, do you want to stop us from doing Baron? Half yes, half no. Too late, we're going to engage on you. And this is what great teams do. They're always asking questions of the other team, whether it's positional, whether it's, what is worth it, what are you going to trade? And in this case, DePaul knows that there's no vision on the top side of the map. They take control of Baron. They started up knowing that, Hunky Hank is a little tanky. Maybe he's not, tanky hanky, but a little tanky. And so therefore they're able to turn and get the kills needed, and that really breaks open this game.
Yeah, this is really, I think, the straw that broke the camel's back. You know that one?
Yes.
Okay, good. This is the straw that broke the camel's back in this situation. I think if there was a tipping point at this game, the absolute decider for DePaul, if we look back, it would probably be this one. The chances of Providence turning this one around just got dramatically diminished, and that was the moment there. Finding the route, the follow-up with the dredge line, and Eagle does he not have his ult? No, it's ult's on cooldown, so that's the problem right there. Just couldn't get himself out, and at that point, you just set yourself up, set the rest of the team up with no front line just to go down one after another.
Yeah, just pretty clear not being on the same page there. And then from there, the I think I can mentality. Hang on, I'll save you, I'm Shyvana. Oh no, I can't save you. You're dead.
That dragon run animation with the wings on the ground just looks so derpy.
Yeah.
I've got wings, I don't use them.
Too heavy.
Too heavy from trying to carry the team, or?
Well, I mean, yeah. The other team's a little fed, 2-7-2.
Once again, though, top laner, really impressed. 5-1-10, almost an identical stat line to that set game last time around. Coming in from Toxic.
Yeah, Toxic again. Might have the highest KDA on his team. Does he have the highest KDA on his team?
Wow. I mean, yes.
Toxic's come on in and
15 KDA. Yeah, that'll do it.
Slot on in. I would love to see what his KDA from this week is, because he didn't die in that last game.
No, he did not. No, he had one death. One death in the set. But he went like 5-1-8 or something, or 5-1-9. So almost identical to this one. At least that was the last time I checked. Look, I don't honestly know. It was really good, though. Dion, it was really good.
It was really good.
It was really good. We do have King Amazing in the bot, but it's the amazing top lane play as well that's really doing work for them. Don't get me wrong, this really at 9-3-4. A really respectable stat line as well, but the Zera has just been raining in consistent damage, just not being able. Look at the bounties. One wipe here onto these Nexus turrets would do so much for Providence as they make their final stand, but pushing or defending into Baron empowered minions is just so hard. And here they go, steadfast presence keeping them all rooted together. The Yuumi ult is here as well. The Aphelios trying to get in on the action. Look at the shutdown in the Aurelia. 4 members still alive here for Providence. All 5, I should say, with the Yuumi in the mix. But the damage going through onto that Poppy from the Xerath. The poke damage is real. Shyvana cannot step too far forward, or they might get punished for it. Tubby Lord's feeling the wrath of that right now. The ire of DePaul does not stop as they're getting this kill, trying to dive underneath the turrets. BD Buttkiss and crew just cannot hold on.
Yeah, you said don't step too far forward. BD didn't die, but he baited in the most fed member on his team, and those moments, it's those small little micro moments there that cause some issues. It does look like half of DePaul want to leave, but there's still one more member that doesn't want to. And this might not be so good here. There's another kill heading on over. Toxic getting finished off there, so Providence able to hold on for a little bit longer.
I mean, look, you're down 2 inhibs, but you haven't lost the game yet for Providence. You do have Aphelios, who has completed an item.
And item.
And item. He's got his Essence Reaver. He's got the Zerkus Greaves too, I guess. It doesn't really count. But this was pretty huge here. So everybody collapsed, and they did not respect the combo that the Steadfast Presence in the final chapter was going to offer. It comes in right here. And when everybody thought they were going to be this, like, nimble, aggressive play, suddenly the set damage comes in, the rest of the damage comes in, the Aphelios ult comes in, and it does enough damage.
This is where I think I get a little confused. Right?
The set right here, yeah.
BD's stepping up, and there's like not a lot of need to do that. And BD's just trying to shoot out the fire there from Shyvana, and that brings out set. It baits out set and leads to losing the second Nexus turret. I think if you only lost one there and went one for 0, you're looking pretty good.
Yep.
And there's a possibility that DePaul still overstays. But by losing your set here, you lose your turret. Yes, you get a kill for it, but I think you make that trade and have open Nexus at any time.
Yeah, no, I mean, then this is just one okay fight away from DePaul walking away with this win. Oh, no. Okay, that is not okay. That's a lot of heal B. Okay, that's the charge. All right, okay. No lane is safe.
No lane is safe.
No lane is safe. The Xerath damage at this point in the game is just way too strong. Set trying to bring him on back in. Vanguard's edge as well, just chasing him on down. BD Butkus back underneath into the Nexus. The kills into DePaul. Again, one okay fight. Oh, in this case, a couple of really good picks. Gonna help them walk away with the just win. Stop playing with your food, team.
They got it.
Do they though?
They got it.
Alrighty. The inhib response. Lovely. And now they're gonna look to walk away with the victory here. But in 29 minutes, and they gave up 11 deaths to do so. I definitely think there were some moments here where DePaul, may have been messing around just a touch. But up against a team that could punish them for it, those are mistakes that may end up costing you. So I think don't get me wrong, DePaul still looked amazing in that game. There's definitely still a little bit more room for improvement.
Yeah, I think so, but I think this was a game that it was in their control the whole time, and it's their decision, like how they want to clean this one up and close this one out. Yes, can you play a perfect game? Can you attempt to play a perfect game? Sure. At the same time, you are now adding back in a new player, and to go 2-0 this week and look that dominant, I think is a great kickoff to it anyways.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. I feel like Toxic, the addition in the top lane, felt really, really solid. The loss last week is starting to feel more and more like a fluke here for DePaul. They're starting to step back into form.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how some of their upcoming matches go against some of these other top teams who are sort of vying for that #1 spot in the Big East right now.
Yeah, again, we were wondering where that separation was going to come from in terms of the teams, and here we go. It's DePaul taking care of business. We said that they only had gotten a forfeit victory earlier, and now they have themselves 2 more that they've definitely earned, and with a massive stamp of confidence.
Absolutely. I mean, putting up over 50 kills between both of those games, that is a great way to get your feet back under you this season on day 3 now.
Yeah.
Day 3. So they've got 2 great games today. I love the fact that we're seeing multiple, picks coming out from them, seeing quite a bit of diversity in terms of champion pool. They're banning different things. They're prioritizing against, their opponents. They're not afraid to sort of mix up where these lanes are going to go and play around that, play the mind games and draft. I love the fact, actually, that they're prioritizing draft so much. Clearly, they've been doing their homework going into that as well, because the way they're able to, bait up the Poppy pick and, move it around, move the Aurelia to bot, you and I were wondering about it, but we weren't sure. When you can confuse us in the draft, that's usually a good time.
I didn't get confused. You got confused.
When you can confuse us in the draft just a little bit, that's when you have a good time. Just saying. Just saying.
It was a great draft, and I think the big takeaway from the draft is that it shows that they at least think that way, right? That they're like, hey, look, I can show off that I kind of play Aurelia on the bottom side of the map.
No, solid.
And that we're more than willing to flex, not even just the picks, but also the lanes as well, right? When you had Kled go top and then go mid, and then you had you force the other team to kind of follow you around the map. It shows that, hey, look, we're getting an advantage even before we step onto the Rift. You really like that from some of your top teams.
And it showed. I mean, at the end of the laning phase, up 50 CS, That's when you know you've done something right. When you get those first kills, you get that 50 CS lead. Solid play from DePaul overall here in our third game of the day, which means we're halfway through and we have already had some awesome matches. Before we jump on our break, I need to remind you one more time about the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge. Any key? Can we zoom in on the Zoom? Can we do that? I don't know. Probably.
Right here?
Right
Right here.
Right here.
I got it.
Right there. D-Gun's got it too.
Wee, 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 wee.
Do it. Yeah, there you go. Exclamation point GLHF in the chat. We'll get you all the info on that if you want an exclusive Twitch badge. You want to take a stand against toxicity because, you know, sometimes, I mean, League of Legends has some amazing people in it, but sometimes also toxicity does arise.
In League? No way.
Never once, but sometimes, yes. But sometimes, yes. So we take a stand against that when we see it. We try and, you know, do the best we can. And Good Luck, Have Fun pledge is a great way to say, look, I'm going to try and make the little bubble that I live in, the world, you know, that I play League in, a little bit more positive. So check that out if you are interested. And, of course, if you're also interested in staying up to date with all things ESL Collegiate, boom! Yes, nailed it. At ESL Collegiate on Twitter is where you can do that. Yeah, big smiles, D-Gun.
Boom!
Boom! Gotta be a little, boom. I can't reach down past the desk because that's how depth works. Anyway, we're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next match. We'll see you in a few.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the Big East Collegiate League of Legends 2020 regular season. We just saw another dominant performance from DePaul, putting their stamp on that 2020 season, and that's kind of the DePaul we were looking to see.
Yeah. Expected to see more of that throughout the season, and hopefully Providence can, again, work through their draft advantages and then get through their early game execution deficits. And to be fair, there was a lot of people on the bottom side of the map constantly, and it's very difficult to plan for that kind of thing. But again, having a response for those moments are how teams grow.
Absolutely, and I definitely did see some positive moments from Providence to talk about over the course of that game. There were some little things, some pickoffs they were able to find that tried to make an impact up against the wall of DePaul, but in the end, just the solid rotations and great top-lane play just could not be understated enough. Let's take a look at our updated standings to see how things are shaking out. And there we go, making the way over to the left side of the standings is DePaul now, pushing Seton Hall over, which means we have a four-way tie for first with St. John's holding down that number one spot. But over on the other side, Providence and Georgetown have yet to find a victory today. Let's take a look at our schedule because we still have 3 more matches to come your way. And now, Georgetown versus Seton Hall. I said this before. The Seton Hall roster we saw before, obviously with some substitutions, obviously with some changes, had some weaknesses. If there was a match I think Georgetown was going to take this weekend, probably going to be this one.
Yeah, I agree. This weekend is their best opportunity with all the substitutions that Seton Hall has had to make, especially in the jungle. I've earned this rank, wasn't able to make the first game, so we'll see if he's able to get the scheduling down for the second one. I'm also excited to see Marquette and St. John's. Yep. I haven't cast a Marquette in quite some time, so I want to see how their growth has been. And St. John's is always like a fan favorite because it feels like we came in as the ESL product when St. John's was like really building up their program. So to see their leap from year 1 to year 2 is exciting, especially because they found success so far that has them on the top of the leaderboards.
Oh, absolutely. We've had so many great opportunities to see these teams grow. I can now comfortably say this, over the last year. Over the last year, we have seen obviously changes to the rosters of players have come and gone. They've graduated, they've moved on to other things, but also new blood has joined, has elevated these squads, and it's great to see how that has progressed. And as we progress into game number 4 here for the day.
Smooth.
Nice. We'll see how this continues for this new up-and-coming Georgetown roster. And I say roster, they have 10 players on this team. They've been switching back and forth. They've been trying to find these key members, trying to find this starting 5, because again, these are still students. They're balancing school, they're balancing potentially work, and of course CLOL. So there's a lot to keep in mind when it comes into finding time to practice and finding time to get those wins.
Yeah, so you got to see the scoreboard there. These two teams have already met before, with Seton Hall taking the victory and Myeonhae being a centerpiece of that victory in game number 1. But here we go. Looks like, again, roster changes, roster swaps. Do we have Vanilla in? Do we have Sonya in? Is Seeker playing support? Is Seeker coaching? Is Seeker playing jungle? Where is Seeker going to be going?
I don't know. Well, let's talk about him, though.
We're just going to wait here.
We're just going to wait. We're going to find out. Oh, we're talking about Minboy. There he is.
Minboy in that last game, although it was pretty stompy for Villanova against Georgetown, Minboy had a couple of solo kills down on the bottom side of the map. He and Hyung Min Kim were able to get a little bit going. So I like that Minboy is someone that you can rely on and get an effective boost out of, even in the face of these tough teams.
Totally. No, they held their own in that bottom lane. I was really impressed. That wasn't really where things fell apart. It was over on the top side. Unfortunately, things just crumbled a touch. And then there was that unfortunate like 3-man tower dive that lasted longer than it had any right to.
Yep, 3-man tower dive on the bottom side of the map. Fed Kindred does that to you. So we'll see if Georgetown is able to make the reset here, along with Seton Hall, because Seton Hall themselves had a little bit of difficulty in game number 1 of the day, and see if they'll be able to reset.
Yeah, it is indeed. But you know what's actually interesting? We talk about Georgetown as a roster, and you actually mentioned Seeker earlier on, learning about him as a coach. We actually got a chance to sit down with him earlier today to get his thoughts going into this match. Hey, Seeker, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us. I want to learn a little bit more about this squad. Obviously, you guys are fairly new to competition here in CLOL for the Big East. Tell me a little bit about your squad and the decision to join in competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, of course. So I mean, we're a really dedicated group. We have just over 10 people, I think, that are committed on the roster, like show up regularly to practices. Currently, I mean, we have like extremely busy people that are very involved in their academics and stuff. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get people all together and have them all showing up to games. So we have had some challenges there, but yeah, I think we'll have a pretty strong roster that's going to end up developing really well once we get some time to play together, play against some of these incredible teams, and develop our coordinated play together.
So you got to coach in the preseason invitational. What are some of the learning lessons that you've been able to implement so far from that time to now?
Yeah, definitely. So one problem we definitely had was just a lack of coordination. I mean, we didn't have a chance to get our like main roster playing together very often. So we were kind of going to these games almost with like a solo queue mentality. I mean, everybody was doing like very well individually, but just we didn't have these like team plays going on. Like none of those level 3, level 4 bot lane tower dives where you have like your jungler or mid laner coming in. None of that like super coordinated play. But we've done a great job working on our macro, trying to figure out how to like capture objectives, just having more playtime together with this whole roster. We did increase our roster. I mean, we have a couple more diamond players that have joined our squad. So, I mean, I think we've had some movements in the right direction.
For sure, and obviously because you have that big squad to pull from, you've got a lot of options moving forward. But in terms of where you seek inspiration from, do you watch a lot of pro play? What are sort of your driving factors forward towards the end of the season?
So honestly, a lot of what I learn is just from like the teams that we play against. They pull out some pretty impressive plays, some things that I guess I don't expect to be able to happen. Like again with these tower dives and like some of the hard invades that teams go for, like level 1, level 2 into the jungle, really kind of catch us off guard. And I take a lot of inspiration from that. I try to see like how did they establish the situation that allows them to go in for that? Like what kind of information, what vision did they need? And try to like get my guys to understand what happened and be able to implement that in their gameplay.
Well, that's all. I love the fact that you want to make it a better environment for your players, but I find it so interesting when we have the opportunity to talk to coaches in the collegiate space, because you could play. Like, yeah, there are a couple of other grad students there. You might be one of the older guys as a senior on the roster, but what drew you to coaching rather than playing and diving in that front?
So I think it's more of a matter of just being the person who's actually willing to take up that like responsibility. I mean, there's a lot of time and like administrative commitment that goes into coaching a team, and most people just aren't interested in it. Like they'd rather just be playing, showing up to the practices, actually like on the field, but they don't want to do like all the behind the scenes stuff, like coordinating with people, figuring out people's schedules, all that kind of boring stuff. Our team also came out of like a club, so there's a gaming club here on campus. I'm already leadership in that, so it's like a pretty quick like segue. I'm the one that was putting out the emails actually to like get the team started, and so kind of just nobody wanted to take it over, and so I just kind of continued like leading it.
So what I'm hearing is we partially have you to thank for Georgetown joining us here in the Big East for CLAW. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, absolutely. That's been a huge dream of mine. I mean, I always wanted to be a college League of Legends player. It never existed on campus. So as soon as I saw that, the gaming club wanted to make it a thing, I immediately knew that I wanted to be on board. I wanted to help make it happen.
I love it. Seeing the initiative, this is something that I want to do, so I'm going to make it happen. And if you continue with that mentality, I'm expecting a lot of awesome things from Georgetown over the course of the season. Thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us, and best of luck in your games.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for the interview, guys.
You heard it there. I always wanted to be a competitive League of Legends player in CLAW. There's an opportunity with our club to make it happen, so I went out and made it happen. I love it. That's the kind of initiative that I absolutely want to see.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe you kind of question it after a game like what they had earlier against Villanova, but
all learning.
I think if you have the drive to really create your organization, I had the opportunity to do that over at Virginia Tech when I was in college, and there's just something about building it from the grassroots and having your hands in that process. It feels like you're leaving a legacy that can really last for a long time and bond people regardless of, background, regardless of day-to-day life. Like, it really just brings people together. So big props to the Hoyas for getting that done, and thanks for the interview with the coach.
Absolutely. Let's look at their opponents now in Seton Hall. Seton Hall, of course, has had a pretty solid time so far in the league. Of course, having some slight issues earlier on up against DePaul, but again, hard to judge given the substitutions we saw.
Yeah, it was all over the place. You had Burbler Flurber, who's normally your bot lane on the top side of the map. You had Please Be Patient, your top laner, play support. You had your support, your substitute support Disco play bot lane, and Quinton E, who's played like every position on this team over the last year and a half, played jungle. And Myanhe, one of your budding stars, was on a cast and was like 1-6. So it was just kind of like a mixture of everything going wrong for Seton Hall. They've got to be able to take a step back and reset.
I think part of that was their own doing, though. We'll take a look at our highlighted player here in just a second as well. It is, of course, going to be Berber Flurber, the player who hopefully is playing their role today and who has one of the best and worst names to try and say in a pinch. You try saying that 3 times fast. I dare you, Twitch chat. Good luck. No, I think part of the issues that happened with this team earlier were of their own device, were of their own making. They had a draft that was kind of weird, and they shifted it around, and they shifted themselves around. It was like they weren't sure up until the 11th hour how they wanted to actually play this. As we get into our draft now for their second game of the day, we'll see if they do things a little more standard. That's my hope. My hope is, look, we have enough X factors going on. We have enough outstanding variables with the players.
Yeah.
We don't need to give ourselves a draft that adds more variables.
Yeah. I think that would be very helpful here for the boys from Jersey, right? Just because Seton Hall, if they want to take that next step, and we talked about, I set it up earlier thinking that they had their full roster, but if they want to take that next step to stop being the youngest brother between DePaul and Villanova that are always fighting for first or second place, they need to be able to put away teams that they should be beating and then take some of these wins against the top teams, against the DePaul, against the Villanova, against St. John's, who apparently is just shot up out of nowhere, to make sure that they solidify their spot, even if some of their top players are missing. So Quinton E, he's a veteran. He's been around for a long time. He's got to fill in the void where it's necessary for Seton Hall to find that success and play around the players that they're supposed to be playing around, whether that's Please Be Patient. Why is Please Be Patient playing support? That doesn't make sense. Like, he's a focal point of the team. He's a guy that you can build around. You have those pieces. So I think it's those kind of small things in the pregame planning that needs to go right for Seton Hall.
I agree. This draft cannot be anything wild, cannot be anything crazy. You need to work around Myanhe. You need to work around Berber Flurber. You need to... It's so hard to say.
I know. Dude, I'm sorry. I tried really hard to
keep
to
a straight
smile.
face. He tried so hard.
It was just a little quiver.
It was a little
Berber Flurber.
Really tough. Really tough. Almost as tough as this match could potentially be if they give themselves a draft like that once again. Seeing the Shen coming out now for Shifty Crescent for Georgetown. Obviously going to have the mobility. That's Stand United. And the bot lane looking like it's going to be locked in here. We'll see. If you mentioned it before, you talked about the idea of the pseudo-carry Senna. Yep. And the early time giving over to Tom Kench. In fact, Tom Kench was even the champ that you mentioned is pairing with the Senna.
Yes. Jat did some math. Okay. Yeah, he did some math on it. So you want Tom Kench to get the CS, and then the chance of dropping a soul is very high. It's 25%. But if Kench is going to miss the minion, you don't miss the minion on purpose. So if these minions are hitting the turret and Tom Kench's auto attack and spells are on cooldown, then as Senna, you do want to get the CS because the gold that you generate per soul is like 54, but there's a 25% chance that you're actually going to get a soul, so you have to divide that by 4, and that's how much you're actually going to get, which is less than actually killing the minion, right? Okay. So anyway, either way, you're going to see Senna's not CSing, which will look weird, but all of a sudden, Burbler Fluber will be doing a lot of critting later on. So
I'm going to guess that he's French.
So taking a look at the draft here, you take away... actually, Seeker's going to go with a Zach here. It's Zach, Vel'Koz, and Shen early on. So you have all this poke here. You have Engage. You need, I think, something to really mix it up with your bot laner. So this, to me, feels like a Kaisa game for Minboy. You can go back to that Lucian Braum. I think that one works pretty well into the Tom Kench. And then the other thing that works well with Tom Kench is a hook. Anything with a hook. Get yourself a Thresh, get yourself a Blitzcrank, hook the Kench into a fight that they don't want as soon as they eat up the center, eat up the valuable target. Malzahar, the lock-in here. I mean, not Malzahar, Mordekaiser, the lock-in here on the top side for Please Be Patient. Just a stat bot right now. Until they tune the numbers of Mordekaiser, he'll always be in competitive play.
But here's the thing about Mord. While his ults can be, and I preface this by saying can be, amazing, I've also seen some Mords totally mess up their teams at the Death Realm. There have been some situations where we have seen games lost because the wrong target was brought in, and the fights just went totally awry. Now you lose your tanky Mord, and he's trapped in with potentially a champ that he's not killing or maybe even dies to himself. Then everything goes awry.
Yeah.
So you need to have good coordination. There is a lot of anti-synergy potential with this champion. And it's going to be interesting adding a Kindred into the mix. So you've got double marksman, but a pseudo marksman, and the sun is in the bottom. I get it. It's not as weird as we've seen before from Seton Hall, but there's definitely some things that are going to have some interesting interactions with this draft.
Okay, so now that Kindred has been locked in, and then Georgetown locks in Caitlyn, let's see where they go with this support, unless it's support Shen. And if it's support Shen, I don't think it's that bad.
Nope.
Okay. So support Shen going down there, and this is what I was talking about. You need someone to mix it up for you. Diana can definitely do that with the Lunar Rush and get in there, dish out the damage with the ultimate. I think with this composition now, you have to wait for the Vel'Koz to kind of poke down people. You have to wait for Caitlyn to poke down people, and then you have really clear lanes of engage. Very clear lanes of engage. Actually, it might not be Shen on the bottom side. It might be Vel'Koz on the bottom side, right? Vel'Koz and then
support.
Diana mid. And then if that's the case, you play a very uninteractive lane. You do not want Tahm Kench to come and hit you. You don't want to get caught up with the snare from Senna. Yeah, and so because of that you're really just trying to keep range. And then once you knock him down low enough to a point where you feel like you guys can all in full engage, that's what you do, and you have the tool set to do so with Diana, Zach, and Shen. I like this easy, very straightforward composition to set up here for Georgetown. But they got to do it.
They got to execute it.
They got to execute it. And that's like what's lacking from some of these younger teams right now, the ability to execute. I actually think the younger teams are doing well with their drafts. It's very standard, straightforward. It's easy to play, but then it just breaks. And it's just really tough to come back from something like that.
It is. Oh, man. Because now we're looking at predictions after this game, or after this draft, I should say. And this is tough because I want to believe that Georgetown can do it, and I don't dislike the draft they've got going here as well. And Seton Hall did look shaky. I said if there was any game today that I think that Georgetown would be able to take, it would be this one, given the substitutions. But I feel like things are just a little bit more standard for Seton Hall. I feel like, while this bottom lane could get kind of interesting, they do have the tools to survive, endure, and then surpass potentially what Georgetown is bringing in. I think I have to go with Seton Hall in this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know where you're going to go, though.
Yeah, I think you got to. I'm going Hoya Saxa, which is what the Hoyas say as their fight call in all their sports. So we're going with the Georgetown Hoyas. Let's go. Come on. Do it for us. Do it for the DMV. Look, I'm wearing your color. If I stand up over here, look at this. It's the same blue. It's the same blue. Come on, guys. All right, that's it.
Don't pull the microphone out.
I know.
You're good.
I'm good. I'm a professional.
I know. I understand. Yeah, he's totally repping it here, guys. He is 100% on board this Georgetown hype train, and I want to be right there with you. And if this is the game they win, I will happily – you have the conductor's hat, but I'll shovel the coal, I guess. I don't know. How do trains work?
What?
The hype train?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you're the conductor of the hype train.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Don't conductors have a whistle or like a pocket watch?
Yeah. All right, let's get into the game.
I think the conductors, the cap you're talking about, even the coal shovelers shovel that one.
Okay.
So let's go.
I'm just trying to fuel the fire of this hype train, Egon. All right. I'm trying to fuel the fire. Let's get her done. Getting into our fourth match of the day. Looking to put their first win on the board. It is Georgetown. Looking to forget the match they had earlier is Seton Hall.
Yeah, and a good way to do that is swap out some of the players that weren't supposed to be in there. So Hyun Min Kim, sorry about that, and Min Boy still on the bottom side of the map with the Vel'Koz Caitlyn, but then Shifty Crescent in the mid lane, Vanilla Ice Cream at jungle, and Fireblaze on the top side of the map.
There we go.
This is a new roster here for Georgetown after game 1, and we heard in the conversation with Seeker earlier, a lot of different guys, everyone busy at Georgetown, so you've got to kind of mix and match when you have your full roster. Here's an opportunity to put your best foot forward.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier. They've got like 10 guys on the roster, so they're still, I think, looking to lock in, to solidify that final 5. They're still looking to have that happen, but Seton Hall, they don't have their final 5. Quinton stepping into the jungle, Disco down there in the bottom, so this is the opportunity, the time to strike, but this is the second Mordekaiser game so far, and a 4.0 KDA is pretty solid from Please Be Patient.
Yeah, and to be fair to Seton Hall in this case, at least they're in the right spots, right? Please Be Patient was playing support Pantheon because he knew how to play Pantheon beforehand. Yep. Burbler was playing on the top side using Wits End Tom Kench, and then Disco was playing the bot lane mage role. So Disco's still getting to be a little bit more active with the Senna in this one. Burbler gets his second game on Tom Kench, but now the position on it is different. The way that you're using the minion waves, how you absorb pressure, it's all very different. When you play your favorite champion in a different lane, you still got to play that lane. You still got to play, figure out, oh, I'm mid lane. I'm the one that needs to be kind of exerting pressure when I shove the wave. If I shove the wave on the bottom side of the map, I'm afraid of getting ganked.
Yep.
Like, so it's the way that you think about the game is very different.
It is indeed. I mean, think about, lane equilibrium and, jungle pathing and timings and level timing, all that good stuff. There's a lot of math you've got to do as a laner in this situation, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. The poke, though, that's going to be coming out here from a Caitlyn Vel'Koz lane is certainly going to do a lot of work when it comes to controlling this. And look at the wave pushing in already onto the turret of Seton Hall. This is the start that Georgetown was looking for. Georgetown, who I'm not sure took a turret in their last game, already getting the first play, knocking on the door of Seton Hall.
Yeah, as expected, this lane gets shoved in pretty hard.
Oh, yeah.
Does Senna and Tom Kench. And Hyungmin Kim and Min Boy, the Mins, both do an insane amount of lane pressure. Caitlyn with a Piltover Peacemaker, and you can hit multiple minions and champions, theoretically, with Vel'Koz as well with the W, so there's just a lot of pressure here. They need to be aware of a gank, but by having Vanilla Ice Cream on the bottom side of the map, focusing this inverse jungle pathing works out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I love this decision a lot to just keep Vanilla Ice Cream down here as sort of the shadow. They're getting so much value out of this bot lane already that even if it's not necessarily the most optimal path for this Zac, they're still getting what they came for here. They're still pushing in onto this turret. They're still getting the poke. They're still draining the mana. This is Georgetown looking in good form to start this off. And Diana in the mid, too. This is the Zac we were talking about. Let's bounce on him, baby. Gets the knock up the root. Myeonhae's in a world of hurt. Forced over in the flash. And with that, Shifty Crescent playing that Diana. I wonder if that's a coincidence, Degon.
Yeah, Myeonhae coming in to this week, leading in KDA and just having impressive performances, should know not to be hovering on the bottom side of the map. Your jungler is on the top side of the map. You've got to hover up there. Even if Shifty Crescent all of a sudden hangs on the top side River Brush and is exposing himself to Kindred, that means Zac is nearby. You wouldn't just randomly do that. The mind games aren't that thick right now. And so you just got to be aware of that type of thing. And again, this is a tendency you see in Collegiate. You're always thinking, how do I kill my opponent or what's happening in my lane, rather than what's happening around the map. Where can this jungler possibly be?
These are all those the questions we have to be asking. Up in the top lane, though, the saving grace for Seton Hall right now has to be please be patient. Winning quite hard in the CS game up against the Shen, but that's kind of to be expected at this stage. Shen just going to be offering that tanky presence, the support. I would say one of our more support-oriented top laners here in the game. Just being able to go in. And speaking of going in, Shifty Crescent's trying to bait in Myeonhae. It's the Darkened Blade, the knock-up though from the Zac once again. Deja Vu Degon in the mid lane once again. Why farm creeps when you can farm champions?
And this is where teams that theoretically aren't as mechanically good, a little bit younger, finds success. Oh, Fireblaze has to sit near the turret and has to dodge out this mace. Any auto attacks? Nope. No, that's not coming through. Please be patient. Dominating in this top side of the map. But younger teams find success when they find one lane and just play through that lane. Just constantly siphon through it. So the fact that Vanilla Ice Cream goes in the mid lane, gets the flash, and gets the kill without burning either one of their flashes, great. But then even better when you build upon it and go back to the well and really get this Diana going. Fireblaze, yes, that shouldn't have happened on the top side of the map. The conversation between the Hoya should have been like, hey, look, I'm focusing mid lane. I know you're getting shafted right now, but just deal with it for a little bit. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get a lead in the mid lane. We're getting a lead naturally on the bottom side of the map. Like, you're going to lose CS, you're going to go way down in gold, but don't also give over a kill.
Here's the thing. I think, though, regardless of the kill up in top, yes, it's obviously not ideal. I think this is the first time so far in the Big East 2020 regular season that Georgetown is winning more lanes than they're losing.
That's good.
They are winning in mid. They are winning in bottom right now. This is the start they need, and the gold is going in the right places. Caitlyn, top CS in the game. Diana has 2 kills. This is the start they were looking for that they've yet to find. This feels like the Georgetown I wanted to see.
All right, so we're getting to see it here. It is only 7 minutes. It's exciting. It's the most exciting 7 minutes we've seen so far.
First time they were ahead at 7 minutes, D-Gon. I'm pretty confident in that math. It's fine.
But it's still very early, right?
It is still very early. But they're going to look to try and pick up another kill here in the jungle up against the Tom Kent's. Flashes are being committed on both sides now, bringing them on in, trying to bounce them on out. Almost able to find the Tom Kent, not quite there. And a beautiful route from Disco to just continue to lock them on up, but I love the initiative being taken from Georgetown. The Drake is also spawns that can potentially rotate in onto this once they get that bot lane prio back.
Yep, engages there from Vanilla Ice Cream with the slingshot, and then the ulti as well as Burning Flash, but you get 2 flashes for it. You get Burblers, you get Disco, and
you get a Drake.
I think you take that trade. I'm trying to decide, was that worth the flash because you didn't get the kill, you do get the Drake. Yeah, I think it's worth. So Vanilla Ice Cream, again, has been key to a lot of this just kind of around the map. I think had a tough week last week, but since then, bouncing back pretty well right now. Fireblaze, he's in a world of hurt. These just getting hit by hammers all over the place doesn't feel good.
That's a big hammer, too, to be fair. That's like some Sauron level hammer right there, I'm just saying.
Jeez, Sauron, okay.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, let's be honest here, Deacon. It's a pretty big hammer. But in either case, Fireblaze just needs to not lose this lane. He's sitting in the turret. He needs to, he needs to appreciate that while the gold lead is not necessarily in his lane, there is a gold lead. It is being gotten elsewhere on the map. Yeah, he's down 20 CS at this point, but considering he's already given up a death, it could be worse. Yeah, he's down about a K in overall net worth. But again, if you look towards the bottom side here, if I look towards this... and the mid in particular, actually, that's where the lead is being generated.
Well, I think now we got to look at the jungle position because Vanilla Ice Cream has been active, but we now have seen Quintney hit level 6. And Georgetown, who died? Was it Georgetown died at the hands of a Kindred before? So I think you got to be aware of the Kindred popping off here.
Yeah.
Quintney has not played it anywhere near
as aggressive.
This
is how I expected the Kindred to play. This is why I was so surprised the first time around when we just saw the Kindred just going back repeatedly into lane and finding kills. This, I was expecting, Kindred's going to farm the first minutes of the game. That's going to be fine. But you know who's not farming? You know who's not chilling out? It's Vanilla Ice Cream. Some say it's a bland flavor of ice cream. I'm personally a fan. Please be patient. It's not a fan of being ganked right now. But Quintney at least is going to try and even up the playing field right now. Potentially rough position to be in. Vanilla Ice Cream taking a lot of damage, but nice taunt, bringing it back in underneath the turret. Fireblaze finding his moment, though, needs to not go too far underneath. Oh, man, just overextends a little bit too far. That could have been excellent.
Yeah, now Shifty Crescent in a little bit of trouble. Vanilla Ice Cream cannot help, and Shifty needs to be getting shifty here. So he can get himself to safety. Yeah, should be able to get himself out there.
Nice sidestep. Can he step back in? Going to try and trade as much as possible. And almost the play up in the top lane from Fireblaze, but a beautiful little pickup there from Seton Hall to even this up 2-2. And I say even this up, I mean it. We are dead even in terms of gold right now, D-Gon.
Yeah, and you can see how it's manifesting itself. And that's a little bit of the worry right now. The CS difference in the mid lane is 10. but I think it's actually more than that. There are more minions on Aatrox's side than Diana's side. So you want to hurry up and get out of lane on the bottom side of the map here. Like, Min Boy and Hyungmin Kim have done their job. They've gotten the lead. They got a bunch of plates here. And so a lot of this gold is spread around the team. So you want to get to a position. That was almost a nice little play there. Yeah,
that was sick.
You want to get to a position where you can unlock these ranged champions now, because Mordekaiser is just wrecking these shorter range champions here. Diana needs to get close to do stuff. Zach engages, but then you're kind of stuck. And then we've seen Shen just get smacked by the mace like multiple times.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be first turret blood in the bottom now from these ranged champions, like you mentioned, just asserting their dominance in the lane down here. Going to be able to pick up that first turret. Kindred has really just left this lane alone. They just sort of sacrificed this down here at the bottom, and of course the turret lives with 1 HP now that I've said that, because why would it not?
Yeah.
Of course. That's how the math works.
Cast a curse.
Yep. I don't make the rules.
Just slave to the rules.
That's it. I just, what can you do?
We need to cast a QSS so we don't get cursed.
That's it.
Do you have a belt?
Yes.
That looks like a sash. Made of silver.
No, okay, no.
Okay.
All right.
We were getting there.
Yeah, I had a couple of the requirements, but hey, Seton Hall at least trading out this turret deficit immediately in the top lane. Can be getting the plate over there. Every time I see Rift Herald used before 14 minutes, it makes me happy. That's just how I am.
Yeah.
Simple man. I see Rift Herald used before 14, and I'm good.
Yeah, good usage of Rift Herald there. Good answer by Seton Hall. Does get eventually taken out by Fireblaze, but now both teams can either flip lanes or focus down mid lane and do the NA ram. Either one here.
NA ram. I hadn't heard that before.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Shifty, oh, the flash.
Oh,
barely, just barely, but all 4 members are here. The rest of the team's going to try and rotate on in, but literally the entire team from Seton Hall has decided they want to have a party in the jungle. And at this point, I think if you are Georgetown, you just back right up. 12 seconds left on this next Drake, but I don't think anybody was expecting that response from Seton Hall right here. All the members of this team have decided, for some reason, it's time to fight.
Yeah, again, right? It was time to go mid and figure out what we're doing. And
NA ram.
The NA ram worked out. Now here's the snare. This is what you don't want if you are Vel'Koz and Caitlyn.
Nice trap, though.
You cannot let the opponents close the gap on you right now. I know you want to go for this. Oh, he tries to go for the steal. Does Vanilla ban? Oh, look at this disintegration ray. Nice ult there onto the Zach so that it was the least amount of damage. But TP, here comes Shifty, goes in, able to pull in one. Myeonhae takes a decent amount of damage, now goes 1v4, and that's a bad decision. Gets taken down. Shen was able to hop on into the fight. Quinton E still alive, does have his ulti, doesn't want to use it, would rather use the flash. Flashes to safety, but the Drake is taken, and it's a 1 for 2.
Not bad play there from Georgetown to make the best of that. I actually kind of like the decision from Seton Hall there to group, decide, hey, we're going to commit on this kill, we're going to commit on this Drake, but then they stayed too long, D-Gon.
Yeah, they stayed too long, and now this mid lane turret is going to go down as well if Georgetown fully commits to it. And that's going to open up the map, and that is so scary for Zach to hop on in, to have Shen use Stand United from wherever he is on the map. And all of a sudden, what Seton Hall just did in the mid lane to Shifty Crescent, where they're like, hey, surprise, we're all here. That was more of just like, hey, look, we're in the middle of a transition between lanes. That's more of a mistake on Shifty Crescent. Whereas now, with this mid lane down, the map starting to open up for Georgetown, this is just an opening for plays from here on out, and a pretty good advantage here for Georgetown. As we take a look at this fight one more time, I was worried about Vanilla Ice Cream trying to go for the steal here as he went over the side, but then please be patient. Locking in onto stopping the Zach from doing anything, just gets absolutely disintegrated by Vel'Koz. Then with the Shen hopping on into the fight, Myeonhae has nowhere to go. He falls. And Quinton E, I think he could have just popped ult right here and saved his flash. Yeah. Because obviously flash is longer than ult, but either way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think he definitely could have done that in that situation. I think it was maybe just a little bit of panic there. I don't know. A couple times these things, the way they end up happening, your gut instinct is like, I just got to flash and get out of here. So either way, we now see the lane swaps coming on in, giving the opportunity to continue the pressure here from this dominant top lane, or I guess now bottom lane up to top, utilizing their range to just bully out their counterparts. And this is where you have this, again, this interesting duo of the Senna and the Tom Kench. Again, you want the Tom Kench to get the farm, but what can you do with it? Of course, the Senna is going to be still building up these stats passively here through the souls, so you've got that advantage as well. But at what point, Degon, at what point is this going to come online and really start to feel impactful?
Yeah, later is the answer right now. I think it's important for us to be able to get a look at how many souls Disco has right now. You know, our overlay kind of covers that, but I think we can get that information relayed to us. And based on how they're killing things, right? They're playing it the way that it should be played. Senna not getting any CS, Tom Kench being a tanky boy, getting the auto attack slows, and here's the disintegration ray. You get the TP, I think that's all you want, but now Georgetown still semi-engaging. And now Mianhe, Disco, and Berber Flurber hanging around here. It is a 4v3.
That could be a rough potential situation as we also have the push coming in the bottom. Senna at 37 souls at this point in the game, so not hitting that second 40 mark here. Going to be looking to get that ASAP and probably look to up a little bit of aggression at that stage. But a great job from Seton Hall to not only absorb the pressure, but dish it back out in another lane, looking to take down that bottom turret of their own, break open the side of Georgetown. However, that middle turret still stands, and that's the critical run, especially now considering all the tier 1s are down for Seton Hall.
Yeah, TP was used by Mianhe, so they wanted to at least attempt to defend the top side of the map, and he did a good job using the Darkened Blade multiple times, burning flash from Minboy. So keep that in mind in our next team fight. Watch where Caitlyn is, watch the Caitlyn positioning, because Minboy can no longer play aggressively and play reactively in case someone does jump onto the back line.
And you're going to have to react to some different things here at this point in the game, because Georgetown, just not the team I think maybe Seton Hall was expecting. They've picked up another objective. They've got the Drake, they've got the turrets, they've got a Rift Herald now to be able to use at their leisure. It seems like this team feeling a little bit more confident with this particular roster and asking some questions to Seton Hall, who are behind in gold here at the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, and that's the caveat, right? We are looking at a Seton Hall roster that is using a couple of different substitutes as well.
Yep.
Numb Gums, Nummy Warrior, long-standing member of this team, as well Quintney filling in for probably their best player with Please Be Patient in the form of I've earned this rank. So you do caveat it, but Georgetown showing, hey, look, we're playing the smart game. We're tired of always playing from behind and trying to get picks. This is what we look like when we're ahead, and this is also a very good learning lesson for these guys. They do need to accelerate this lead right now. It is very small. It is not that much of a lead here at 18 minutes. It's less than 1,000 gold between the two teams. They have the Rift Herald. They're going to pop it here, break this game open, take a turret. Instead, they'll pop it and then just back off, see what they get here. Oh, they're going to break it open and then head on down for the Drake.
Yeah,
Play for the late game.
Yep, that Rift, Infernal Rift, that soul can change up the face of the late game, to say the least, and they want to make sure they are ahead in terms of that. However, it looks like Seton Hall is not going to let this go down quite so quietly. Quintney's going to look to go and try and steal this one. Can he find it? All from the Senate going here as well. Very smartly just holding on to the Drake at the end, and it does go over the way of Georgetown as the rest of the crew are coming back in, but so much damage is being done to Seton Hall. Can they survive? Shifty Crescent going gold, trying to stay level. Mianhe is doing so much damage, diving to the back line, trying to take down Minmo as well. Can they get the kill on the Caitlyn? No flash to get over the wall. That was massive, D-Gun. You called it earlier. And now Please Be Patient and crew are just chasing this one down, walking away as Georgetown. They got the Drake, but it cost them their lives.
Yeah, they got the Drake and didn't get the turret in the mid lane. They were able to pick up 2 kills, which softens the blow. But this is what I was talking about earlier. You can't pick a very aggressive 50-50 fight. Something else that happened throughout that whole Smite battle, Vanilla Ice Cream smited first, way early. And then Quintney is just sitting there waiting. Hit the Drake. Do it. I'ma steal it. And he ended up smiting too early as well.
And then somehow picked it up with the ult.
Youngman Kim was able to pick up the Drake as Georgetown wanted. But now, for the first time in a little while in this game, we've got a slight lead here for Seton Hall. Will it swing back the other way? Probably, but this is basically as close of a game as we've seen so far in Week 3.
Yeah, this is the game I was hoping to see so far today. And let's take a look back at this one more time. It looked like a pretty solid opening here from Georgetown, but I love the fact that when they decided to go in, they did commit to it here. The whole team was there just in time, and there's the early smite you talked about. And they just should have committed to it at this point. If they just hit the Drake a little bit more, what's Minboy doing?
No, so what happened is he put Lamb's Respite onto the Drake.
Yes.
So he can't, you're not doing damage to
Not
Lamb's
doing
Respite.
damage. There it is.
So that's what happened there. Like, I was like, what is happening there? And so that's what happened. And then Minboy, not able to get over the wall, used his net aggressively. And I think that's something you got to be aware of as a Caitlyn player, as I am a Caitlyn player myself. When you do not have flash and you are in the pit, you can't use your net for anything else. If you want to step up and auto attack, you can do that. You want to put down traps, you can do that. You want to get a pilt over Peacemaker, you can do that. But you got to make sure you have the net to get yourself out of the back of the pit. Otherwise, you kind of get stopped there by the Darkened Blade.
And when you have so many big circles of doom, which of course like to confuse the crap out of us casters, all in the center of that circle there, whether it be, I don't know, from Quitney or Please Be Patient, you have a lot of things that you need to save that escape for.
Yep.
And in the end, Minboy just not doing so there, costing his team a little bit, because that fight could have gone a little bit differently. Imagine Caitlyn gets back over the wall, is still able to rain some of that damage through. I don't think Seton Hall walks away with quite a convincing victory, but it looks like this turret that they fought for earlier will finally go down. But Mianhe, second most kills in the Big East at 32 right now. There's a reason we've been hyping up this player from Seton Hall, and I also love just the diversity of the champion pool right now. We have seen a bunch of different champs coming out from him so far. And Fireblaze up in the top, needs to be careful. One more auto will get it done. Please be patient. This isn't the first solo kill we've seen in this lane.
Yeah, building Leandries. LS would be very happy. Leandries over everything. You're able to just dish out the sadness. Rylai's as well comes on in, gets the slow, so as soon as you get stuck into that circle of doom, not much you can do. And Shifty Crescent, he's only got one setting, it's in. You could see the engage possibility. No, just kidding. Vanilla Ice Cream going to join the team. And these are the times where it gets a little rough for Seton Hall. When they are on the front foot and you've got Minboy and Hyunmin Kim set up like glass cannons, it's great. But when you're in defense mode and they can come at you whenever you want, it makes it tough because you want to have that space.
Does indeed, and I got to give a lot of props to Vanilla Ice Cream too for trying to be the one to really set the pace right here. He's probably going to go down. Survives a little bit longer. Now it's Quitney. The Lamb's right though, keeping them alive a lot longer. Vanilla Ice Cream trying to survive through this. Quitney back over the wall, forced to flash. But here we go. Fireblaze back in the fight with a vengeance. But Mianhe is splitting it up right now, going big on the Aatrox, but not big enough. Degon, the shutdown comes on in. Seton Hall overextends. Georgetown with the punish.
Yeah, and Vanilla Ice Cream had no health, like virtually no health, and slingshotted back on in.
He was
to
in that like
land
3
on top
times.
Of Mianhe. Yeah, and like could have very easily died if Mianhe changed focus of the target, instead misses out, and now they turn their eyes onto Baron.
He used the other team's Lamb's Respite to his advantage to re-engage to get the additional CC down, but this is an aggressive play from Georgetown. As we see, the big Mord coming on in the other side. Please be patient, not living up to his name. He wants to go right here, right now.
They're still on it.
They're still on it, but not a whole lot of HP. And we have the respawns. No TBs for the side of Seton Hall right now. Shifty Crescent the crew trying to take this down. We have Quitney on the far side. He's going to try and look to smite this out. If he can get it done.
It's a smite fight!
Smite fight, but no, Zach gets it done. Vanilla Ice Cream finds what they're looking for. They get the kill, and this is Georgetown turning this game around.
Yeah, and Fireblaze wanting to flank on the edge here. Shen looking for the taunt. You could see Aatrox as well trying to come and hop into the fight. Nice little long range extendo Q, not quite going to land, but now Hyunmin Kim getting caught out, and that's Mordekaiser going down. Another big shutdown heading on over to the side of Georgetown, this time onto the AD carry, and Shifty now going 1v1 against his mid lane partner. Then he changes his mind, hops on to the soft Senna, and Senna gets sent back to the Soul Realm. Mianhe forced to turn and run, and Georgetown take control of this game.
Georgetown walking on into the Say in the Jungle saying, hey Disco, time to dance. Taking them on down, forcing the Aatrox back, getting the Drake, getting Baron. Let's look at that all again, Degon. Walk us
From where?
through that.
Where are we starting?
From here.
From Baron. All right. So we're at the Baron fight, and this was just too clunky. Please be patient. Goes in without the rest of his team there. You want to try to sync it up with Quinton a little bit better. Maybe Burbler can come on in and be a little bit more annoying. Instead, Please Be Patient just gets absolutely chunked. And this is just the essence of being a jungler right there. You got to win that one-on-one. I don't think Georgetown should have put Vanilla Ice Cream in that position, but he's able to win it. And then here, just the long chase. Please be patient. Nowhere really to go. I think maybe you could have just kept running and then try a 4v5, but that's kind of a risky play there. And then Myeonhae and Disco just biting off more than they could chew. The ace in the hole from downtown,
Boom.
picking up the kill. Myeonhae swinging his sword around, but really nothing doing there at this point here. He's not far enough where he can 1v5 at 3-4-1 when your second item is your Death's Dance. You're not really quite cutting down the way that you want to. Death's Dance is more of like, hey, look, I'm a mid-range fighter. I don't take too much burst damage, and I'm here to be annoying. Not as much as the Mordekaiser that's here to just like make you cry with Leandri's Torment.
I mean, Please Be Patient has been doing a pretty good job of that so far this game, but in that situation, just not quite syncing up with the rest of the team. We're seeing the 4-1 Baron push coming in right now. Of course, utilizing that Shen with that global ultimate, being able to come in when needed to continue to push this down. Inhib turret falls. Defense from Seton Hall, they're just saying, look, we just got to sit back. We just got to keep farming. We got to get Quinton farmed up. We have to let Senna come online as well before we can stop this, and they're just letting it go, Degon. I don't hate this decision.
Yeah, I don't. Like, you can't, I don't think you can fight that the way that you want to. And if you lose that fight there, it's over. Whereas here, now you have a little bit of space. You don't have to worry about it. Man, Disco just got chunked right there.
Oh my goodness. Ace in the hole going to go on through. Quinton tanks it. Not necessarily the right target when you've got a Tom Kench in the front line. But that's the second Inhib turret dropping. Looking to get two as Zach goes on in. Vanilla Ice Cream to start things off. Already doing a lot of damage to the Tom Kench on the flank. Can they keep this one alive? Myeonhae, the other target, they've got to keep in mind. Please Be Patient is there as well. The big Mord with the big old hammer, but look at the return damage. The ult from Senna doing almost nothing at this stage. Needing to focus fire down this Inhib is Georgetown, and they're able to get it done. Are they going to look to walk away? Minboy should not be the one in the front line, Egon.
Minboy's very far from just chunks down Disco a pretty decent amount, but does not have Flash yet. Flash is about 40 seconds away here for Minboy. But they're going to continue to pressure. They do have a super minion wave coming on through. There it is. You can see it there on your screen. Another one coming on up through mid lane if they just hold it for just a little bit. A very awkward thing that's happening between that wave, though, is that it's not synced up, but the engage comes on in from Vanilla. He does pop, but Minboy is now popping off. Nice taunt by Fireblaze, and now Georgetown cleaning up the Pirates, and Seton Hall will have a weekend to forget, but it will be a weekend to remember for Georgetown as they're getting closer and closer to their first win. Might have spoken a little too soon because Minboy got a little too high.
I think they're looking okay.
Away. There we go. They're going to use that super minion wave, and Georgetown, the Hoyas, will find their first victory in the Big East League of Legends Collegiate season. Congratulations. I never doubted him.
You never did.
I had him.
Degon, I said if there was going to be a game this weekend that Georgetown was going to walk away with the win, it was going to be this one. Seton Hall not having their full roster and being punished for it in this situation. Georgetown, people back on the regular positions, playing maybe a few more comfort picks, getting some nice early ganks, actually able to snowball, able to keep control. Couple of nice little fights around some objectives, taking advantage of some of the lack of communication from Seton Hall. Again, Seton Hall not at the peak, so we still have some questions, but Georgetown, it's gotta feel good to get a win on the board here this season. Whew, what a match.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think you got to play it at a pace that you felt comfortable with. If you're Georgetown, they were able to at least do what they want, execute what they want. Was it clean? No. Was it scrappy? No. That Baron 50-50? Scary. The Dragon 50-50? Scary, right? But there were opportunities that where they got to ask the questions. I always, analyze League of Legends. Who's asking who the questions and who has the answers? And in this time, Georgetown was able to ask the questions. And when Seton Hall asked questions of them, they were able to answer back much faster than Seton Hall were. And in that, Georgetown get a lead, a slight lead, give it away, back to tied, but then show some guile to fight back and then close things out here. So congratulations again to our boys from DC. There we go, DMB, representing us today.
There you are. And, we had a chance to talk to Seeker before the match, get some thoughts. We talked to him earlier on in the day, and we have a chance to talk to him again.
Nice.
Nice. Here back on the broadcast. Welcome back, sir. We spoke to you earlier. Had some thoughts.
Hey,
Now you have a win. Do you have some more thoughts for us?
I I'm just ecstatic. Like, I'm so proud of my boys. They really pulled it out. Had a great early game. Like you guys have been saying during the broadcast, I was following along. We finally got to play ahead. Finally got to be the ones kind of leading the game, deciding where things would happen, and we really took advantage of that.
What was it like earlier? So I want to know like what the roster jumble is right now, because you had to actually hop in and play in game number 1, and then game 2. Is this your starting roster? Is it just availability? What happened?
All right, so we do have like a lot of availability problems. We actually haven't been able to play with our starting roster at all. So in this game, only 2 of the 5 players are actually starting players. Oh no, 3, sorry. So that's like our top laner, AD carry, and mid laner are all starters. But we've had like serious issues, just people like their schedules generally don't line up to be able to play all at the same time.
Gotcha.
But I mean, obviously, like those subs really pulled it out. I mean, Youngmin Kim had a super impressive bot lane with that poke. I mean, being insane. Vanilla Ice Cream with the ganks on mid lane. Tons of respect for Myanhe. He's an amazing player, but we took some easy kills on him and really got to carry it away.
Yeah, and I wanted to focus in on that player specifically because I think he had a tough week last week, and then to be able to bounce back here. What do you have to say about your jungler coming on in today?
I couldn't be more proud. I mean, Vanilla Ice Cream trying to struggle to figure out what role we're going to have him play in. And just, I mean, every time we play him, he shows so much tenacity and resilience and just always impresses us no matter what he does. I mean, even playing behind, he plays absolutely well. Couldn't be more proud.
I mean, showing up on the Zac today, making that pressure felt, back-to-back, lining up the kills to start that off. And I feel like that was really just sort of the snowflake rolling down the hill that started the snowball for you guys there. Do you listen in on comms at all, or do you have access to this, or are you just watching along with the broadcast? Because listening back, I can't imagine what comms must have been like around that Baron fight when it came down to like that much, just the scrap of HP. What do you imagine your team was saying during that moment?
I think my guys actually do a great job of staying focused, so I think they call like exactly who they want to focus in the fight. Like I said, I was switching between the broadcast and the live game, so I actually, sad to say, I missed the Baron fight, but as they were filling me in, they're telling me that their comms were just like, they knew that the Mordekaiser didn't have ult, they knew they had Shen ult advantage. As soon as they saw the Kindred, they knew for a fact that they were going to go for the focus on Kindred and try to get the smite advantage going on, and wound up pulling out the fight on the Baron.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge, and I think that was sort of the last nail in the coffin there to help you guys walk away with your first victory here in the Big East in 2020. So congratulations. I'm excited to see how your team continues to develop and see if you can string together a couple more wins.
Heck yeah, I think once we get our starting roster out there, we're going to really impress you guys.
Awesome. I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
I love it. I love it. Just seems to be such a great, stable force behind the team, and that's honest pride. I got like dad pride vibes from that. That's so great.
Yeah, I got to go home to Virginia last weekend.
Like last week,
yeah, last weekend. And it's always like I forget how much like that area, like being from your hometown, like matters. Yeah. And so like whenever a hometown team wins, it always feels pretty cool.
Yeah, it does. And your prediction paid off there. So there you go. Got to be feeling good about that too.
Good suit choice today.
Yes, indeed. That is our 4th match now in the books. An upset to some. Georgetown knew they had it in them. Before we jump onto the break, need to remind you one more time, good luck, have fun, ! GLHF in the chat to get some more information about that one. Get that exclusive Twitch badge. And of course, as well, if you want to stay up to date with all things ESL Collegiate, at ESL Collegiate, darn it the wrong way, on Twitter.
Darn it.
I'm gonna get it one of these times. Because of premiered and all that way. All right, that's it. We're going to be back. We have 2 more matches for you today, guys. You do not want to miss them. We'll see you in a few.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Welcome back to the Big East 2020 Collegiate League of Legends regular season. We have had a heck of a day of games where we just saw Georgetown take their first win here in 2020 up against Seton Hall. Talked a lot about that matchup again. Some different faces on both rosters. Seton Hall not necessarily looking their best, but still have to give the biggest props to Georgetown.
Yeah, again, their first victory in the Big East tournament, regular season thing, because they didn't participate in the 2019
Regular
version.
season. Yep.
And so here at the 2020, first win as a team, first win, and it's always a great moment when you're able to have something like that to build upon. So it's cool to talk to Seeger and talk about all the hard work that went into it, the individual plays, and the game itself.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at our updated standings now, which is great. We get to see the results of that victory here. Is Georgetown moving up 1-5. Still not the most ideal stat line to be said, but it is a step in the right direction. But now we have to look our way over to the other side. We have to look at these teams who are 3-1 right now. We're going to see two of them go toe-to-toe as we take a look at our schedule for the day and highlight our next matchup, which is going to be Butler taking on Villanova, followed up by Marquette and St. John's. We'll get some answers today, Degon, and we'll have a team decisively, I think, in first, maybe, at the end of the day. Maybe.
It's separation time. You know, our last two games are now with the teams all from first to fifth place. And I think, again, it's exciting to see these two teams that have found success, been around for a while. Butler was the other team that's kind of hung around in that kind of like striking distance area. Butler was one of the few teams that beat Villanova in the regular season of the 2019 CLOL tournament, Big East CLOL tournament, when Renegade Mac went off and popped off and had one heck of a Cassiopeia game. So I think that I'm the big brain here. I got this.
He's an encyclopedia of statistics.
And so it's exciting to see both members, I think, are in new roles. Renegade Mac and the Native 192 now on the bottom side of the map. So we'll get to see that matchup here.
Yeah, we talk about this matchup. It's certainly going to get interesting here. Villanova obviously having some struggles. Butler, their first match of the day. So we'll see how this breaks out here. This was the last time these two teams faced off, which was the best of one. Villanova did take the victory there. But Pixel Drum, that's a question mark for me, because he answered a couple questions I didn't know I had today.
Yeah. Didn't look super clean in week one, but was able to get the job done. Here today, we saw him earlier just wipe the floor with Kindred.
Yeah.
I think it's cool to see that, yes, okay, there's a difference between getting fed and carrying. However, it's a little different when it's a snowball-y type thing. And with this Butler squad, Mac is obviously one of the mainstays of this roster and really pushes this team forward. Everything revolves around him and moved forward through him. And hopefully him and the rest of the coolest logo in the Big East will be able to find some success today.
I love this gaming logo here. It's really, really cool. We talk about Butler Mac, the counterpart to Pixel Drum there in the jungle, but I have to look down towards the bottom lane as well, which you also mentioned. In this case, won't be banned. A support player. We have highlighted a few support players so far today, or at least I've tried to point it out as much as possible in these games, but clearly hitting the books hard. And the Blitzcrank fave, that could make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah. Again, if the other team plays Tom Kench Senna or anything Tom Kench, Blitzcrank is a counter to it. Like, we've seen it in Europe. The player that does it the most in the pro in LCS is Ignar. Ignar does that for FlyQuest as a Blitzcrank one trick. So, like, I think you're willing to utilize that and hook in one and get two, very much like when Yumi's in play as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. If we look at their opponents across the way, of course, in Villanova, that's where this is going to get interesting, because we didn't see Mags play earlier. We had the substitution come in there, but Pixel Drum still went off and carried. Native looked decent, but it was really, I think, Please Crit, Pixel Drum, and Whimsical Melody who stepped up a lot. The question now becomes, if Pixel Drum doesn't get the same start this time around, how does this game look different?
I mean, it just doesn't break early on. I think you've got enough veteran savvy leadership in the jungle with Mac there to at least slow down the bleeding if it is just a kind of a snowbally slaughter effect the way that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and Whimsical Melody, speaking of like Snowball-y, Slaughter, Riven, yeah, that's. I mean, I don't think there's a reason we've seen it banned every single time up against this squad.
Yep.
That's probably why. I mean, look, sometimes you don't ban it against, I don't know, Viper, and that goes well sometimes. I'm just saying.
Didn't this season. He's 1-0 in it.
Yeah, well, I'm referencing the first time in particular, and everybody memed.
Yep.
Don't ban it.
Don't ban it.
Don't ban it. Just saying.
Make him prove it.
Make him. Yeah.
FlyQuest is such an interesting team because they have so many one tricks that they have to get rid of. Yeah, the branding.
The new
branding. Clean long sleeve. I got to touch it. I got to talk to the CEO, Megumi, and they went through a bunch of different material providers. It's such a great jersey. So if you ever wanted to buy a jersey, buy the FlyQuest jersey. Feels good, looks good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Yep, Tree Quest. Gotta support all the good things. And we got a little off topic there. But really, it all comes down to great League of Legends. That's the common denominator between all of this, and I'm expecting a good game between these two teams. Again, Butler, the first time we're seeing them play today. Villanova have already stepped up. They've probably already warmed up. Now the question is, Butler, can they get it done as we get into our draft? Here's the time to put it all on the line. They are all tied 3-1, and I mean all. The top 4 teams right now are all tied 3-1. They need to step up, separate themselves from the pack. The peloton is emerging. Who will be the leader?
Yeah, we'll see. And the coolest part is that all the teams that are kind of in that big 3-1 traffic jam right now are the teams that have been growing season to season and putting forth something for growth. I think the exception is Providence, who did sneak into a playoff spot early on in the 2018 playoffs. However, they were built around a main player, a star player in Honor Lord, and once he graduated, there really wasn't as much of a foundation there. Whereas Butler, they've kind of done the same thing here in terms of Butler Mac, who's been around for a while. He's role swapped now, but you could see how they're trying to share that across the rest of the team because he's willing to move off of his role and now take the jungle position and allow All for Joy to step on in and be the next wave of Bulldogs for the Big East.
Yeah, be that Bulldog, and there it is, the Ornn. I was going to say it. All respect bans to start this game, but Ornn makes it through, and Butler picks it up. So Ornn no longer 100% win rate here in the Big East, but still the most dominant champion in terms of overall performance. They don't like swords over on the side of Butler. Take away Yasuo, take away Riven. Not really surprised.
You know, I think this is one of the coolest college picks and bans we've seen so far because I think you got it right here for Butler. Any 3 of those champions there in the hands of the opposite side, and it just feels like you're behind. It feels like you don't have a pick against it. Maybe the Yasuo for the native 192, but we've even seen him do the 0-7 Yasuo power spike, and then all of a sudden he finishes like 9-9. I've seen him do that before. So I like this.
That game, and
definitely like this from the Bulldogs.
Yeah. I definitely flamed him that game, and then he came back and won, and I looked rather silly. Anyway, J4 going to be the jungle pickup there for Mac. Morgana locked in. Haven't seen a whole lot of Morgana so far this season. She was sort of one of these top-tier picks for a while, fell off quite a ways. Has good utility, has the root, decent ult, but there was a lot of people came in and were like, oh, is Senna just a better Morgana when she first came out? And then a couple other questions were posed.
Yeah, I would say given those first 2 picks that they saw, and now the Echo's just a bonus, but given those first 2 picks you saw, you feel like there's going to be a lot of AP poke. You don't want to get anyone to get knocked up. You want them to be mobile. Don't get caught out by the Thresh. That all feels good into a Morg right there. Thresh is a decent counter to the Tahm Kench, into Braum, because Braum gets, puts up the Unbreakable shield and then you can't really miss. You could have gone Nautilus and Leona, the 2 typical tanky guys, but you already kind of have tanks. So you want a way to lock down multiple members in these fights. So I'm not opposed to having Morgana get on in there, pop the shield onto Ornn so that Ornn's Call of the Forge God does not get canceled, and things look good here. So overall, I like what Butler's done. And Villanova didn't get anything that felt like overpowering.
Especially with this addition of this Tristana ban, which is another one of the go-tos that Native has pulled up. Like, the research has been done here for Butler. Every single one of these bans is, again, meta ignoring. It's really just take away their best picks. We want to force them onto the next best thing, or maybe even one beyond that. And again, all of these are fine picks from Villanova, but unless this Echo just goes absolutely off, it's not going to break the game. And at that point, it's just Pixel Drum being Pixel Drum, and the champion doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this last pick is going to be, or last ban here is going to be from Butler. You don't have. I don't think you ban Senna because you have Thresh. It's not like you have Tom Kent Senna or another tanky like a Nautilus Senna. Thresh Senna doesn't sound all that crazy. Aphelios gets hovered in. This kind of makes sense here for the native. This is a hard carry. This does scale pretty crazy. Although we saw it fail earlier, I'd expect that the native 192's Aphelios would be a little bit cleaner and a little bit more scary. So if this does get locked in, it does make sense. And I think this might have been the first time we've seen Butler kind of miss on the draft, if anything. You do get rid of the Aatrox, Whimsical Melody, top laners with swords, scary. Fiora might be next up. But, you know, I think maybe that's a point you can look back for Butler. You go with Misfortune here. Misfortune into Aphelios Thresh. So lots of poke. You don't want to get damaged too much. So you got to make sure that you're constantly like split up between Misfortune and Morgana so that if Thresh does hook one, you can black shield that one and you're safe on the other side.
Yeah, that's going to be key watching this lane matchup overall here. Darius going to be the last pick locked in here for Villanova, so a strong, tanky top laner. And the native, giving him any strong, mechanically intensive champions is a great way to make him shine in these games. So the Aphelios doesn't get much more mechanically intensive than that. A lot of little things to remember. But I also do really like the draft here for Butler. They've got great initiation. They've got great CC. If you can protect this Misfortune during the bullet time, if you can line that up, everything's going to look great. I mean, Call of the Forge got into Cataclysm, into that ult. That's just a blender. Yeah. And that's just no fun. There's a lot of wombo combo potential here, but at the same time, there's a lot of individual pick potential from the side of Villanova. Echo can roam on in. Darius, if he gets off early, it goes off early. It's so scary. And then Aphelios to carry into the late game. I don't know.
Yeah, Butler's draft looks very LCS-like. When you land the J4, the AD carry you want for that is Misfortune, right? It kind of goes hand in hand. I'm still hesitant on Butler's draft at that final ban, the Aatrox there, right? So you're really trying to cover the Ornn, right? I talked about it earlier, the Ornn, Aatrox matchup, blah, blah, blah. You don't want it to snowball out of control. But Darius there is a decent counter to Ornn, not counter, but a answer to Ornn as well. And it feels like a snowball-y type champion. So I feel like they could have won. It was a tale of two picks and ban phases. The first ban phase, I think Butler did it like perfectly. In the second ban phase, I feel like Villanova had the answers. They knew, okay, this is kind of where we got pigeonholed into. I like Aphelios here. They're going to pick Misfortune. That's fine. Positioning is the big thing that we need to worry about. Let's focus on the counter pick on the top side of the map. And Darius with the Noxian Guillotine can really close things out.
Yeah, this is tricky because I like both drafts.
Yeah.
I think both drafts fundamentally are solid. On paper, I think in my gut, I like Butler's draft a little bit more. I understand how it all works together, but I appreciate the mechanics that'll go into making Villanova have success. And after seeing them play earlier, it's hard to bet against them. So I kind of think I have to go with Villanova on this one. There's part of me that's thinking Butler's going to come out on top, but oh man, this is tricky. This is probably the most torn I've been so far today. This is a really tough one. I think I'm going to go with Villanova. I think if they can survive, if they can scale, they're going to go off. But I'm like, it's 51-49. This could really go either way.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm on the side of the team that I think won the draft, right? I think, so I'll go with Butler here. I think Butler put in the research, and here's their chance to take that big boy step. I said the same thing about, I think, DePaul. Like, DePaul needs to beat the teams they need to beat. Seton Hall needs to beat the teams that they need to beat. Butler is in that conversation. Lowest on the totem pole. Here's their opportunity to take that step against the big boys of the Big East.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, one of our premier matches of the day. This could be an absolute slugfest, but then again, one team could get ahead early, and they have the ability to turn it from a slugfest into a slaughter real quick if they do get ahead early. So we'll see what happens here. Two of, I think, the best drafts of the day, all in all, in terms of back and forth.
Yeah, that was one of the best drafts I think I've seen in Collegiate in a very long, maybe like top 5.
Yeah,
just because it was very thoughtful and collegiate as well. Like, all the target bans right at the top.
So
like
good.
that just made so much sense for both teams. Like, and I just really appreciate the fact that they did their research and they're like, hey, we're doubling down in the banning phase. This is what we're doing, and that seems like just so. Like you're putting in the work beyond just your solo queue and execution, and now your game plan is put to place so you can find success.
Well, we'll see which team will find success in game number 5 of the day. Let's get into it. Butler taking on Villanova. Both one of these teams looking to get another W on the board, step their way up the rankings, and put themselves right on top with 4 wins here in the Big East 2020 CLOL regular season. That was a lot of words.
Yep, there was a lot of words. Look at this. The pick in the top lane, yep. We're hovering Butler, but Butler's currently just using Ornn. He's been in every game, whether it's pick or ban, and lots of winning. Lots of winning for the Ornn. I think the only loss was Providence, right? I think Providence fixed it. So, little, stats.
Oh,
but either way.
Oh, Vixnoco, hang on.
Oh,
we have a party right here.
Oh, no!
Pulling him on back in. Ornn, please. Wait.
Oh, no! He flashed backwards! What are you doing? All right, can I change? Can I change my
Sound
vote?
like me. You sound like me, Pika.
like-
That's my line.
I was like, yeah, the draft is smart. They're going to be smart.
No. Okay, we're going to put that aside.
Oh, boy.
A little bit of misclick coming in there from Vixnoco, who is a stellar player, by the way. We saw him play last week. That was uncharacteristic. We'll give them a pass. Everybody's had the odd fail flash. I pretty much only have them, so it's fine. It'll be absolutely okay. And yeah, we'll just reset that one.
Yeah, interesting. Well, it is what it is. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we will indeed. As we're looking at this mid matchup, going to be interesting for Diana in this one. Just going up into the Vel'Koz, which is going to have just so much massive range advantage. The poke is going to be not a whole lot of fun to deal with.
Yeah.
So obviously just going to be CSing under turret, but going to be a pretty good time all in all for the Vel'Koz, at least to start things off here in this. And interesting to note, we do only have 1 TP on either side here, so no crazy TP play is going to be coming in as if you see any like early game top or bottom ganks.
Yeah. It's easier to read the game that way. You get a little bit more of mid lane prowess in between each other. Look at that. Nice play there by the native 192. He said, hey, look, go down that ban list. I'm not too worried about it. But now Butler Mac trying to help out his top laner, getting a little further behind. Whimsical Melody getting aggressive. So now 2 flashes burned already.
Okay.
And Pixel Drum still has his.
Wow, that was an aggressive, preemptive flash. Didn't really get anything from it. And as I mentioned, how the range advantage for ARF would have a good time in the mid, All for Joy just instantly goes back in on that one.
Well, one of the major users of the flash buffer for a CC is J4, right? You do Flag and Dragon before it finishes, you flash, and he gets the knock up in a much larger, different area. I think burning J4's flash so well worth it. Now won't be banned a little bit of trouble. This is what I was talking about earlier. The AD carry and the support need to spread out here. Very fun, very low. Looking like he's not having very much fun. Binding does land though.
But only level 2 doesn't even have...
Doesn't have pool.
Doesn't even have the... Can't
oh,
drop
no,
this.
no,
Don't walk back in Morgana. Okay, also here in the mid. Right, there's a lot of fighting happening right now.
Yeah. They're on the bottom side. There's Butler Mac at the right place at the right time. The auto attack kind of
Tick down, tick him down.
Oh, no! One more auto attack. He's got it.
There we go. Won't be banned. Able to pick that one up. J4 coming back into the bottom side. Thegon, this game has been all action all the time. These two teams do not stop. The knock up there for Vixnoco trying to recover a little bit, but getting pulled back in. Whimsical Melody, though, needs to be cautious in the top lane because Ornn does too much damage than he has any right to.
I love this from Butler. I think so many teams and players, myself included, would be like, all right, we got to wait till we get flashes back up. We'll be slightly behind, but no worries. We'll get it back in like a gank or a team fight. No, here it's like, hey, we're going to create just chaos and pressure in the lanes so that you don't think about the gank that's coming on through. And Butler Mac able to pick up the kill. Whimsical Melody now dishing a decent amount of damage. Vixnoco a little low now. Hook landing, and here comes the other gank on the other side. Very fun. Again, just got back to lane. Able to pick up 1 here, but it's a 1 for 2, and the native is going to pick this one up. I think Pixel Drum, never mind. Pixel Drum still picks it up, but either way, like, native's like, all right, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, this is a back-and-forth brawl. Both of these teams looking to try and get ahead early because, you know, these teams, while they are stellar, they are some of the best, you know, here in the Big East. They're still collegiate teams, and there is still this comfort that comes from playing well ahead. It takes a certain kind of discipline and experience to play well behind that these teams don't necessarily have quite as much. Let's take a look at this kill again.
Yeah, just simple overstay here by Morg. I think a good job getting the Black Shield down onto Very Fun so that Very Fun didn't get stunned up and just quickly eliminated by Pixel Drum to go 1 for 2. But again, just an overstay and a good play out of nowhere there for Please Crit.
Yeah, really solid support play coming in from the Thresh, the backup there with that Aphelios. Able to just basically identify those targets, but another nice binding going in once again. Won't be banned. Another support player. There's a reason we highlighted them in this matchup, and I have to say I'm impressed by the caster support play so far. Looking pretty good to start this off, and next up, it has to be junglers. Watch those junglers. Find these roots, predict these ganks, because I feel like the game is going to be decided based on that, and Butler Mac seems to agree with me.
Butler Mac going immediately to the mid lane, seeing if he's able to pick something up there. As All for Joy says, thank you very much for your attention to detail so that he can try to get fed in that mid lane. But not quite able to find anything there. And I think with Butler Mac, you just got to be careful because he doesn't have Flash quite yet. So if he does meet Pixel Drum somewhere just head-to-head, you're fighting over Scuttle, you got to be aware of that. A little scary.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of points to be scary about on the Rift right now. Basically, nowhere is safe when you have mobile junglers. Man, another landed root. When you have mobile junglers like this Echo, like this J4, you've really just got to keep your eyes peeled. You've got to make a focus to keep this vision as established as humanly possible. But man, this battle in the bottom lane has been relentless. I think we finally see a misbinding coming in there from Won't Be Banned. That might be the first one of the game, as the native's just going to try and continue to just keep the poke up. Very for fun. It's going to sit back and CS a little bit more cautiously. Pretty much dead even here. But in the mid lane, this is what you gotta do, and no Flash to be had here for the Vel'Koz, which means give it on over. All for Joy says thank you very much.
Yeah, a little bit of an excessive cataclysm there by Butler Mac.
Look, kill secured.
Yep, kill secured.
Kill secured.
Kill secured. Agreed. And now they're going to turn their focus here onto the Drake. No cataclysm here for Butler Mac, but his Flash will be up for this next one. And it does look like with the kill in the mid lane, Villanova forced to give up the lane pressure. Don't want to give the lane pressure necessary to try and contest.
Yeah, and while we didn't see Won't Be Banned part of that kill in the mid lane there, having the second most assists at 53 in the game so far. Pretty solid. Up in the top lane, though. Vixnoko making up for the play earlier on in the game. Gave over first blood, but takes back a solo kill.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of panic there by Whimsical Melody. I think he had a time for one more auto attack off to get more stacks for his Noxian Guillotine and get closer to a kill.
Yeah.
But that was a miscalculation by Whimsical Melody and just a good calculation of Big Smoko. This is how you can tell good teams from great teams. Great teams, great players know what the kill range is. It's like, hey, look, they're at enough damage right now where
the dunk will dunk.
I can kill him. So very fun. There it is. This is so fun. Try to gank the Morgana lane.
Black Shield's kind of good, guys.
Who would have thought it?
Who would have thunk it?
But Please Crit looking at it. He knows Black Shield is down. If that lands, that's punishing. But
not a kill. Oh, but wait, did they not recall? No, he did recall. Okay.
He did recall.
All right.
I mean, I think there was enough time where if he lands it, you can stop the recall, throw the lantern backwards, and blow him up. You take a look here on the top side. Not a lot of mana here for Whimsical Melody. Oh, it's the knockdown.
Once again.
And he got pulled into it. So that was just awkward.
Oh, way too early on that ult.
Yeah, that was just, it was an awkward interaction.
Yeah.
I think Whimsical Melody was just trying to walk out of it. When he got knocked up, he panicked.
Like he tried to jump over the Call of the Forge God with the Noxian Guillotine. He was like, oh, alley-oop.
That doesn't work.
Nope. Not how that interaction works at all.
Run.
But yes, how this interaction is going to work is Butler Mac walking into
Flash
a world of hurt.
Oh, no!
as Pixel Drum's going to go back in, but Diana's doing a decent amount of damage trying to fight around this buff, but trying to get back on out as Pixel Drum able to do so, being oh so speedy. Now looking back towards the fight around this Rift Herald, going to be giving it on over to Villanova, but Degon.
That's awesome.
Degon. What happened?
You know, Butler just playing a little too fast. And we've seen a couple leashes of major objectives already today, and here was another one, and at least Butler Mac got Pixel Drum's flash.
Yeah.
You know?
Not that really, not that needs to be a thing. Oh, the flash.
No. Oh, yep, still alive. Oh, yep, good
Still
shield.
alive.
There's
The root
binding.
now. Bullet time. Hey-oh. Call the Forge God from the TP coming in from Vizdoku as well. Looking to try and turn the single kill into a double kill. Knocking him on up, putting him on down. Boop.
Yeah, TP there. TP advantage for Vixnoco. And that's exactly how you want to use it. And then Butler Mac on the top side of the map trying to hold on to it. Does have Cataclysm, but you don't want to get stuck in there with the J4. Has to walk away from the ulti there. Tries to go back in. Ooh, the knockup might have been good.
That could have been close.
But either way, it's going to be a turret trade. And there was so many minions there that are not going to go to anybody. All for Joy. Has not stepped over a ward yet. Going on in.
Forward.
Pulls in Whimsical Melody. Whimsical Melody will not take too much turret damage because the Rift Herald's there and just gets absolutely obliterated by Pixel Drum.
Oh no, that was not the play that All for Joy was looking for. Only sorrow on the side of Butler after that one. At least the turret survives, but Whimsical Melody making up for some of the plays earlier on. Both of these top laners are just looking for style points, but it all started off with this play in the bottom lane where it looked like Very for Fun was in a world of this flash right here. Dodges it out, the Black Shield comes on in, the root to follow up, and then boom, bullet time.
Yep, and this is basically a carbon copy of how the first skirmish in the bottom side of the map that we missed looked. It was overstaying, flash forward by Thresh, into the flay, into the hook, and it should be easy peasy. Instead, like pixel perfect flash by Very for Fun, roaming down was Won't Be Banned on the Morgana to help out the AD carry, and the TP advantage being shown there. But on the top side, good answer back by Villanova. This has been a back and forth game, and you look at this gold lead right now. It's 2,000 gold for Villanova.
It is, and interesting to note, though, in terms of TP advantage, Whimsical Melody actually TP'd back to lane to match the Ornn. So it actually will be, again, a TP advantage for Butler off of this one. Vixnoco trying to keep this top turret alive, and Whimsical Melody just wanting to knock it down, open up this top side of the Rift. And what a stellar game, D-Gun. We hyped this up, and I feel totally validated in that decision. The knockup going in there onto Arf in the mid. All for Joy not going to commit onto this one with Please Crit waiting in the wings, looking for find that death sentence, bringing them on back in. So we see an echo here as well. Pixel Drum, do they have vision?
These supports have just been all over the place. Won't Be Banned constantly just coming to check up in onto his mid laner. This time it's Please Crit rotating on up top, and you can see these two supports leading the Big East in assists. 55 for Won't Be Banned, 59 for Please Crit. They love setting up their teammates beyond just their AD carries.
Oh yeah, and that's huge because there's so many playmakers on these teams.
Right.
You can comfortably do that. You can look to make that happen. In the mid, though, All for Joy baiting on in. The rotation from the top. Call of the Forge God looking to take him on down. Whimsical Melody playing a mournful tune, and now they're trying to go back in and find more, but the Flay bringing them way too far forward. The separation. Please, Crit says, please, come on in. The water's fine. But in this situation around the Drake Pit, Villanova are the ones putting the other team underwater.
Yeah, Butler Mac just biting off more than you could chew. That's just one of those hyphy moments there. Slight miscommunication there by Butler, not chaining their big game-changing ultimates together. In the mid lane, the binding landed by Won't Be Banned to lock up Whimsical Melody. And then after that, Vixmoto uses an ult that only hit Whimsical Melody, who was already locked up and was going to die. So I think if you save that a little bit, say, hey, I already bound him and don't use your ult, we can save that for this dragon fight. That changes things. So I think it was more Butler Mac really trying to stretch the play and get the value out of the Call of the Forge God.
I think it was really him expecting, okay, we've got this kill, let's move further in, because they were all lined up going towards that river brush there, towards the mid. I think he was expecting his team to get the kill earlier and then push down. This Call of the Forge God could not set up that kill, but the next fight or to continue the fight. In that situation, the team just sort of tunnel visioned on the kill that they'd already secured. I think that was more the issue there. I don't necessarily think Vixnoco had the wrong call. I think the team just didn't necessarily know what he wanted to do with it. And that's really a communication thing at the end of the day. That's really just needing to make sure that you're on the same page. Well,
that turret
okay.
was not on the same page as Butler.
No, forced out the flash, and it's going to be all for naught here. Vic Snoko trying to go back to his team, but it's not nearly enough. Can All for Joy make anything happen for this? You did this once before, All for Joy. Not again. Not again. Don't bait yourself back into that. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go back to mid. I'm going to go back to CS. It's fine.
Yeah, I think so. I talked about good calculation by Vic Smoko in the 1v1 against Whimsical Melody when he got the kill. That was bad calculation. You know what summoners and you know what spells, what masteries Whimsical Melody has brought. He has Demolish. He's already used it once on your turret. So you know that turret's not going to last if they just shove a minion wave in. You can't stay under the minion wave. You didn't have teammate help. You had to calculate that one before. So just a little bit of a slight misplay there by Vic Smoko. And I love the fact that Whimsical Melody, he isn't having the cleanest game so far. He's not shying down from a fight.
No, absolutely not. Not against the J4 at this point. Not from Mac, who's 0-3-3. And really, though, I'm looking at the counterpart in the jungle. Pixel Drum. 3-0-4. Not the incredible 13-kill game we saw earlier on the Kindred, but still a solid showing here. Complimenting Arf, who's I've been quiet on so far this game, you know, but he's only died once. There was that solid early game rotation in the mid, but otherwise, he's just been solid. And look at this, 4.75 KDA from Pixel Drum. That's a respectable stat line.
Yep, and again, remember, he's normally a tank player. 17 of those kills in the last game. Was that added on our stats? Is the 17 in the 30, whatever they have right now? Nice, smart play there by Very for Fun. So 17 kills added on over for Kindred in that last game.
Oh,
now
Arf, I complimented you like 2
Caster
seconds
Curse!
ago. You
Where's the Caster QSS?
You don't have any mobility. Don't be there. You don't hit turrets that hard either.
Guys, if you wear sashes while you play, you won't get Caster Cursed.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
Yep, cosmic beings and entities as we are, these elusive casters.
Let's make it a thing. You know, you got branded T-shirts.
Yeah,
there's
branded, like wide sashes, like a genie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for there.
I can't wait for the Butler Belly Bulldog sash.
Words that shouldn't necessarily go together in a sentence, but here we are as the Rift Herald is going to go over the way of Villanova. Thank you for Leash once again, picking up off the start here from Butler, who just didn't have everybody in position, didn't feel comfortable taking that. And I don't know. I think, yeah, that was the play from Villanova.
That was the play from Villanova. Again, Butler, just you can't start it up. You can allow Villanova to start and contest 4v4, but you can't be the one to do that, especially when your Misfortune, who's your focal point, has the bounty, is on the bottom side of the map and showing.
Yeah, that absolutely cannot happen. So the mid turret is going to fall. The priority that they got off of getting that turret is only going to be continue to extend as they move down towards the bottom, being dragged in. Oh, but the flashback over the wall. Pixel Drum is now out on an island. The rest of the team has got to go in and back it up. There's a Cataclysm off the back of the jump, trying to slide out, trying to take down the support as well, but getting burned through by the Vel'Koz. He's trying to get at least one kill for one, and the native is now on the back line, just taking so much damage, trying to go gold and stay alive a little bit longer as won't be banned, but he's the support, not a whole lot he can do. And there we go, Pixel Drum as well, living on a knife's edge, all for joy, the last man standing, 4 down for Butler, just for the support of Villanova. That fight was wild.
Yeah, you need to fight in a straight line. You need to fight the old Revolutionary War British way. Front to back to front.
Yeah.
If you are Misfortune in J4, you do not want to get surrounded.
Yep.
Like the Philadelphians just did to you in the form of Villanova, where you had way too many fronts to fight on, and you had Big Smoto, your big tanky boy, all alone in the back. So right here, you didn't have to flash that. You could have flashed downwards to the left, just away. And then once this happened, you had this fight here, someone behind you, and one more by the red buff. And Pixel Drum does a great job dishing damage, getting back on out, and the native 192 able to play Custodian and clean this one up. But just a smart play by Pixel Drum and a cute, but not the greatest flash backwards there by Very for Fun. And it was doomed from there.
I get it, though. I get that you want to flash back into your team. You want to try and let your tanks get ahead of you, but that only works if there's not somebody behind them. And then they split off and try and pick fights with 2 other different people. And Just very much a split focus there from Butler. I think the communications needs to be tightened up just a little bit more, but it is still a close game. Only 3 kills separating these teams, only about 4K gold difference, which is going to be negated somewhat, of course, by that Ornn. These ornaments going to be coming out from Butler, so really the gap is not all that significant here. The biggest damage, though, is being done in map control, looking at the turrets. Not a single turret being taken yet for the side of Butler, while all of their tier 1s are already down, giving Villanova the potential to bust into the jungle.
Yeah, kind of. I agree, but also you have an 11 KDA, 5-0-6 Echo. Echoes suck to play against when they're fed because they can burst you, and if you try to burst him, he presses R, and you're like, ha ha, and then that's it.
That's it.
And on top of that, at some point, I think, he's going to build his Zonias, and that's going to be annoying too. So you
Mr. Never Die.
Stopwatch. I think you already used Stopwatch in the last fight. Chrono Break. Like, it's just... Echo's not fun to play against when he's fed. So, and especially with this kind of like Season 4, Season 3, Season 2 type combo of the Wombo combo, stand in place and we'll shoot you. That's what Echo does not do. He does not stand in place, so it's difficult to try and track him down right now.
It really is, and I think Butler is struggling with that just a touch here. Police Crit and Crew are just going in, putting them slightly out of position, and once they get out of position, that's where Echo is striking, finding the flank, finding the insta-blow-up.
Yes, so if you're Butler, I think what you do is you try to make these major objectives look juicy, and then put Villanova in there, right?
Yeah.
Hey, look, you could take Baron or Baron Bait or whatever with Ornn there tanking the damage so that Ornn doesn't get, your team doesn't get blown up. And then from there, try to catch Villanova. But otherwise, he's just going to just snake around the jungle, just dash away, phase dive away from your bullet time, phase dive away from anything that is skill shot based right now. And then if All for Joy dives on in, it's like, oh, Chrono Break. You're no longer on top of me. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many options at this point. And again, we've seen Pixel Drum carry. We know that that's an option. But meanwhile, while this is going on, Native is just farming. He's just continuing up. He's got his Essence Reaver. He's going for more items. Look to the top lane as well. You've got a fairly stacked up Whimsical Melody. He's looking pretty good so far on his own. So you've got multiple threats you've got to deal with as your Butler here as well. Because the second you start to tunnel vision too hard on Pixel Drum, suddenly Vel'Koz is burning you down. Whimsical Melody's dunking on you. And Native is all over the place, raining down the pain. And they've got four carries basically at this point. That's why the late game scaling of this draft for Villanova, that's why I liked it so much looking at it as well, because this game goes late, they just can't lose.
Yeah, and with the reset ability of Darius, the scaling of Aphelios, it's just...
Yeah, it's tough because, again, Morgana, she's going to be useful, but she's going to fall off. The J4 is going to fall off. Diana's going to be relevant, but you need to have the most fed Misfortune to really feel the impact of that bullet time. Already it's starting to feel lackluster. So I'm a little bit concerned for the hopes of Butler right now. They need to take a convincing fight now before things get too out of hand. More so than they already have.
Yeah, nice play there by Mac to get himself get himself to safety. But here we go. This is what I'm talking about. The ping onto Baron. There it is. Ping onto Baron. They're going to bait it, possibly. But let Pixel Drum kind of get himself stuck in there before you really fully engage. Take this time, shove mid, and then force Butler to come to you.
That's really it. You want to try and bait them in. Very smartly from Butler, though. Going to drop down the vision and see exactly what is going on, knowing the plan from their opponents. And they still have their tier 2 turrets here in the middle and top and bottom. So that's something. They have somewhere to fall back to. And this time, seeing the locations there, TP is now back up from his Melody. He's going to go back to base, going to buy, and then help come into reset if they need him. But here we go. This is it. Native 192 and crew, they're going on in. Arf, he's the front one, though. Not necessarily the one they want to have up there on the front line. That's the TP I was talking about from the Darius. He's going to be doing a great job to help tank up the damage from the Baron. But Butler, Mac, and the crew are going on in themselves.
Great TP.
This is what they needed to look to do. Degon, Whimsical Melody's there on the flank. Wants to be the one to take the binding. Is going to do so, but Call of the Forge God goes on in. There's the damage from the Misfortune, but turning it back around is the Vel'Koz, trying to split this fight as best they can. Look to take this down instantly. All for Joy needs to be the target, but through all of this, we still saw Villanova take down that Baron, and now it is Butler on the retreat, trying to flash on back, but bringing him back on through with the flight, with the reinitiation from the back of the J4, the ult from the Aphelios is coming in, doing so much damage. They can try and find if Azoka was so tanky.
Very fun!
The shutdown, though, going on through, and his Native falling, so somehow Villanova able to turn that fight back. The J4 from Mac able to get it done.
How did he do that? There was so much damage on Villanova, on Butler. Villanova was healthy after the bullet time, but once everyone clustered up, Vix Moko was able to get multiple brittle stacks down so low that every double up, I think there was 2 double up shot there by Very Fun, killed somebody and led to a crit, and so the Baron gets absolutely negated. What a play by Butler. Let's see this one more time. And I said this is a great TP because you didn't want to TP too early, have them back off, and now you have no TP with Ornn. Ornn comes on in, good smite secured there by Whimsical Melody, or by Pixel Drum. And then here, the ult from Vel'Koz doesn't do too much. Pixel Drum uses the ult backwards, not really in danger, and this is where it looks bad. Oh, yep. Okay. Butler, Vix Noko trying to go backwards. Great play by Please Crit. Look at that one. Flash into it, but then bam, and everybody gets blown up. Auto attack there, double up into a massive crit, and then the native flashes a little bit too late, I think. You either have to engage that earlier or don't engage in that at all. Goes 1v1 against the Misfortune and loses that one because he doesn't have the chakrams that really just burn through everything.
Yep.
And Butler able to answer back and really, I think, save this game here from getting choked out. Remember, Villanova still scaling. We like their team composition late. Echo is going to be good if he uses Chrono Break correctly. In that case, I think he used it a little prematurely and Very Fun. Finally having some fun on that Misfortune, even just with auto attacks there. Yeah. Nice play.
Yeah, at the end, they just turned that back around beautifully. The J4 got the Flag and Drag Cataclysm combo. Very for fun, was doing so much damage in auto attacks. And we're just seeing there, just those crits coming out back to back. But 14-14, as much as this might look like the retaliation period for Butler, Villanova is on soul point. They are, and while it's Mountain Soul, it's not the, it's not the biggest game-breaking soul. That will still make an impact in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, think about how close the HP wouldn't have been. I mean, the only reason why that really popped off was because you had an auto attack for a crit, plus the double up that killed somebody that killed the other person, right? Yeah. You get an instant crit the next time. It was just really, really cool. Really cool to see in that exchange. And I think if you have Mountain Soul, you don't get close to getting that low where a double up is actually going to kill you and then kill your teammate there. So definitely not anything to sneeze at if you are Butler. You got to be aware of it. But it seems so far away right now, and these teams have been just fighting. They're just fighting 1 kill per minute.
Wow, you're absolutely right. 14-14 right now. Basically dead even in terms of gold when you take the Ornn items into effect, but taking a look at things now, starting to stack. Aphelios getting that Runon's Hurricane. That's one of those key items that you're really looking to pick up there. Pretty much dead even in terms of the CS here as well, but having that upgraded IE for the Misfortune is going to make things scary, to say the least. You talked about those crits. I talked about those crits. Very for fun is going to be having more and more as this game goes on, at least until Aphelios gets like 4 items and it's like,
Yeah, and I think when Misfortune's able to pick up the rapid fire cannon, it's going to be even harder because now you don't have anything that can really reach the range of Misfortune. Aphelios doesn't build rapid fire cannon.
Nope.
You can have Calibrum, which does have the extended range, and if you land the Q of Calibrum, then you can auto attack anybody from anywhere, and it's kind of lame. But very for fun to get a crit from range, stay safe, has strut, so she moves around faster to build up the charge stacks for another long-range crit. Will be annoying to deal with because that's not damage you can straight negate. And really, do you see that much armor on the opposite team? Now we finally have Pixel Drum building the Seeker's Arm Guard, which gives a little bit of armor.
Yep. And
it's just stacking until Zhonya's is complete. No armor on the top side for Whimsical Melody. No armor for Aphelios. There's no way that Arf is going to build that as well. I guess he'll build it in a little bit. Now Pixel Drum getting caught out. This might be that time. Ult backwards, very for fun, very low, but a great shield at the right time there for 1B Man. No, he gets stuck into the parallel convergence. Oh, that's catastrophic here for Butler in a play where it was 4v1. Oh, boy, very
That was
for fun.
Butler Mac had the save, got the perfect flag and drag, reading it back beautifully onto where the corner break was going to come, but she walked back in, very for fun, into the stun.
Yeah.
And that was the death sentence.
Yeah.
Standing on top of it, I don't think expecting how much damage that ult was going to do.
I think it was less of that and more of just you wanted to get the last auto attack off before there was like a flash phase dive, right?
Yeah.
Because that's almost not playable. But if you can get the auto attack in the air while the phase dive is going through, you won't take damage. And so in that process, once Zhonya's came back on, immediately was just like right on the edge. So I know what Very For Fun was thinking, and it's like, oh, why would you stay there? Because you probably don't have the space to get away from all that damage. So, oh man, like that's a tough one there, because then you can take full vision control, you can shove everyone back, you can finally take one of these towers. That's the other thing that's killing Butler right now. You don't have the gold of the towers, you have 0 towers, and so as much as you're clearing waves, it's not relieving pressure off the map to really clear out this vision and defend whatever side that you want to defend. Baron's already up, Dragon's up, and you can see Whimsical Melody gets a clear wave, and now it's all the way at that tier 2 turret.
And now a fight's breaking out here.
No. Oh, no.
Finding the death sentence on the Mac, forced to get it early. There's the TP, but Big Snoko, just barely able to get themselves out of there, but that's the damage that was done.
You got it.
For Villanova, this is sole point. They got to bring this back into the river. Try and pick this one up. It's going to come down to Mac here, trying to find the smite fight. Call of the Forge God goes on in, but no, that is the damage being done from the bullet time, though. Trying to take advantage, but burning on through from that Vel'Koz, getting absolutely denied because Big Snoko was just so damaged. But there we go, trying to trade back the kills, but oh my! Villanova dunking him on through. Darius, please, the double kill to finish that one up. All 5 members alive and all 5 members dead.
Yeah, that was not a clear call there. Butler Mac getting caught in the river at the very beginning was spelling doom for that one. And then you saw, if you're watching Very For Fun again, I think he had jitters from what happened before from Echo, where it's like, I don't want to get too aggressive, I don't want to die, and was just kind of hanging out outside of the pit, figuring out, do we go in, do we not, do we just try to salvage, do we not? By the time they decided to go in, everybody was either very low, about to be dead, and Ophelia said, hey, I see you. Pop, you're dead. 200 years. So, difficult decision. One more time. Wasn't a close attempt there by Butler Mac. Hey, I think I've seen closer. Also, look at that miss there. Big hook for Please Crit to stop the second cast of Call of the Forge God. And then right here, what are you doing? Go over the wall. Go over the wall. He's trying to see if he can auto-attack somebody. He can't. Go over the wall. Go over the wall.
But now it's too late.
By the time he goes, it's like, hey, everyone focus him.
Very For Fun didn't auto-attack that fight.
Yep.
Not a single auto attack came through. You have the upgraded Infinity Edge, and you cannot get the single auto. Just too much indecision. I think it was because of the Echo stun on top of the pop. I don't understand. There's a couple different things there. I think you're right. I think it was absolutely being just a little bit gun shy after getting blown up by the Echo that just put them right back.
They had the call like, hey, look, I'm going for the steal, but then they didn't have the call, what do we do afterwards?
Yeah.
If we get it, we run. If we don't get it, what do we do? There was no call there. And so you're kind of caught back and forth. And Very For Fun was just looking for an auto attack, but didn't have the range for it. And that kind of hesitation right there led to the downfall of Butler. And now way back on the back foot. And Villanova now starting to flex their muscles like we've seen time and time again. Every team comes at this Wildcat squad, and they always seem to find an answer.
I got to give props to Butler, though. They have definitely held their own against Villanova in this game. A couple small mistakes being taken advantage of, being capitalized upon from Villanova have really been the difference maker here. But again, for some of the games we've seen so far, this has been one of the toughest challenges to Villanova.
Not quite done yet. If they can hold on for a little bit longer, make Villanova reset, then you possibly have an opportunity at an Elder Dragon. Will be a little tough here. You'd have okay wave clear. You don't have great wave clear. You don't have someone that's building Runans. So it'll be a little tough. But now you don't have to worry about Baron anymore. You don't have to worry about defending your inhibs anymore. They're gone. You have minions that will be streaming in, so you have a influx of gold to start amassing here if you're Butler. And you got to just play for this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, you really do. That's a throw from Villanova. on that objective, getting the Elder for Butler. That's pretty much at this point the only condition for them to get back in this game, barring a couple of critical misplays from Villanova. A couple players getting caught out really would be the only other thing to sort of allow Butler to claw their way back into this, because they're now down 10K gold. Obviously, again, offset by Ornn. This is not quite that bad, but still, on paper, looking at some of the CS differentials, it's certainly looking to favor Villanova.
Yeah. The other thing you got to be aware of is, one, Pixel Drum is 2 levels up over your Smite, so you can't get into a Smite fight with Echo. 2, he's not done building stuff. He has a needlessly large rod. That means there's a death cap somewhere coming soon for the most fed player in the game on a very slippery champion to hold down. So difficult times ahead here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Pixel Drum. That was a little risky.
Hey, he's got his ult. He's fine.
Yeah. This is going to be tough. People going down to the bottom side of the map to clear out those minions. And I think this is the play here. Got to give this one up here too if you're Butler. And that is really minimizing your chances for an Elder Dragon. You clear these waves out, but it looks like Villanova might be going for the win here. Baron-empowered minions have finished, but Butler Mac going in.
Going on in, call the Forge God to start this off. Native able to get himself on out, staying alive, forcing back all the flashes.
Pixel
The
Drum
ult
is
going in
ulted.
as well. And that is all for Joy. Going in way too deep. Bullet time getting instantly denied, and Villanova stays alive. Only one going down the shutdown onto the
Very
It's
fun.
absolutely huge. No! Noxian Guillotine saying goodnight as Crit is diving on into the fountain, and that is going to be all she wrote. A great game from Butler, just not quite enough. Villanova with the outplays in a few crucial situations, some solid decision making from them, and some great individual mechanical decisions allowed them to walk away with the win here, picking up multiple W's on the days. Gotta feel good, Degon, pulling themselves forward into that first place position here in the Big East. GG.
GG by the Wildcats. GG for Butler. I think you hit the nail on the head there. It was a valiant attempt here by the Bulldogs, and you know, as much as they felt, I think we see a blueprint now on how to play against the 2-time back-to-back champions in Villanova. They are such a great team, but here, put them on champions they feel uncomfortable with, and they no longer seem invulnerable. They do have some things to work on when they're not on their main champs. You go back to that band, the pick a band phase, and just those 3 bands right off the top. Loved the way they did that. You challenge them to see if they can play other champions, and right there, you know, we always give them a hard time, but the native 192 now playing Aphelios and just able to pop off on that. Again,
Look, Degon, don't say it to me. Say it to him.
The native 192.
I did terrible. I don't know what you're talking about.
You were able to play. You were able to do your job. Yes. Pixel Drum yet again, another champion that you have to worry about in the jungle pool. But what was that game like? Because that was one where you guys got pushed pretty far, but you know, you guys battled back. What was that like?
Yeah, I think we took a break in between the games, and a lot of people like took naps, so we were all really tired before we got into the game. Also, because we were like expecting the games before us to go like really, really quickly, but they didn't.
Nope.
And so we were. It was much longer than we expected, which kind of made us not pay attention as much. Which is like kind of like, you know what I'm saying? If you're expecting something, you'll kind of lose focus if it takes too long, and that kind of is what happened. So,
well, especially because you get all hyped up for the game earlier, you get warmed up, you're ready to go. And I actually mentioned, you know, they're warmed up, they had a game today already. Great way to do that is to go into an REM cycle, completely mess up your equilibrium, and that's, I guess, what we saw a little bit in that game. But it's still, you got to give a lot of props to your opponents, Butler, in that game. Was there any point? Yeah, was there any point over the course of it you thought, oh, wait a sec, we might not actually win this?
To be completely honest, I didn't think there was any chance we'd lose. Like, there was one fight that I thought, like the one fight where Aphelios ulted, and we literally just looked into the replay, and it like went through Ornn, but his hitbox just didn't pop. So I could have killed like 4 people there, but it was just terrible.
Yeah, I saw that one. I thought it was going to do more damage than what it did.
It didn't hit Ornn, even though it went through him. Like,
right.
It literally, we watched it. It was like, I don't know if that's a bug or anything. Maybe it was Wing and it like somehow didn't let it go through or something. But yeah. I don't know. That fight was, there was a couple of mistakes that we made, and I think we could have won it. But it wasn't even worth it. That was kind of one of the things we were talking about. But I thought there was no chance we'd lose because we had a better scaling team, in my opinion. I think Phelios has insane scaling. I think compared to MF especially, Echo has much better scaling. Vel'Koz is kind of even though Diana is kind of busted right now. I think that, also we were running with a support main mid, so that's hilarious. So yeah.
Yeah, the scaling was definitely something we pointed out there as well. The idea that the later the game went on, most likely the more comfortable you guys would feel. But again, it was probably, I'd say, one of the bigger challenges you guys have faced on even footing so far in the Big East. And honestly, it makes me happy because it shows that we're going to have some great games going forward. And that was a ton of fun to cast, so thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I guess my final question for you is all right, you and DePaul have been the class of the Big East over the last 2 years, How does it feel to have these other teams starting to pop up and show some grit and push you guys? So you've got Seton Hall there that on their full roster, I think has a very great chance, and they've been on the cusp for a while. Butler had their opportunity last 2019 college season, and now St. John's as well is starting to make a push here. How does it feel to be the big dog, but now seeing, hey, look, it's now no longer just a 2-horse race?
I mean, so we haven't played St. John's yet, and I think we lost them actually when they had a much worse roster. I think they had a much worse roster. I don't even know who's on their team yet. But honestly, I think that there's a big discrepancy between Butler, St. John's, and then the main rosters for DePaul, Seton Hall, and us. And I actually think that we're first by far, and then I think Seton Hall is behind us, even though we did lose some. I think that if we went in with an open mind and we were playing them first and we had the pick that we wanted, then we would have been fine. And I think that we trolled with our draft a little bit. But I think it's amazing that Seton Hall lost that last game versus Georgetown. No flame, but I was surprised. But you got to understand, it just points to the fact of how good Ivern is in this rank, and also I think that helped their team be much better than the pack. So I think really there's a clear top three, and I think that we're definitely the best in the top three, and I think it's going to be shown in the next couple of weeks in the next games we play. Just because I think in the first game versus Paul, it was just such a clear difference. I think that, obviously, I think Seton Hall actually would have took it if they had their main roster versus Paul, especially with Brown Darius not playing.
Yeah, there's certainly just a lot of different back and forths going on. You lose to a team that loses to another team you think you should beat, that they think you should. It's just a lot of fun interactions happening so far. But again, you clearly think you're at the top, and so far, last couple days for sure, last couple play days, the play has backed it up. So I will give you all the props for that. And congratulations.
Last couple years, they backed it up. Yeah.
Losing the first game of the season, D-Gon. Losing the first game of the season. I'm going to give you a little bit of crap for that. But no, amazing last couple of games. You guys have showed up in a big way and shown that you are, if not the team to beat, well, you'll call yourselves the team to beat. So we'll see if anybody else can give you much of a challenge going to these next few games. Congratulations on the day, and good luck in your next ones.
Of course. Have a great day, guys.
See ya. I love talking to the native, man. We are by far the best, even though we lost to the team that also we consider the best. If we weren't trolling and if we got the pick that we wanted and if we didn't take a nap, sure we would be able to take on all these guys. Yeah.
So we lost to them, and they lost to Georgetown. It's my transitive property here is just no, it's fine. I get what he's saying. The problem is here is it's so hard to judge where these teams are at because nobody's playing with their full roster. Yes, that's true. But I think no matter what, the thing that trumps it over anything for me, in the overall grand scheme of things, when I think who's going to represent the Big East, is that Villanova's done it time and time again, and they've got their centerpiece that will be there when you win to gloat, will be there when you lose to take the heat. And I think having a transcendent leader like that really changes things for you. And there you go, the native. There's your compliments for you. Transcendent leader. Wow.
So I think
it's high praise from D-Gon there. Yeah. All right. That's good. Great game, though. Either way. Great game.
It's fantastic.
We're almost done on the day. Got a little bit more action coming for you here. Before we jump on to a break, of course, AnyKey, ! GLHF in the chat. You've seen a couple of us typing away with that AnyKey badge. If you want to get your hands on that, sign a pledge, take a stand against toxicity, say, look, sometimes League, we're wild, I know. It just has to be a little bit toxic. call it out when you see it. Stand up for those people who don't necessarily feel comfortable standing up in certain situations. And of course, get that exclusive Twitch badge. Over 400,000 people have already taken the pledge, so get involved as well. ESL Collegiate on Twitter, right down there. I'm not even gonna do the hand gesture. I made a fool of myself last time, but there it is. You can see it. Follow on there. See clips, highlights. Boom. Thank you, Deacon. And yes, we're gonna jump on to a short break. When we come back, more action.
Last one.
Last one.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the 2020 CLOL season here for the Big East with ESL Collegiate. We just saw another stellar matchup. Villanova go 2-0 on the day, taking down the Butler Bulldogs in what was a brawl. It was a bar fight. 14 kills at the 28-minute mark, not even like the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, it was quite the battle early on, and it was really cool to see one of these middle-of-the-pack teams take a big swipe at the big boy in Villanova, and as they always do, the Wildcats were able to answer back and get the win.
They did it in, I don't want to say a commanding fashion because it was a really close game, but when they needed to turn it on, they did, showed us their potential, and we spoke to the native a couple times today, and the confidence never wavered. Let's take a look at our updated standings to see where exactly they landed, and no surprise there, up at the top of the standings. However, in our final game of the day, St. John's has the option to meet them there. We'll see how that rolls out here in just a bit as we take a look at our schedule for our final match of the day, which is going to be Marquette versus St. John's.
Yep, Marquette, middle of the pack here. One of the teams that currently wasn't sitting at 3-1, at 2-2. They beat the teams below them in Georgetown and Providence, and then lost to the teams above them in the form of Butler and St. John's at their meeting for the second time here. So see if they're able to take any of the learning lessons from that first game and bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that matchup had some potential moments for Marquette to turn things around for them, but just couldn't quite put it all together. And we'll see if they've been able to refine the coordination this time around. But before we jump into that game, you've heard me mention it a few times over the course of the broadcast. Of course, it is the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge and AnyKey. AnyKey, of course, an amazing organization looking to combat some of the toxicity and negativity that we find in gaming and take a stand for diversity in gaming and esports. The Good Luck, Have Fun pledge is their charge, is their challenge to the world to say, hey,
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
AnyKey.
Yep.
AnyKey?
AnyKey, yeah. We hear you loud and clear, AnyKey.
Yay! Awesome. Okay, yes, it's a great cause. You should learn more about it by hitting !GLHF in the chat. I had this whole lovely rant that hopefully everybody heard. Let's get back to the action, though, with our final game of the day. Boom, cue the graphics. Marquette St. John. I had to boom it.
You did boom it.
I did boom it.
You boomed it right on into existence. The Red Storm ready to try and boom the Golden Eagles. Let's see how things work here with our first roster of the day. It'll be Marquette, the Golden Eagles. Trying to get themselves out of the middle of the pack. St. John's trying to step up and move forward and assert themselves as one of the top teams in the front as we take a look. Slick Mick, Vizix Centric, like Mike 42, and Snickers MVP. A lot of this roster brand new for this season.
Oh, yeah. No, this is very much a fresh squad jumping on into the mix here. But that also means that they've got a lot of potential to make their own legacy here. So let's take a look at our highlighted player, learn a little bit more about them as we sort of just talk about this Marquette squad as a whole here. Really, we have to talk about the mid laner. Centric. It makes sense with that name, honestly.
Yep.
Right there in the center. Not the highest ranked player coming onto this. Gonna have, again, these 1v1 matchups, I always tend to favor the players who've had more experience just playing on the ladder, working on their own individual mechanics. But Marquette still has the chance to prove that rank doesn't mean everything.
Yep, that's true. And, you know, as a fellow non-diamond player myself, I always believe that, you know, you're always better in a controlled environment, and you can show off that, hey, look, it's all about these solo queue trolls that haven't signed up for the any key pledge that have ruined my solo queue rank. So
your voice gets higher when you lie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Not a clue. Taking on some strong opponents, though, here in St. John's, vying for the top of the leaderboards here, currently sitting at 3-1. Like you said before, Marquette beating the teams they were supposed to beat. Now they need to take one off of a team coming in as the favorite. 7 swords up in the top. One of these really strong individuals, Pikey as well, somebody who came in I was super impressed with, but it was Hueco, who the Twitch chat went crazy over, despite the fact that, of course, Basham is the face that we would recognize.
Yeah, Basham and Reborn's 2 returning members here for St. John's, part of that inaugural season. They had such a great ending to the season last year when they had their in-person LAN with their fans.
Yeah.
And they were able to close out the season with the victory. That was a lot of fun, and with that, it looks like their trajectory is moving on up and forward here. So hopefully they'll be able to continue to move on up here as the Red Storm want to just be a part of that upper echelon. I keep hitting it and harping it, and you heard the words from the native 192 who's, you know, earned his spot as being the spokesperson for the Big East Conference in terms of esports, and saying, hey, look, there's a clear 3 and then 2 other teams that are kind of there. And one of those 2 other teams is St. John's, and they need to make sure that they beat the teams they're supposed to beat so that they can stake claim to that title.
Absolutely. St. John's needs to show that all the improvements and the growth that they've had over the last year has not been a fluke, that they've been able to maintain it. They can step up the pace. And again, this is a squad going to this. They are the favorite in this matchup. So if the draft goes their way, I expect them to walk away with it pretty handedly here. But again, Marquette can be full of surprises. I never want to count them out.
Yeah. Marquette, again, one of those teams building. They're building, and they have their pieces that they want to try to work around and help gain experience so that they can be in that progression. And so they get these good tests against St. John's, who has had some impressive victories, but also even last season when they had a little bit more of an organizational structure behind them, had some like hard-headed losses. So I wouldn't be surprised if Marquette's able to at least bomb the Red Storm here and say, hey, look, you guys aren't quite ready yet for the big time.
And here's the thing. I feel like at this point, St. John's is kind of acting like gatekeeper at this point. Like they're the gatekeeper to the top 4. You know, it's Villanova and DePaul and it's Seton Hall and it's St. John's. And then, you know, it's kind of got like Marquette there sort of towards the middle. And you got Providence and Georgetown as well. But I feel like that's the team kind of just got to bypass if you really want to break into those that upper echelon, as you mentioned before. Let's see how this draft goes, though, because I feel like that's going to be a big determinant in how these teams do. So far, drafts have been really impactful in these games so far. Key bans, I feel like, have made a massive difference in the outcome of some of these games that might have been a little bit closer ended up being pretty hard stops.
Yeah, I would say I think a big player that really needs to be unlocked if there is success is that top lane player 7 swords for St. John's. Like, if they are going to win, it's got to be through those types of victories through the top lane, and Pikey as well, as you said, unlocking that. So look for those picks early for those players. Pick towards your strengths when you are playing worser teams. Don't get overly cute with your draft.
Yes.
Just outpower them with your macro and your micro.
If you're the better team, you don't need to draft troll. You just need to draft basic.
Yep.
That's really it. Just draft a standard composition. Don't get too fancy, because the second you try and get fancy, more chance you have to trip over your feet.
Yep. Rumble, Morg, and Cass get taken away here by Marquette against St. John's, the opposite side. They're taking away the easy champs to play. Take away Senna, take away Yumi, and then Ornn getting removed as well. But that does leave up Set. Set is, new, lots of years of character development, champion experiments.
200 years.
Too many years, but set with the shield, with the ulti, able to move faster. Again, pretty easy to pick up for any top laner. We'll get locked in, and then yes, the Aatrox will be the counter to that for 7 swords. Has another sword for him to use. The Darkened Blade will get locked in.
Why need 7 swords when you only have 1?
One big one.
It's a real big one.
Right?
Yeah, I like, yeah, and this the lore behind Aatrox too, really cool, like getting possessed by your sword and all that kind of stuff, and the Darkened, actually, I love the fact in the last few years we've actually gotten so much more League of Legends lore that's come out with all like the Legends of Runeterra stuff and all that other. I've been actually a big fan, just like reading through all the champion bios and everything. Been actually pretty cool. So good job, Riot, for not only adding the S to Riot Games, but also giving us some lore to have fun with.
The lores to Riot lores. Riot lores. Yeah, it's Riot's lores. Riot lores.
Riot
right.
lores.
I'm right.
Yeah, we'll give it to you.
J4 locked in, Aphelios locked in, Marquette going with a pretty strong draft here. But again, right, if you're St. John's, you're like, hey, look, we're the better team. Let's just draft a strong composition into their strong composition.
Yeah. The Graves definitely is a bit of a niche pick, obviously. I mean, we've actually seen a lot of jungle marksmen today, though, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so Graves getting locked in here allows Pikey to continue to play aggressive and be one of those focal points for this team, as you highlighted. 7 swords on the Aatrox will do his thing, on the top side of the map. And we haven't even touched on Basham Reborn, right? Basham is like the core player that we build around if you're St. John's, but instead, going early to the couple of lanes that you feel like that's where you need to go, in the top, in the jungle.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to profile these 2 roles, is because we know that Basham is going to do a great job. We know that Basham is going to be solid. We know he's going to perform. So how the rest of the team works around him, just gives him the space and creates the space in some instances, I think is going to be huge and impactful. As we take a look at these last bans, denying some supports for St. John. Nice decision. And then looking to target away, Basham's pool here is Marquette with that Misfortune ban. And we'll see what they decide to round this out with.
Yeah, let's see, what else? Varus has been pretty strong. Varus, Braum, saw a lot more of that during the LPL first week and during their scrims online, since they haven't been able to play as much.
And they have their first stuff today? No, that's LAL's the other one.
LCK?
No, the Asia Pacific.
The C region.
Yes, that one. I can't remember what it's called.
LMS.
Yes!
That got removed. There's no more LMS.
No, there's something else was being. It wasn't LPL.
It wasn't LPL.
Something else was playing today.
LCK.
Oh, I saw people posting about it. I can't remember. He's not passing out.
The English LPL casters are flying back today.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
That's what you saw.
China!
Munch. Shout out, Munchables. There you go. And the rest of the LPL broadcast. Sorry, I love all you guys. Hysteric. All right, anyway.
All right.
Yeah. So like Mike going to hover and lock in the Orianna for the mid lane. Lulu to keep that Aphelios safe. So interesting pick, the Lulu into Braum. Braum will be able to shield things, but Lulu is just annoying with help picks and polymorph and glitter lance. Just everything will actually be annoying to Braum. So you're trying to outpoke this lane that has poke in it with Ezreal. So Basham just going straight for a comfort pick here. I don't think it has great synergy, like game-breaking synergy with the Braum. And then the final pick getting locked in, Syndra into the Orianna. So a classic matchup in the mid lane. No weird stuff here. So again, St. John's did, I think, what they needed to do. They are lacking a little bit of hard engage. You have a little bit more of, hey, we're setting up around this area. Come try to get in to an Aatrox, to Syndra with like 3 balls on the ground, and to Braum that has ult ready. And if you don't, we'll just kite around with Ezreal and poke you. So St. John's has to get to the spot first. But as the more experienced team, I expect them to be able to do that, to set up vision correctly, to know how to properly push their waves so that they can get vision, so that they can get position, and then it'll be a little bit easier to execute their composition.
Yeah, it will for sure. And it's funny because I actually really like the draft from Marquette.
Yes.
Like, I really like, I mean, one of my favorite combos, looking at the Orianna J4, that's so fun. Just throw them in the blender, you get the Shockwave into Cataclysm. It's just so frustrating to deal with. But at the same time, we come down to predictions. I think the tools are there for St. John's. I feel like they've got themselves some comfort picks. And again, while I do like the draft for Marquette, I just haven't, like, this will be the game for me. This was really the week, my big question mark week, where I was like, all right, which team is going to step up here? And I can't sort of go against the rankings right now because I feel like they're fairly accurate. So I have to go with St. John's in my prediction, despite the fact that I do like the draft for Marquette so much.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which of the top 5 teams would Marquette beat. And I think, so that means, who do you think your number 4 team is right now? And it's really tough because Seton Hall is now probably going to sit at 4 because they had that substitute roster.
Yep.
And I don't think it's St. John's. I think St. John's is a top 2 team.
Yep.
I think they're actually better than DePaul now that they've lost Brown and Mandarius. So you can't go against them. I told them to draft something that they feel comfortable with. You have an aggressive jungler for your aggressive jungler.
Yep.
So lock that one in. St. John's with the victory here. That's my guess. And it will be a surprise if Marquette wins, but a pleasant surprise, showing, hey, look, we have a big field here.
Absolutely. I want to see these teams that are lower down in the bracket stepping up, taking down some of the squads that are supposed to beat them. I want to see the hierarchy get beaten around this season because that means that the whole field is getting better. All right? That means that everybody is improving. That means that this world of collegiate esports that we're putting together here at ESL Collegiate is having an impact, that giving these players the opportunity to play more games. The preseason invitational, it all meant something. It meant that the players had an opportunity to grind, to put in the work, to get the scrims in and improve. And that's what this is all about.
Preach! Preach!
Yes! Glorious. The game is ready. Gosh, my timing was flawless. Let's get into it. Our last game of the day. Thank you so much to the production team here for just killing it today. Thank you, gents.
Yeah. Great stats. When they fly the
they
stats,
do. Oh, so good.
I love how well they...
Not tanky, much hanky.
I love Tanky Hanky.
Tanky hanky.
I also love not Tanky Hanky.
Oh, what did I kick? No, we're fine. Okay. Oh, okay. Back we get. All right, last game of the day. Marquette taking on St. John's.
Yep.
As we, oh man, this mid-lane matchup. This is just a tried. Wait a second. J4, why are you there?
Why are we where?
Why? So I looked and I was expecting to see Syndra and Oriana staring each other down in the mid, and just J4. That's fine.
I hit my knee.
You did? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. You relax for a minute. I'll take over, buddy. You're good.
I'm doing the Peter.
Yeah. 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 Okay. That's probably enough of that.
Okay.
Your knee can't hurt that bad. This desk is made.
No. I hit it really hard.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Yeah. To be fair, some of the shelvings, I love it, but it's kind of awkward. Anyway, no crazy invades, no River First Bloods this time around. Instead, just standard help. Starting things off for the junglers here, and we're gonna have a set Aatrox matchup, which, if you've watched any pro play in the last, I don't know, 2 months, this is about what you'd expect to see. This is about as bread and butter as it gets. It's a nice pumpernickel.
Bread and butter.
Mm-hmm. And like a farm to table butter as well, like a good butter. Not like a Cherry Gold or whatever it's called. I don't know American butter brands.
Cherry Gold.
I don't know. It's like a something gold. I don't know. It's got gold in the name. Chad, help me out. Don't look at me like that, Degon.
Land O'Lakes butter?
Okay, yeah, maybe it's that one. Yeah. Didn't they go to business?
I don't know.
Are you not up to date with the butter economy, Degon?
We talked earlier. I said I don't like cooking, and you're like, I love cooking.
I do. I'm a big fan.
Hey, man, that's like me expecting you to help me out with all my sports things that I did earlier. You did good.
I tried my very best. I watched the Super Bowl. Like, I went over to somebody's house and we watched the Super Bowl with, like, people. It's pretty cool.
Rather than what? What else would you watch with?
Like, I don't know. I should have not watched it at all.
Cows?
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. That would have been the play. Oh, wait, that's First Blood.
That's not our fault. We didn't see it.
No. Totally unfair. I was talking about sports.
I was talking about cows.
Yeah. First Blood going over the way of St. John's. Didn't we talk about how you wanted Pyke to be on a nice aggressive support? Now I was like, oh, it's another jungle marksman. And you're like, yeah, this is great because you talked up Pyke. And I'm like, yeah, I did. And then he did that.
Yep. And this is expected, right? I think J4 is not used to this type of in-your-face aggression as a champion. And if you're not used to playing this matchup, things like that happen. Get in your face and blow you up.
And speaking of blowing you up, Snickers, MVP, a couple more. Ooh, the heal, flashing it out, staying alive, not going to be burned down there. And like Mike, able to help keep his support alive. Beautiful clutch timing on that heal, though, from Snickers. They able to get themselves out of there. Both summoners burned, though. That might come back to haunt them.
Yep. In a bit, you did get 2 summoners. So it's 2 summoners for 2, and it is the flash from Basham. Yes, he does have a shift. He can essence shift backwards. However, anytime you get an 80 carry flash as a support and you didn't die, you're like, that's worth.
Pretty good.
Worth.
Especially because Lulu, of course, does have pretty good sustainability in the lane, so that will be pretty good. You want to trade at this stage into the Braum Ezreal, which, again, another one of these big combos. Ezreal making a comeback.
Oh, no.
We'll talk about that a little bit because Pikey, hey, buddy.
Oh, no.
Hey,
you're
buddy.
You're just waiting for
Oh, there it is. Oh, no. And 1, and 2, and 3.
Nice pop there of the Haymaker, and he stays alive. Good play there by Slick Mick, living up to the name, and Slippery sliding out of that last one.
That was beautiful timing on that. Like me, looking for that third proc of the Darkened Blade, looking to shut that one down, getting the shield, and part of the reason why I said is so prevalent in the meta right now is that, but speaking of junglers rotating on in, I see a J4 on the screen, and these are 2 very battered and bruised bot laners.
Yep. So just get in there.
Just do it. Just do it. Flag and drag. He's gonna TP out. He's literally gonna TP out. He's literally going to TP out.
He's got it.
Okay.
He's got it. So you shove the wave in.
Yep.
You're just giving a lot of time for a rotation, and there's the TP. You want to get out.
I think you just.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
You get the TP, so you trade TP. You have TP advantage now for Slick Mick, who got himself out of that death. You knew that Pikey was on the top side of the map. The issue is that you didn't get a lead for the jungler himself for it, right? Seuss spent a lot of time there on the bottom side of the map. Now Pikey's like, all right, well, I got to farm a camp, his Krugs, and now I get all this minion wave. So,
yeah,
your Graves is kind of scary.
Yeah. No, I mean, at this point, Pikey's going to be the one that everybody needs to watch for. Yeah, you ended up burning that TP, and we're going to keep an eye on Slick Mick, who will have that advantage moving forward. But a set rotating the lane until he hits 6, which will be very soon, that will start to be a little bit more impactful. But at this point, he also doesn't want to leave this top lane. He wants to continue to farm because right now he's still only even with this Aatrox, so he's been able to move around with impunity at this point. Still really good at Darius, but he was banned. Oh, yeah, it's true. Darn it. Oh, this was the Darius. Yeah. This was the Darius that was tapping up earlier. I was like, and then I found out he was like gold, and I was like, what? Amazing. I was really impressed.
Well, he was able to slide away impressively from that 2v1 gank using Haymaker at the right time. Get that Haymaker wind-up shield. So wouldn't be surprised to see him be a master of someone that has to run at people, just like Darius does. He just runs.
No, I feel like, this is very much that bruiser playstyle. Once you get good at that playstyle, it really does stack across multiple champions here. As we take a look at this mid matchup, which is not one we've really focused on a ton, and it may not be around for much longer, as that's the initiation.
Oh, no!
Bringing him on back, though!
You hate to see when the flash, full range flash, still gets sucked in by Shockwave. Centric did a great job baiting that one out, and you saw like a quarter of a second hesitation by Seuss. You thought maybe, hey, it was gone. The play was off because he walked over the control ward. Still sold it, able to get the knock up there. And one of those things where you got to flash before you get knocked up, not afterwards. Good play by Marquette to stay in this game. And now it's just a 200 gold lead.
And that was the combo I was talking about before that I love between this Orianna and this J4. So it's one of my favorite mid-jungle duos here. They just have so much natural synergy with their kits. Oh, man, Reborn! He might have to respawn here in a second, but here we go. The rotation from Pike coming in, but the J4 is here on the flank as well. 3v3 down here in the bot lane. Stickers MVP is going to be the target and is going to actually go down along with the Aphelios. Hello!
What a play there by Pikey to come on in and just St. John's to sync up their damage, and 7 swords just saying, sorry, Slick Mick, not getting away with this one without flash.
Wow. So many kills coming back and forth. Functionally a triple kill happening across the map in unison for St. John's. Truly a world ender in this early game.
What was it?
What?
2 of 7? 4 of 10?
What? Numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was all right. 3 of 10.
Oh, 3 out of 10. Yeah, I get you. That was pretty bad. It was more for the cheese factor than anything. Because it's such an over the top, and when it gave him the extra life, I think it made a little extra sense. But sense, but I don't know. Let's watch that back again. Because then it's like really this world ending. Yeah, no, let's watch this though. This was the Pike rotating, or this was the Graves rotating in from Pikey.
Yeah, good person. I thought they were away with this flash, but the end of the line gets both, and then so does the collateral damage, as well as Ezreal able to shift forward and dish out the damage in unison with it. Reborn did a good job like baiting that one out and getting an ulti down, but otherwise, it was a lot of the early damage lead that Pikey has, and Basham able to land Mystic shots. That's the difference between a good Ezreal and a great Ezreal. Land your Mystic shots. Doesn't matter if they're shifting away. Doesn't matter if they're flashing. You got to make sure you land those, and it really. I know it sounds simple. It makes it sound simple.
Hit your
land
skill
shots.
Yeah.
You're better than the other guy, but that's why Ezreal is so fun to play.
We are seeing a scuffle breaking out here in the river. Cataclysm committed, but that's the shutdown onto the key jungler. But Seven Swords is not done yet. Bringing him on back through. Helping out from downtown in the bottom. It is Ezreal as well. The true shot barrage, which now means that Marquette is out on an island trying to bring it back through for an additional kill. Not able to find it, so a 2-for-1 trade for St. John's.
Basham from downtown able to truly assist that. I don't think they win that fight with Slick Nick still up and able to wreak havoc. But the true shot barrage is coming up huge there for Basham. And these are the things that you expect from one of your veteran leaders on the team. Always making plays, always aware, and just that little bit to help out the rest of his teammates. Huge play there for St. John so that it didn't get turned around right in their face.
I mean, still, Pikey going down there was a pretty big deal, but Seven Swords and crew able to rally, recover it, absolutely massive. Those are some pretty solid Aatrox stats overall. 3.67 KDA in their 3-for-1 record so far. So St. John's definitely performing as about expected so far. But I got to give props to Marquette for finding those little pickups where they can.
Yep. And that's what they need to do, right? You know that this Graves is going to continue to be aggressive and push his lead, because that's what he does as he continually takes some chickens on your side of the map. You have to be ready to collapse and make a play there. And they were. But then once they continued on, the slight surprise from Basham and the rest of the team collapsing led to a nice little comeback here for St. John's. If Zeus is able to take this, that'd be a huge prize here to at least try to slim that gold lead. I was realizing earlier when Marquette tied it up 2-2, or yeah, I think it was 2-2, the gold was just 200, but only because they spent all that time down on the bottom side of the map when the TP came through, when Zeus was down there. It was all the chip damage onto the turret.
Yep.
And that really helped out Marquette to close it. They have another opportunity to get some more chip damage before the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, they got 3 minutes left to try and take as many plates as they can here, try and leverage that gold. If you look down at the bottom lane, a lot of work has already been done on the turret of St. John's. They're going to continue to try and push that one out, and now they've got Shelly to back it up. Things are going to look just a little bit better, all things considered. We'll see where J4 opts to bring that to the party and push it down. I obviously always am in favor of prioritizing that mid lane here, but I think in this situation, given how it has gone, just trying to help out your bot, secure that, and then swap lanes is probably the safest course of action.
Yep. I guess we'll see here, but I think for Marquette, keep that gap close. You don't want this game to get away so quickly like we've seen earlier today, where just teams just didn't have an opportunity to work their way back. Oh, Centric! Able to step away from the stun of the orb. Did get hit by the Scatter of the Weak, but did not get hit by the Force of Will. And now Centric will have to take the long way around. Feels bad.
Feels bad. Yeah, that ward doing a lot of work there.
What the heck are you? No, Centric.
Echo, don't. Be nice to them. Be nice to them. Oh, he flashes for it. Absolutely baited in to get the double kill, I guess, but he gives it over. Oh, don't do that.
And like Mike, also getting dunked on right now. Reborn able to pick that one up on Braum. So mirror scores there on the bottom side of the map. You can see the KDAs for both these guys positive, as you would expect for teams on the winning side of the season, but a little bit higher for the guy that normally finds himself on the top of the bot lane charts.
Yes, absolutely. And taking a look at the gold overall right now, St. John's starting to build themselves up a pretty commanding lead, and no Ornn in this game to help balance that one out. So this is looking pretty good so far, all things considered. Not a single death to the bottom lane of St. John's, and that is going to start to add up, especially when I look towards his ever-expanding gold lead in that lane.
Yeah, you do have a set. That definitely buys so much time in team fights. Like,
True.
The pseudo tank that can dish out
Basham.
2 damage. As Basham just might off a little more.
Basham, that's a dragon. That's a Drake. Be chill, my dude. But that is still another Drake going over the way of St. John's, so they got to be happy with that one. And they're just not getting way too comfortable in the opposing team's jungle. We're seeing another scuffle happening up here. Change of Connect, bringing a bomb back in. And that is Slick Mix surviving on through it. 7 Swords not wanting to dive underneath the turret, taking some notes from his mid laner on what not to do.
Yep. Oh, but here we go, Pikey. This is what I've been saying.
Oh.
This is how you get back in it if you're Marquette. You know Pikey's going to get aggressive, so be there to punish him. And that's where you want the gold to go to. Yeah, you'd like to help out your J4. His help is actually just getting experience because he's so far behind. Give the gold onto Orianna. We've seen game-breaking shockwaves throughout the history of League of Legends. Let your man get an opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. We certainly have. I have some LCS-specific memories that are coming to mind looking at that one. Still, one of those champions that can just take over a game in one of these late-game team fights. If you stack up too hard, just goes way in right now. We're seeing a little bit right now. I talked about a comp. Oh my, that was close. Whew. Alrighty then. Everything's fine. This is fine.
Cash in on your call-out from draft.
Yes, this is the combo. That's the absolute combo. Throw them in the blender right there. You just got the Cataclysm into the Shockwave. It is such a tried and true. It is so easy to execute as well. The J4 sets it up. Actually, you can do it in either direction, but setting it up and you catch multiple people and it feels really good.
Yeah, what I dislike though is the usage of that Rift Herald. I think there was an opportunity to use that one earlier. Centric forced to flash. Great roam there by Reborn. We saw a lot of the supports in the game earlier between Villanova and Butler roam all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You see that from teams where the coordination's on point. And this is what I wanted from Marquette with the Rift Herald. Use the Rift Herald on the bottom side of the map. Within that, they had about a 2.5 minute window because I think they caught it at 11.
Yeah, exactly at 11.
So if they caught it at 11, you have to go recall, reset.
Yep.
Probably clear camp.
Yeah,
It gives you like 2 minutes to clear something out. And the bottom side, you touched on it. The damage has already been done. You just need the Rift Herald to be spawned within charge range, and you're going to kill that turret.
Yep.
You get the extra gold.
They got no gold. They got no turret plates in that. Like they waited too long.
They didn't get turret plates. They did chunk the mid lane, and their bot lane did get first turret gold. So there's all these positives here, but
positive, good is good.
Yes.
Great is great.
Yes, exactly. You got to find the ways that you can improve, and so good on Marquette to get the Rift Herald in the first place.
Yep.
But they've got to be more efficient as a team towards getting first turret.
Yeah, and they didn't end up taking more plates overall than their opponents here. Like, they used this bottom lane well. They had the poke from the Aphelios. They abused that, but it just could have been even more here. And now that they're down 3K gold as it is, that could have been the difference maker to bring them back. Not even, but get them in the right direction. And they're out actually at 5 kills. They're doing pretty solid all in all, but St. John's is starting to get into their stride. Graves is just going to continue to scale. Turrets are dropping now in top, soon to be in bottom here as well. So this is St. John's, I think, starting to rev up. A nice little bit of defense there in the mid, but the knock was there from the Braum. Instant deletion, not even a second where you could have reacted to that. The Glacial Fisher saying goodnight.
Yeah, I think Suis was just so close to getting the knock up there. I'm not sure if he shortened his Demacian standard and it wasn't a full range flag and drag, or if that was just full range and he was short and possibly could have cataclysmed right away and kept him in turret range. But either way, just a second late. I think it was a decent play by Centric to get the 2-man Shockwave and try to buy time to allow Suis to come on in. But the perfect layering of knockup from Reborn with the Glacial Fisher allowed Hueco to unleash his power and get the kill in the mid lane yet again. So Centric at 2-2. Got to do better. He's the focal point here. If there's a way back, he's got to be the bridge to allow like Mike scaling to finally turn on here.
Absolutely. He's got to tighten up those magic sneakers. He's got to get something done going into the late game. But in the meantime, the rest of the team has got to be there to help him out. But Marquette does have decent scaling. However, Ezreal is one of those champs that kind of goes forever.
Yep. Draft to execution. Those are two things that we've been asking all day today, right?
Yep.
We've had some teams with great drafts. We've had some teams with not as great, but, more established. And we've highlighted those things. And I think the teams that are able to execute have been the ones that won out most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, draft is obviously going to have a huge impact, but at the end of the day, fundamentally, how you press your buttons is going to make the difference. You're going to have a little bit of an advantage if you set up in the right way, and right now, going into this fight 4-1 is not the right way. Too much poke damage done by St. John's, not feeling they wanted to commit to that, and all of a sudden, this set just wanders on into no man's land. That is the third Drake going to St. John's. That's the biggest misstep I think I've seen yet from Marquette.
Yeah, I don't know if Slick Mick was like, hey, look, I'm going to ult somebody backwards into us, and it'll be okay, and he didn't see the TP coming in. Maybe he didn't see how low his teammates were.
Oh, no. Team. Oh, that's a yikes from me, dog.
He's okay. But
was almost not.
But yeah, it was just it seemed like there was a lot of information that needed to be relayed that wasn't relayed. I love the fact that he uses collateral damage, not for the kill here, but to stop the recall.
Yeah, I mean that almost gets the kill at this point.
This is how you're supposed to use Rift Helm.
You're going to get 2 charges out of it. Not only are you going to take a turret, you secure it. You get the second one as well in an instant. That is the first inhib turret down. And what's Aatrox doing through all of this? Man who does not have TP, but still is the best of the solo wave clear game, other than, I guess, the Graves. He's doing his job. It's a 4-1. This is standard League of Legends.
What a massive gold swing here by St. John's. And you love the fact that you could see the growth from a team before that had the inklings of like, hey, look, this is what we're supposed to do, but can we do it? Or we're going to win these team fights and beat you. This was a macro play here. We saw an example of Rift Herald and using it to try and break open mid, but really didn't have lane pressure anywhere, didn't know where Graves was. And then an example here where you get 2 turrets, crack open the base, plus you're able to split your top laner in the mid lane to continue to get pressure. Great stuff here by the Red Storm. The Golden Eagles here, with this TP advantage, both just in the top lane, need to find a fight where they can win. Get a big shockwave, channel the TP, get 3 to 4 kills, and you got to start pushing somewhere, because otherwise St. John's just off of sheer gold lead will continue to win these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were the favorites coming into this. We bet on St. John's for a reason here. They were the stronger on paper team going on into this. I got to give props to Marquette for holding their own, but it's starting to slip through their fingers right now. The small little things that I think they were doing well in the early game, at least trying to go even, are now starting to mean less and less as St. John's just get their feet firmly underneath them at this point. Yeah, not an inhib going down, but that Drake fight, that miscommunication that Marquette showed, I feel like that was the symptom of the greater problem.
Yeah, and here we go. Reborn gonna try to get a knock up here, but gonna miss. Centric pretty low, and Suis will get caught out.
Beautiful stun, goes gold to try and stay alive a little bit longer, but the rest of the team is going to charge right on through. Not 1 kill, not 2 kills, trying to make it 3 kills there in the mid, almost able to find it. But still, 2 members are down in an instant. Pikey and crew diving in underneath the turrets with impunity. Maybe just take a step back there, bud. Maybe take a step back.
Yeah, they're able to get the bot lane inhib as well, and now stuck up against the wall.
No.
Slick Mick, he gets taken down, and now Snickers will be the next one to get snacked upon. Nice little ult there by Mike to slow down, but the damage just quite isn't there yet. The auto attacks here, will they wait for minion wave?
Nah. It's fine. This is fine. One more. Come on. They take down their second inhib turret. Can't quite get the inhib, though. They're not going to stay too long. Death timers are still too short here at this stage in the game, but now 23-minute mark here. Baron is up and available. St. John's can get a bit of a scuffle like this. They can transfer that into that objective and likely the game.
And that's what Marquette was trying to prevent, right? It's not like, hey, look, why are they getting caught up there in their jungle, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you're trying to go get vision control of Baron because you already know, hey, look, if we send numbers on the bottom side of the map, we want to be able to know what we're walking into to try and stop this Baron. But in the process, you get caught, and it's such a difficult position to be in if you're Marquette, because I think they did the right thing. They tried to buddy system their way on up to get vision down. They got it down. They just weren't able to get it out, and it was a very smart play by Hueco to flash past the J4 onto the Orianna, realizing this is the target I need to kill.
Mid. Yeah, I mean, they're identifying a lot of targets they want to take down. Oh, me, oh, my, and the TP going on in. Here's Will in an instant. Hueco!
That was 75% health to 0. That was nuts. That was
well, that's
a
Baron.
gold lead.
Remember I talked about they get a little scuffle and they take Baron?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my. That's a lot of damage. How do you come back now if you're Marquette? Do you come back now if you're Marquette?
They have to throw 2 or 3 times. I think they have to throw 3 times at your Nexus turrets, just because you don't have enough damage as a team fight team right now. Like Mike just doesn't have the items to do it. Shockwave is still...
Oh, this is Dragon Soul.
Not it. Yep, Dragon Soul is there. To be honest, I think you let them take Dragon Soul and then try to play for Elder in 5 minutes if you have the opportunity to do that.
Well, we'll see if they get that opportunity here. Splitting the fight nicely. Going to try and go on a big collapse here. Going on into the pit, finding a 2-man Cataclysm, trying to bring in all the rest of the ults. That's actually a lot of damage coming through
like Mike.
From Marquette. But no, the ult from the Syndra. Oh my goodness, everybody getting absolutely shredded. And in an instant, a fight that looked like it might turn in favor of Marquette is gone. The Quadra kill from the Ezreal, capitalizing on the damage from the mid laner. And Basham, the player we said to watch, the backbone of this squad, shows why as he breaks the bones of Marquette.
Oh, they're trying to give it to him. The second pentakill of the day. There it is. And Basham, get yourself a pentakill.
It's a pentakill.
And Basham and the rest of St. John's stake their claim to being one of the top 2 teams, tying themselves for first place after dispatching the Golden Eagles of Marquette.
What a solid game from them. 21 kills to 7. Not losing a single turret, actually losing 1 turret. Not a single Drake, not a Baron, and in the end, walking away with a solid victory here in our last match of the day, and showing why they are up at the top of the standings.
Yeah, that was clinical. And you like how every time I always ask a team, right, what is your identity? How will you play? This team is aggressive. It's through the jungler, right? And then quickly snowballing that lead. Yes, this time maybe it was, okay, he's on Graves, so that is a hard carry. Maybe next time it's like, okay, a Rek'Sai or an Olaf or a Kha'Zix. We see a lot of Kha'Zix in collegiate play because it seems difficult to coordinate against it compared to pro play. But in that realm, in that space, you know that the jungler is going to be the guy. I love the fact that we know this, and we already know what we can count on Basham. Those small things that he provides and does, and to be rewarded by his teammates with a pentakill. You love the teamwork that they're building there, even without knowing what their comms are like. You know what they're doing. It was really great.
Yeah, no, there just seems to be so much camaraderie on this team from St. John's. They just seem to get each other. There was the fundamental moments where even when things looked like they might go awry, they are able to make order from the chaos. They are able to turn things around in their favor. In that last fight where I thought, look, the Wombo combo came off from Marquette, maybe, just maybe this is where they pull it back. But no, Syndra, Ezreal, turns out it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think on the opposite side for Marquette, you saw glimmers of hope, right?
That mid-jungle synergy was solid.
Vizik doing a decent job there. Centric doing a solid job in the mid lane, holding his own, and then Slick Mick, right? Slick Mick, yeah. Slick Mick doing a great job absorbing pressure. That's what you want from a top laner, knowing that the other jungler is the focal point of the team. He did a decent job a couple times, but then eventually got like ganked multiple times, and he took the lead in CS in that lane.
Yes.
He was willing to go ahead and absorb that pressure and still CS well. It's just trying to put it together, and I think
even the bottom got the turret. Like they were able to get some pushing. Like, there was some individually good things from Marquette.
Yeah.
They just felt individual.
Yeah. The first 10 minutes good. After that, it really went out of the way there for Marquette. But they have things to build on, and I think when they look back at this game, they're going to have some great examples of what they're good at and some things that they need to work on afterwards. So great job by both teams, but a solid stake to being one of the top teams in the Big East by St. John's.
Yes, and again, another solid performance, and I'm excited to continue to see how these top teams play out over the next few weeks because it is a double round robin. They get to play everybody twice, and it's in random order, so we don't. It's just all over the place, which I'm here or there on. That's whatever. But still, the fact that they get to play every single one of these teams twice over the course of like 7 weeks, which means they have so much chance to grow and to progress and to develop their strats and to refine who these starting rosters are. I love the fact that we had all our kind of roster apocalypse happen at the beginning of the day, and then had some stability at the end. Like, these are their 2 rosters. This is what we can come to expect. This is a true representation. So that made me happy. That was a great game to round out the day.
Yeah, we had a lot of substitutes come on in. We had a lot of heroes of games. Some of them known and we're so used to, like the native. And then some just hopping on in, and a redemption story for Vanilla Ice Cream. Like, I loved today. Today was great, and I can't wait to cast some more next week.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's good to have you back on the desk, my man. Let's look at our final standings for the day after these last 6 matches. Villanova, St. John's up at the top of the leaderboards with DePaul and Butler in they're close behind. That's what I meant to say. Seton Hall, Marquette, and then Georgetown, Providence rounding it out. I got to give props to Georgetown pulling out the some consider upset victory, albeit up against a different Seton Hall. Villanova looking as strong as ever, and a big question mark still on DePaul.
Yeah, with Seton Hall, I talked about heroes. Maybe the hero that actually didn't even have to play was I've earned this rank. How much he changed that roster for Seton Hall. Gonna have to keep an eye on the Pirates and the fighting Sir Butt Kicks, as we like to say here. Hopefully he does get that eye patch.
Wait, Seton Hall. Did he send him the eye patch? I need to know.
We'll tweet at him with this video. Clip it.
Yeah. Send over the eye patch. All right, folks, that's it from us on the day. There we go.
Wow.
Welcome back. Yeah, it feels good. ESL Collegiate on Twitter. My last call-up for the day. Boom. Yes. It's pretty good.
Great job, Paul.
I'm getting better. I mean, after doing it like 6 times, I should probably be okay at it. Either way. No, this has been an absolute blast being back with you on the desk. Being back with you on the desk, Egon. Stop laughing. That's it for us at the end of the day here at ESL Collegiate. I'll see you all next week with more amazing ESL Collegiate action.
What just happened?
Have a great night, everybody. Bye. All right. Peace out. Okay, that's it. GG. That's it. All right.